F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
challenge, ascending to claim their place amongst the elite. The journey to VCT EMEA has begun.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Berlin. We're coming to you live from Messe Berlin, actually, of all places. Who would have thought?
Shocker.
For day 2
Shocker.
of the playoff stage of VCT Ascension. I am your host, Enzo, and as you guys would have heard just now, 2 lovely voices here on my right. It is Hypog and Lothar. Welcome back for another day.
Oh, she was talking about us, yeah. Okay.
I was talking about you. Yeah, welcome back. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I had a great night's sleep yesterday.
Did you?
Must be nice.
You didn't have a good sleep?
No. No, but I'm pumped for some games today.
Yeah, me too. I think you'll probably have a nicer sleep today. Maybe after some great action we might be seeing from these teams. And speaking of that, it is quite hot in here, in Berlin, in the studio. So I thought we give some hot takes, very, very on the nose, this one. After yesterday, we saw all 4 teams in action. So I want to give you guys an opportunity to overreact a little bit. So Mike, you go first.
Okay. I think it's safe to say after yesterday that Apex are looking like the second best team in EMEA behind Team Liquid right now.
You mean VCT EMEA?
Yeah, EMEA as a whole. I mean, VLR ranking confirmed as well, so
yeah, that's
I've got that going for me.
That has to be true then.
That is a hot take.
Fact.
So Lothar, are you going lukewarm or are you going to go hotter than that?
You got to top that, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I'll say that Gentlemates are the best French team right now, overall.
In the world?
Yeah.
Poor. I think that's kind of a lukewarm take. I think yours is hotter. What do you think?
Okay. So I win.
You don't agree? You agree or you don't agree?
I wouldn't touch that one with a barge pole, to be honest. But
Okay, I will give you one of my hot takes as well, because I'm always putting you guys on the spot. I think that we should give the main circuit 2 qualification spots. I think 1 is not enough from these 4 teams. I'd like to see 2 of them get promoted.
I don't disagree with that, to be honest.
Oh, wait, I thought it was going to be a hot take.
I think it would
I'm
be
the
great.
lukewarm
I like
one.
it.
I'm certain that we can also make a poll on Twitter for the NA audience, and they will be like, yeah, we're all in for that.
Yeah.
No, I'm not NA or Pacifics. I just mean us.
Oh, just us.
Yeah,
just
just
us.
us.
So you just want Gentlemates to make it in.
There's not enough
So,
French teams in VCT EMEA. We need more. Actually,
I still agree, though.
For me, I want the Portuguese teams in, man. I want the Portuguese team in. But I do have another thing for you guys happening, a little fun quiz segment. But before we get on to that, I want to introduce to you guys and to you guys at home as well 2 special guests we have today for this segment. It is the lovely casters all the way from Polaris, of course, one of the best teams and leagues in Challengers we had. Kyra and Hazza, welcome. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing fantastic. It's a little bit bigger than my bedroom, but I have to say I'm feeling quite at home.
Yeah, definitely. It's much bigger than my office. Mine's just tiny. I feel like I'm, I don't know, in some luxury or something.
I think it's average size, but anyway, let's talk about the segment that I definitely didn't just drum up in my mind when I was up 3 in the morning prepping for this tournament. I like to call this Ascension or Descension. I will explain this to you guys in a little bit. It is basically a game of higher or lower. I'm going to present to you guys a stat, and I want you guys to tell me whether you think the correct answer is higher or lower than the number I've given you. Ascension, Descension? Yeah,
Got it.
You get it?
I think I'm following it.
Thank you. And this is going to be a team game as well. So I'm pitting up the Polaris casters against you guys. So the winner gets the title of being the smartest person here.
We're
so
about to get
good luck with this.
hard.
I'll take that. Yeah, easy
What's the
goes.
category?
Huh?
The category?
Category Valorant, mate. Let's start with the first question. Here it is for you guys. We're going to see this on the back wall. Mystics headshot percentage after yesterday. 40%. Do you think that is higher? The actual answer even is higher or lower than 40%. I'll let you guys go first.
It has to be lower.
Yeah,
There's no, I think, what was it? Your boy Lewis was like second best in Europe, and that was 38.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, if it's off of just yesterday, maybe, but I think lower.
How do you know that?
Oh, trust me, the amount of homework that we've done, and also on top of that, he's a Phantom gamer. Come on.
Oh, okay.
I like the logic there. Yeah,
What about
Lewis
you?
is a tapper.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask if this is only like rifles or overall all guns?
Overall yesterday. Yesterday's BO3.
Yesterday's
yesterday's
VO3.
VO3.
Just
Oh, that
yesterday's
changes a
VO3.
bit.
That
Wait,
does change a bit.
that
Like,
has
been cooking.
changed. If it's just one series,
Yes.
because yesterday he was actually performing pretty well.
Yeah.
And
40%, higher or lower?
if we only think about one best of 3, I might actually say Ascension.
Okay. Well,
What about you?
I'm bound. I'm bound. Yeah, let's go Ascension.
Well-
let's go higher.
I'm sorry, boys. I'm sorry. It is 41%. So you guys are correct. It is actually higher. You guys are home. Feel free to play along as well. Let's bring out the next one. So a 1-0 to the VCT casters over here. And let's see what we have for the second question. I'm definitely not trying to trick you. I know after the first one, it feels like it's going to be a bit of a trick. But players that have full uppercase letters in their name at playoffs. So out of the 4 teams we have here, 5 of those players have uppercase letter names. Do you think the real answer is higher than that or lower? They're trying to work it out right now. You guys
stuck
at
on
home
4.
as
I'm stuck
well.
on 4.
But I'm going to come to you guys first.
Can't
then.
whisper anything.
All right, I think here it is anyway.
Trying to whisper. My man's mic'd up and trying to whisper. Yeah, go on. What do you guys think?
I think it's lower.
I'm stuck on 4, so I say lower.
What about you guys?
So it'll be Ascension.
You think it's higher?
Uh-huh.
Higher than 5?
Oh, wait, are we including?
Don't talk him out of it.
No. I just want to see.
I'm leaving it in his hands.
Listen,
We had Magnum, we had Monster.
We had Magnum, Monster.
Actually, we probably shouldn't say what we have.
No, they
exactly.
locked
We're
in
stuck.
already.
Yeah,
They
we're
locked
stuck.
in
Oh, they're
already.
locked in already.
Yeah.
We'll go the opposite way, right?
Yeah, we'll go the
higher.
opposite. Yeah, make it funner.
Oh, I'm so sorry, boys. I'm so sorry. It is lower. And it's actually 3, by the way. It's not 4. So I don't know
Wait.
who the 4th one you had was.
Wait.
You're leaving him hanging here,
yeah,
Mike,
sorry.
please. Yeah. We'll do the last question
Okay.
while you guys mew over that. But it is 3, I'm pretty sure. Unless I got it wrong, but it was lower.
Fourth.
And the last question.
after.
So this is yesterday's BO3 once again. Addicted from Saw. First death, 2. Higher or lower? I'll let you guys go first this time around.
As I
Did he
said,
get more than 2
Yeah.
first death or less?
I was in the airport when the game was being played. So
Oh, come on.
Yeah,
That's
I
a
don't know.
cop-out. That's a cop-out. Come
Can't
on.
put it all on me.
So we fly high. So we go higher.
Yeah, we'll go higher. We'll go Ascension. We'll go Ascension.
Think he had more than 2 first deaths?
Oh,
Yes.
no, yeah.
Okay, right. What about you guys?
He played Breach on the first map.
Yeah, and
second one
Sova.
Sova. And I can't remember too many times he was dying first.
No, because it was Tomazzi was carrying the first death. So.
Yeah, I would say, I think Ascension. What about you think?
Yeah, let's go Dissension. Yeah.
3 out of 3.
Let's go,
Mamma mia, you two. Oh my lord, you know your stuff. It was lower. He actually has 0 first death. So you guys did very, very well. I'm sorry to bring you guys all the way out just to get absolutely owned, but you'll get your redemption, I promise that. Thank you so much, you guys, for joining us. And before I let you go,
Thank you.
Who do you think is winning? Who's getting promoted to VCT next year?
Oh, come on. We're Polaris casters. It's got to be Apex.
I mean, 2 triangle teams. One's get lost in the Bermuda. I think that Apex goes.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Thank you very much, guys, for joining us. They think it's going to be Apex, but let's take a look at the bracket and the schedule and see if Apex do have a chance to make it. Of course, they had a great start yesterday. It was a 2-0 for them. Both games were a 2-0, and I think a lot of people probably expected the next round to be Ascend versus Apex here. So, Hypok, I think that Hazza and Cairo predicting Apex to go all the way is pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable. There was, I'll be honest, there was probably more positives coming out of the Ascend game than, I guess because Apex, for me, their series lent that way. I saw a lot more positives in-game from Ascend, so I actually think this is going to be a close affair. I feel like this is probably also looking like it's going to be the grand finals matchup. So it's interesting
already?
to see that we have the best of 3 here to then go into the best of 5 later on.
Well, this is going to be a double elimination, which means one of the teams will be eliminated today. It will come from the second game, and Lothar, it's going to be a tough one to go out first here.
Yeah, it's definitely a heartbreak for one of the teams, but it has to happen. And I'll be honest with you, this is the expected result. I think that
I agree,
all seen like from the first day. Like we expected Gentlemates and Saw to play against each other here in this match, but I do feel like it is yesterday a little bit, a stark contrast of playstyles between those two teams. And Saw hopefully has a little bit less nervous appearance.
I'm glad you bring this up, actually, because it's not often that I come away from a series hoping that it was just nerves for the reason that Saw maybe struggled to get into Haven first off. We know that Lotus actually came down to the wire, maybe a little bit of Apex loosening up a little bit, maybe looking a little more complacent. Tamazi definitely stepping up in the second half as well, but I'm hoping actually Saw come back in today with a little bit of a reset to take that game to Gentlemates.
Well, that game is going to be happening a little bit later, so make sure you guys stick with us for the first elimination match of playoffs. But first, we got to talk about the upper bracket game here between Ascend and Apex. Starting with Ascend, because Mike, you know, just now you said you felt more impressed with Ascend yesterday. Tell me why.
Yeah, I mean, initially, I guess things were going to the attacking half of Fracture. It looked like they were going to be very execute-oriented, and then there was this weird moment, we were talking about this, where it was almost like they kind of forgot the fundamentals for like a 5 to 10 second period after they found themselves on sites. But what impressed me most actually was the second half and their ability to actually swing rounds back in their favor, and how heavily they focused on some of these trap plays, and how time and time again Alive was the one to really pop off in those rounds and be the driving force to actually flip those rounds back in Ascend's favor. The recovery factor was what impressed me the most.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy when you look at the game and you're like, oh, Ascend is getting whooped, you know? And
it felt like that, yeah.
And then you look at the scoreboard, it's like, oh, wait, they're actually winning by a kind of big margin.
And that's also to take into account actually the number of times that the Gentlemates were clutching out rounds that they shouldn't have been winning.
Takas had
exactly,
three clutches, if I remember, in, like in 5 rounds or something like that. It was kind of crazy. But I really loved what you said, like, during the bracket, because we never spoke about this, but I have a very similar observation as you. I do think that Ascend are much closer to Apex level overall, and the anticipation of Apex winning everything it shouldn't be that certain as it is from many fans.
Yeah, and speaking of how Ascend have been doing, Lothar, you've actually managed to grab the big brain coach MBS for a quick chat as well. I can't wait to see this. You guys at home, check this out as well.
I'm here with NBS from Ascend. We're gonna get some insider info on how the team plays, well, in the official matches. So hopefully nothing gets leaked. Welcome to the show, NBS. How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing good. It's nice to be here.
Awesome. So we're gonna focus on Fracture. We're gonna bring the mini-map for 2 of your past Fracture games that you played in the first 10 seconds. But my first question will not be about the map control that we see, but about the composition more. You're bringing a Killjoy, Astra, Breach, Fade, and Jet to your games. And my question will be, how do you build that composition? What do you take into consideration when building that?
So usually when we built it when we started the roster, right? When you build a roster, you experiment a whole bunch. It can be experiments on every map with different comms, different agents. You pay attention to comfort, to meta, to many things, right? And how we arrived to this composition was, I think, like Breach, Killjoy, and sometimes Astra are pretty common here. Maybe Astra a little bit less, because Brimstone is the main smoker. But it is a very good synergy. Astra, Killjoy, Breach. We know it from Haven from before. Really good synergy between the agents.
And my question will be, because typically that's being paired with Raze, but your duelist is a Jet main. How does that impact the decision?
Yeah, so when you look at the composition, you would naturally think that Raze fits very well, right? Because it's the meta on the map. It also fits well with the Fade that we run. However, I'm pretty confident we could run both of them and make it work. But when we started this comp, Alive played Jet, and it was really, really good. So we said, why change it? And then we made, like, you know, plans and strategies and protocols and defaults and everything around it. We made it work. It was working really well for us throughout the whole year, so we stuck with it.
All right, so Mike, the next question will be connected to that. Since you play with the Jet instead of the Raze, does that impact anything when it comes to the map control? Because you're one of the teams that is actually not really focusing in the first seconds on the A main control. You use the Fade to use the Prowlers to create a little bit of pressure and push away people from there, but you don't really push with the players. Instead, you focus more on the dish and in the B main. So is that being influenced by the fact that you played the Jet?
No, not really. Like, if you think about it, we have Breach, we have the fake smokes from Astra, we have Fade. So the only thing we lose when we don't run Raze is a Boombot or a nade, and we already have enough utility if we wanted to. We could fight for this, and sometimes we do, depending like who we face, what's the game plan and stuff. And Dish is just like a trade-off, because as you see, we play a lot of like the tree area, a lot of arcade area, a lot of Dish as well. So it's just like a trade-off between Dish and A main. most of the time we go dish, but as I said, it really depends who we play against, what's the game plan and stuff like that.
So what motivated you against the two past opponents in this case? We saw it against Gentlemates as well. You have been focusing so much on dish. What was the reason against that specific team?
Well, how do I say this? Gentlemates, they do have a big focus on aiming. And we have no intentions of just butting our heads against each other and going for like a 50-50 utility exchange there. Like we know, like we believe in ourselves, we don't need the random factor. We're okay to play a longer game on the maps, more spread out, take other stuff, maybe retake it later because we trust in ourselves. And we don't want to like go for a 50-50, first 5 seconds, nade, stun, everything, you know. So that was the main reason.
All right, awesome. So you mentioned the randomness that you want to avoid. In round 20, we're going to bring in this specific round. This is something I was wondering on the desk as well. In the round 20, you meet 5 players on arcade from your opponents. Was there any read that you had that this is going to happen, that the push that you're going to do against opponents will be effective because they had that stacking? What was the, let's say, thought process behind it? You didn't have a timeout as well here.
So it wasn't exactly this read. We were going for like a little bit of aggression towards arcade because we thought something different than what happened now. But well, honestly, this fight, when looking from the side, should have been better for them because it was a 5v3. But yeah, I think we played, I guess, better. The utility was good. As you see, everyone was blind. They didn't dodge the flashes. So yeah, it was, I wouldn't say random, but maybe a little bit random, right? We were going for the play. They happened to be there, and yeah.
Off screen, you actually mentioned that they played a few times of the stack towards that area as well. So that was a little bit of an indication, no?
Honestly, yeah. Like when I watched the games yesterday as well from the coach booth, they came like dish on their attack side. They came dish 3 or 4 times with 5 people, and it's like a very unusual thing. I think you never almost see it. Maybe like some teams do it on an ecos or like a hard base when it's more risky, but they came there a lot. It did catch us off guard like the first time. Later on, we were ready for that, but also like unexpected factor was that they kept doing it. Like they did it 3 or 4 times, and this time they came 5 here as well. So I think it's, I would call like irregularity from like a ABC Valorant, right? But at the same time, these are the strats that can catch people off guard. So props to them.
Awesome. Thank you very much for the insight, NBS, and good luck in your match today.
Thanks.
Thank you very much to MBS indeed. And Lothar as well. I can see you trying to pry some info out of him. It's very, very insightful.
I'm prodding there, you know?
Yeah,
like trying to fish a little bit.
I like it. But of course, MBS and Ascend, they got to go up against Apex today. I think the preparation is going to be a little bit different. And of course, Mike, you and I spoke to Kiko last night, and he even admitted himself there was a lot of nerves there, and he wasn't 100% happy with how he performed.
Yeah, I think we even hit this on the desk when he had a couple of pop-off rounds. Sorry, I just called it a graphic as he caught me off guard there. But yeah, once he got a couple of rounds under his belt, you could see immediately just a visible difference. But a couple of these, I mean, if you've watched any clips from him or anything like that, you can tell these are uncharacteristic. So it was good to see him actually get back into, especially the latter half of this map as well, because he's so prominent in some of these set pieces for Apex. So for him to deliver yesterday, definitely get that out of the way on day one is a big positive for them.
I also felt a little bit that he was wasn't getting enough support in the beginning of the games. Okay. You know, like the utility that he was being used to help him get into those situations, to get into favorable fights, was not there or not fully utilized, which changed later on during the games.
Yeah, and I think the fact that he was able to acknowledge that there were some issues there, managed to fix it, looked absolutely great as they headed onto the second map as well. It bodes well for them. But my issue is, on the other side today, on the side of Ascend, Alive, the same boat. He played his first LAN event here, a debut for him as well. And he looked phenomenal. Even if we compare their stats as well, I don't think he was nervous for even a second of that game.
No, and like I was just talking about a minute ago, the Ascend's reliance on some of these trap pieces, Alive being the protagonist of some of those setups, and the number of times that actually it came off as a success is definitely a confidence booster for him. But I don't want to say it's necessarily leaning one way, but in terms of of the opening series, yeah, I think that definitely plays into the confidence, especially if Kiko and Apex as a whole have gone away and reviewed anything that Ascend did yesterday that was built around the live. Maybe those thoughts are going to creep back into Kiko's head today.
Yeah, I want to say something about Alive, but I don't want to sound it like it's a backhanded compliment because.
Wait, what?
Because what I want to say is
Do you want to insult it?
No. So when I was casting Alive, when I was still in finals, I was already impressed with how we played back then, and that was like 2 years ago. And it feels like he is insanely good right now, but it's not much better as he was before. You know, but he's like still such an impressive player. You know, and I just want to say he's good. A good jet, but didn't progress.
Yeah, I'm glad that's what we got, though. I'm really, really glad. But of course, with Apex, I know Kiko was a little bit nervous, but we can't ignore all of the other buffs that they have. You know, the LAN experience, the tenured players on their roster. And I want to mention the most important buff that I feel like people are not really acknowledging. If we take a look at this tweet from Apex themselves, is that, Hypok, you will know about this. Saw are expected to win this event. This is what they tweeted yesterday.
It's
and
a tactic we've seen before.
This strat is the strongest Valorant strat
100%
ever.
win rate,
yes.
actually. Yeah. Both of them, to be honest. Both buffs in play here. It's an interesting track, but for Apex, I guess they're looking to play into their heritage as Fnatic members and tap into the curse.
Did they tweet today, by the way?
I mean, if they didn't, then they're not winning. Let's be honest.
We have to check later on and report about
I need timestamps.
Yeah, we'll have a look. We'll have a look. I mean, here in VCT, you know, Ascension, we're all about making people's dream come true. One of the teams will be promoted to VCT main circuit. And speaking of dreams, Mitchman actually got to live his dream by having this chat with Enzo.
And I'm joined down here in the interview stage by Enzo, the IGL of Apex. A pleasure to have you here, mate. Good to see you in the studio. And let's get right into it. Being in the studio, whole different aspect to the game. The nerves can start to kick in. You're playing in front of a crowd. And we heard from Kiko earlier yesterday in the post-show that was a factor for him, at least, being a newer player. How did you find yesterday? Do you think the nerves affected the team?
Before every official, there's always nerves, a bit of tension. And we are all used to it in the team, like all of us. But Kiko is a young guy, yeah? He's like not unexperienced, but he's young and he's never experienced this. So also even for Magnum, when you think about it, he never played in front of a crowd, right? So
yeah.
So these are things I think us as players that live the moment on stage with the crowd, it's our duty, it's our role to share the expectation, to share what's gonna happen and be like, guys, you know, like introduce them and share our experience so that when we are all together on stage, we are all on the same page, you know?
Yeah, well, for sure. And even the excitement as well coming into it, stepping in down that walkway as well, doing your walkouts, it's got to be a different ball game altogether.
Yeah.
Well, Kiko also had a lot of high praise for Ito, or Ito Pada, your coach. And I noticed when you guys were huddling down on the stage, there were 10 of you. Just an insane, I had to count it just to make sure. So what's it like working with such an extensive support staff? I imagine it's a completely different ballgame.
We have everything we need. We have support for what happens outside of the game, what happens, you know, as humans, like in our minds, in our body and everything, what happens in the game. Like we have support on everything you need. Basically this season, Apex provided us with everything we need. So I'm really happy for that.
Wow, that's great.
And we're 10 now, and we can play 5v5. We don't even need to scrim against other teams, you know?
Yeah, that's it. The scrim servers are down, no problem. Just get the other guys on the PC. But speaking about scrims, the VCT EMEA teams will often tell us that they gauge their results based on playing against you guys, that you're scary to scrim and they can find out how good their new ideas are. But I'm curious, from your mind then, where are you guys right now in the EMEA ecosystem? Kiko said top 4. Would you agree?
I would actually agree to a top 4. I think we are doing really well against VCT teams, and I can see that they really like to play against us because I think we give them the challenge that they're looking for in our reactions, our way to play, our way to adapt. I think this is what they need to then play on stage against enemy teams, right?
Yeah.
So yes, I agree with Kiko.
Oh, for sure. Well, listen, one other player we got to touch on is Batty G, because today you're going to be playing up against him. This is someone that when he was on Ballista, Lothar's #1 team of all time, after one map of mine, when he was up against them, no bias, when he was up against them, you guys eliminated him. Then he played for your team a little bit later on. Is there somewhat of a rivalry there? You think he'll be out for revenge?
I don't think so. It's just one more game. Like later and in another season. I don't even think Buddy G is here for revenge. I see him, I like him a lot because we've played a bit together. We knew each other for such a long time, and we're playing this game like together from basically from the start, right? So I have huge respect for like all the players I know in the game and that I like, and also I like his play style, and so I'm just excited to play. There's no at least for me, there's no like feeling or anything. I'm just excited to play, and I guess that for him is also excited to play. And there's
you should have seen him on the stage yesterday. He was screaming across the stage. He's getting loud, so you better be ready for that.
We are ready. We are ready.
That's what I like to hear. Well, one last question before I let you go. A lot of people call you Fnatic Academy. Not surprising with Mystic, Magnum, and yourself in there. I wanted to know, when are you going to follow in their footsteps? When are we going to see props for those walkouts?
If you want to, we can do it today.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Let's go do some shopping. Listen, thank you so much for joining us here on the interview stage. Appreciate you. You've been working out. Oh, my God. Okay, we're going to throw it back to Yinsu. We'll see you soon.
Ascend. Apex.
Things are going bananas on stage there in the pit. Thank you very much, Mike. But true to Enzo's words, they brought a prop on, so this is full Fnatic mode today.
Only one member of Apex actually bought into the walkout, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's Boaster and Fnatic, to be fair. So they've got the tweet buff, they've got the walkout buff, they've got all the buffs.
Like I said, they're tapping into the heritage.
I'm just disappointed in Mystic because he had that look that was like disappointed in his teammate that he brought the banana, you know?
Have you met Leo? Have you ever seen Leo's expressions when his teammates are up to no good?
But he's always
he looks
has
so
the same
disappointed.
Face.
Yeah,
same face.
Yeah, but let's talk about the maps for today, because yesterday I think we spoke a lot about how deep Apex's map pool really is. But you guys were very, very impressed with Ascend. So what are the win conditions here?
Win conditions. That's actually a very interesting question, because I feel like from yesterday, what we have seen from Ascend, it feels like they do a lot of anti-stratting. And I would say that this is a pretty much easier task for Ascend today than yesterday, because the opposing team, in this case, Apex, is more structured and it's easier to do.
There's less of a random factor. Yeah, exactly. It's not likely that Apex are really going to throw much out to I guess, become unpreppable. So I think that's actually a really interesting point to make. Pool-wise, I don't know if Ascend probably feel like there is a weakness to the map pool, or that Apex have a strength over the map pool, because especially for this calendar year as a whole, if you look over the records, I think Ascend are in a fairly similar situation in terms of map win rates and their own comfort level.
I think for me, obviously, the Ascent getting taken away by Ascend is something they've done quite a few times, but for Apex, surely we get the Haven here. Oh, we do. Here we go. As you guys can see,
we already got it for everything. Okay.
We do. We got the Ascent and Split were the first bans if you take your eyes to the very left, and then Pearl and Bind were the second round of bans. So we are going to get Fracture, Haven, and Lotus.
Interesting. Actually, yesterday, I was pretty surprised by the pick of Fracture from Ascend, because it kind of made less sense against the opponent. So they were preparing for the opponent specifically because of Fracture. And now we have also heard from NBS that they think it's one of the strongest maps right now. So I'm not surprised that they're picking it. And also, the composition from Apex and Fracture is a little bit, let's say, iffy. Right?
I don't like the Gecko. For me, Enzo, okay, Enzo plays the Gecko
Get the
on
words
Fracture.
right out of my mouth.
But as we've seen from teams like EG, the Sova on Fracture is good, it works, and Enzo is a brilliant Sova player, Mike. I want to see him on Sova.
It almost feels like it defies logic to force that pick. I don't know if we'll see it again. I'm not sure whether or not the previous result, the 13-3, is going to play into any sort of confidence to bring it here to Ascend, but I guess the flip side of that is to come back to MBS. I think with a few, I don't want to say mistakes, but I guess aspects of Ascend's approach to Fracture yesterday, we were talking about maybe that wave of as part of the execute where the fundamentals went out the window. If they could have tightened those up from yesterday and the comp does remain the same, then I feel like this probably leans towards Ascend, to be honest.
I do wonder, though, if Ascend will swap up their strategy that they have had in the past, because they had a very strict protocols when it comes to approaching Dish and the B main, and also not approaching a lot of A main, right? This can be read by Apex.
Well, let's have a look, see what comp they're going to be running. They are going to bring the Gecko back. I mean, I have faith in Enzo, but I don't know if I like this. I think the only saving grace I have here is that the ex-Fnatic players played a lot of Fracture, and they were very, very, very good on this map. So there is a level of understanding here, but I don't know, guys. What do you think about this comp?
Well, one thing I really like about Apex when it comes to this kind of composition, they're very flexible. All of the players, apart from the Breach, are actually seen on the entire map's position, like the position on the map for the defense are very flexible, and they swap around a lot, which is not something that a lot of people do actually in Fracture. So that's the upside for me. And one of the reasons for that is the Gecko, because he's so flexible and also easy, can get easy access to informations while getting back the utility because he's just throwing it up.
Sure, yeah, I think maybe as a way of early fact finders in the rounds, the reusable utility, especially with what we know Ascend like to do. Obviously, you showed this quite well with the heat maps earlier, but do I think that's going to throw them off their game much? I think maybe there's an argument to be made that there's going to be some adjustments required for Ascend. And we talked about, obviously, this composition leaning more towards a committed post-plant hold, maybe for Apex to play towards the wingman and having that kind of variable, I guess, in some of the retakes. Bigger picture-wise, I don't think it's going to throw them off much.
Well, all I'm going to say is Brody yesterday, when they saw the Phoenix on Lotus, was like, we got this in the bag. So I can't wait to see what they have prepped for this as well, and jump into game with your casters for this one. It is X-Warrior and Ender. Over to you guys.
Oh man, I've been waiting for this matchup the entire year, and I bet everybody else as well, right? We've been waiting for these two behemoths to face up against each other, and now finally in Berlin, we get to do just that.
We are on an absolute tear with these two teams. Apex coming in as so many fans' favorites to win this whole event, but Ascend are on a just otherworldly rise as well. Their gameplay SO is absolutely fantastic, and today is going to be an absolute treat to watch.
And they're such loved teams, right? I think there are many fans that are just fans of the game, and you know, they've appeared here in Berlin. I don't know into which stand they want to, you know, sit on.
I heard a lot of people over on the Apex side, I gotta be honest.
Yeah, which is why things are going to get real spicy up in here, and I hope everybody on the stands can greet these teams with me. It's Apex and Ascend, everybody. Let me hear you make some noise! All right, and look, by the end of this match, we'll have one grand finalist, right? And we'll have one into the lower bracket with everything to do. Apex and Ascend on Fracture.
And Ascend are going to be kicking things off on attack here. You can already see Apex have the anti-stratting. They know that Ascend love to do so much attention towards this. It's a 3-stack up there with Kiko watching into A main, seeing that early contact here. Keep in mind on the opposite side of the map, though, Bad EG loves to look for lurk timings on the Astros. Already posted up on top of stairs. You can see Magdum realizes, wait a second, maybe I shouldn't have abandoned the site. And there's options now for Ascend to rotate that spike over into B. It'll just be this turret that's already been heard out from Bad EG. That's going to make contact with them as they try to go in.
Be certain this entire game is going to be full of mind games. Big push coming out from Apex into A main, but they do quickly double back from it as the meat and potatoes of Ascend's push is towards B main. Instantly going to be just waltzing their way onwards. Apex, no interest in taking this fight. They're going for the retake.
It'll be all 5 players. Not too much utility to work with. Shadow has a flash and a stun in order to get back in here. As a matter of fact, they're just able to find that first kill. They do have to wait a little bit. Mystic not with the rest of the team, but 2 players. Actually, just Monster playing right up here against Generator. If he can find 1, 2, That could get Ascend right back in the round.
It's just a matter of distraction coming in from site running time, but the aftershock is going to be really destructive here for Monster. Eventually dropping, but takes one down with him. And that's important. Musashi in the smoke, illustrating his presence. Likewise for Brody on a different angle, elevated as well. Little Bro going for the defusal, and Brody takes care of a kill at the same time. Multitasking, Brody ends up dropping by the end of it, so Ascend down in numbers. But still the spike planted for them. Both players drop, and his Batty alone gets a couple of kills by the end of it, but there's plenty of time to get this defuse underway, and it's going to be Magnum to stick it in the end.
Apex, just about flawless retake there, getting back into sight. Util to clear the close corners to guarantee this pistol here on Fracture. It starts out with Magnum just finding that one straight on through the smoke, but the trade, the utility, comes from Shadow and wraps all up here, no matter how many kills BaddyG is going to get on the end. Enough players are alive for Apex to stick it through.
And now Apex, okay, well, look, Ascend won every single pistol that last game yesterday against Soul,
Yeah.
so having someone that can, you know, hit right back, it's quite crucial. But talk to me about the comp here, and obviously there's a Gecko coming in from Apex, quite different to what we can see most of the times.
Yeah, I think what you're going to see is a lot of util combos between the Gecko and the Breach. There was the blind plus the concuss coming through from the Breach, but when it comes to like retakes or even side hits on attack, comboing that Dizzy. Nice shots from the Apex duo over on this side of the map. But yeah, basically comboing the Dizzy with a Breach Flash means that you can't shoot the Dizzy because then you're getting full Breach Flash. And if you turn away from the Breach Flash, then Dizzy is still going to hit you either way. So it becomes really, really powerful. And you'll see how the pace can shift when Apex go to the attack and are playing to recover their abilities. But even on defense, too, when they look for early gambits, you're going to see them sort of push to try and pick up those pieces of utility, whether it's aggression over by stairs or an A main. They're going to hold on to the areas that they invest that utility with so that they can get the refresh on the cycles.
You can see Apex clearly respecting even the sliders of buy from Ascend alive. Very influential on that Marshall. He's illustrated it yesterday. It's got to be respected. And again, look, but between group stage and playoffs, there's been a week of them being able to anti-strat, figure out how each of the teams play. And it's certain that Apex have got what Ascend want to go for here on Fracture, unless anything new has come out.
Yeah, well, look, Ascend, now that they have rifles in hand, this is where you get to see them unleashed just a little bit. Again, the Astra is different here on this map as a solo smokes compared to the Brim. You don't have those 3 smokes, so A hits become a lot more difficult. That's why they do so much north side control, why they play towards Dish a lot, is so that they only need the 2 smokes in order to get into sight. If you don't put pressure on Dish and you're going through A main, you need to smoke off that area. But it also enables BaddyG to play a little bit more selfishly. He can be on the opposite side of the map, still smoke, so he often is looking for lurk timings on that agent, using pullbacks to dodge away from killjoy turrets and those sorts of things.
We got quite a bit of a head-to-head here with a lot of the players of both of the teams just want to fight it out on Arcade. Magnum left stranded, and on their attempt to rotate backwards, Mystic grabs one.
Yeah, that Molly sort of separated alive from the rest of the team, so a really good trade and utility piece from Mystic coming around the corner, but gets knocked straight down by Brody, and all of Apex have now rotated into the area. This round, Ascend are not looking for the lurk, probably because they have the rifles, and it means that it makes it much more challenging to pivot over into the 8 site.
Minster wants to lure the attention towards main. He's definitely done so. Ascend forced to draw back
turn
here.
that.
Yeah, he can't dodge from that one. And there you go. It's going to be Apex squaring things up, and all of a sudden they've got a massive chance on their bonus.
The Dizzy's so annoying, man. You can play against it so many times, you're still going to try to turn it. Doesn't make any sense. Now, A was abandoned, but 2 players are going to be coming into main. And this is where the lack of multiple smokes may be a little bit problematic. They're going to have to re-clear main. That's where BaddyG's going. But he's walking into 2 players all on his own. It's just ones from Ascend. They have to show up, and it's Musashi up in Dish first to take down Shadow. No, 1-on-2 for BaddyG. He falls. The retake's underway.
Yeah, but Apex a bit disjointed there. Not all of them fighting at the same front at the same time.
Musashi can just swing off the contact of Brody here. It's a brutal cross.
And the utility is just delaying them even further.
They're not ready.
Brody and Musashi just play the patience game, little by little. No utility left, though. They're going to have to go for the fight now. Dizzy comes through broken. Kaiko low. Both of the players of Apex are low. Enzo first to drop. And they won't be able to get onto the spike for too long. It's Musashi to clean up. Ascend find their way on the board.
Yeah, fantastic discipline coming out from Musashi there. Waiting for the entry to come in, waiting for his teammate to take that first contact. He can come around the corner, and now he's just 1 orb away from the ultimate, the Fatal. Such a powerful ability, giving you the blood trails on the ground you can go ahead and follow. So I would be shocked, honestly, to see a world where Ascend don't play for the orb. And oftentimes when they're playing for the first orb of the round, they go dish. This time, maybe mixing things up a little bit and looking towards Arcade once again. But they love to play from this top side of the map. And once they can get Musashi with that ultimate, that's where Alive is going to be completely unleashed. Alive oftentimes will path on the ground as opposed to going up into rope area here where the trap is waiting him with that Killjoy.
Last time Ascend went for this arcade contact, they were greeted by plentiful of players. Nightfall available for them will allow them to go very aggressive. Enzo does pick up Brody, which is important to stall it out a little bit, but Alive doesn't want to stand, doesn't want to hold still. He wants to move on forwards, and that's going to be punishing for them as Apex picks 2 up.
Yeah, Enzo just carves there on the site. There's a player in underpass. It's just Batty G kind of abandoned on site, calling Monster up from under here to regroup and figure out what they can actually do. You could rotate into A, but again, without a lurk there, that's a full-on gamble. They're going to try to find some kind of a fight, and they've been conditioned. There's been a lot of these south side flanks coming in. They are going to be a bit concerned about. Now that they've reactivated the turret, though, they're going to know that's not on the cards.
Look, Ascend, they've been questions whether they've been tested during their regular season in Challengers, right? Winning that fairly cleanly. For Apex, it was a fairly clean road, right? Since February, they haven't lost a single match. 18-match winning streak. That's incredible.
Damn. Team is good, is what it tells you. And they were confident too, right? Kiko taking the fight there, but even saying in the interview, yeah, maybe we could be top 4. Like, VCT teams are scrimming against this team, talking them up, hyping up Apex consistently, and it makes sense in what they're doing here. For these 2 teams now, you just win 2 series and you are promoted to VCT for the next 2 years.
Yeah, and those who say that Ascend, haven't been tested so far, playing up against Apex now is the clear test.
Yeah, you can see that with these sort of embedded positions on site, I think that is the way to sort of counter out how they want to attack Ascend a lot of the time. It is going to be that path from Arcade down into front generator. And, well, Enzo completely prepared with that. They've seen enough Fracture VODs to be ready on that front.
Ooh.
Oh no, the concuss, they're all cooking!
Oh my god! I think this really is Fnatic Academy because they just pulled that one out of nowhere.
Yeah, Shadow had the fault line and everyone gets destroyed. Even the Molly up here, chunks Monster out. This round is over.
Blink and you miss it, honestly. I don't remember another time we saw a round just blow past us that quickly.
Yeah, and that's a setup, I'm pretty sure. I didn't see the initial setup because of the replay, but I believe that was a turret contact in A main. As soon as the turret fires, you pull the trigger on the concuss. The Brim ult comes out there too, and with a little jiggle, Musashi avoids that bullet narrowly inside of the Matrix.
I think Kiko is one of those players you need to keep your eye on as well, right? Because I think we've already shown it earlier on Desk with the interviews as well. He doesn't really have the experience in front of a crowd. And yesterday, it kind of showed, right? Not as fruitful in results as he has been the rest of the year, so maybe his team will be relying on him a little bit more now he's gained that experience, but looks to be fairly clean as Enzo magnificently holds that one out alone. So Apex 4 on the board against the 1 of Ascend.
This will be a really big round coming in here. Of course, that was a bit of a half buy from Ascend, but now rifles and ults online too. Need to check in, yeah, let's see this. So it was turret comes down, and I don't think the turret was actually primed. They just heard it. They heard the util spent in main, and that's what they popped it off of. But if it was a slower round, that's what the trap play would have been initiated off of, would have been that turret contact. Of course, the tag there also slowing you, so you're just running into so many different crowd control effects. It's going to keep you locked down inside of the Brim ult. And I think this is a good time for a timeout, like I was saying. And I can see some of the ultimates coming in here. So Batty G, Cosmic Divide, Rolling Thunder from Brody. Really powerful when trying to get onto a site. At the same time, Enzo has his ultimate. He can get in there with Slasher. Magnum is just one off the lockdown too. So it would not surprise me to see some kind of early round setup from Apex where they look to use Slasher to gain control over one of the early orbs. They can farm that into Magnum, and then they have a really powerful retake tool. It also means that Apex probably don't want to play as aggressively on site, especially towards that B side of the map, because that's where the Rolling Thunder really has a ton of power. So that sort of one player tower, one player over near slant is not going to be as solid of a setup for them. But we'll see if they actually do make any pivots here this time around, because as you can see, the Killjoy is still in the same exact position. Enzo's still there too, so the other option is they can just save that Slasher for retake, but with being able to recharge it, it's always a good idea to be able to use that in an early round and control that space for the full time.
But for now, we're looking at a split here from Ascend. Isolated play from both fronts. Magnum will see the presence coming towards Arcade, but I think they'll be a little bit too late on gaining information in main. Not unless the door opens like that. I think Musashi is actually not seen in that position.
No, he was right around the corner, so a little bit of a soft way to clear that one, just with the util piece. Although I do think the adaptation from Ascend in the timeout was, hey, we've been really all-inning towards one side of the map. Let's play two fronts here, so 2 players in A main, 3 up in Arcade. It doesn't really matter that they haven't found a contact yet. By embedding, now you can see Musashi in A main. This allows a late-round pivot, because all Musashi has to do is hear 1 or 2 footsteps rotating off that site, and he calls that rotate in.
And with that slow pace, it's down for Kiko to get that first pick on the operator. Thrasher not finding anyone.
So I call it Slasher. I'm such a troll. Thrasher, that's the one.
It's all right. Everybody understood what you were talking about.
Yeah, look, a breaking story up in Arcade. Slasher reports it, knows it's not there, but it's an A hit.
30 seconds left.
Rolling Thunder, combination with the Cosmic Divide. The cross come forward. Shadow holding it out, but cannot see any longer. Kiko on site. Shorty in hand, goes in for it. Why not? Upgrades to a Vandal.
Kiko was slamming his head against the chair laughing with that one.
But still, it's going to be working out for Apex. Ascend seem lost. They've lost most of their players alive. Has to unalive Shadow before he drops. Oh, but oh dear, he's in trouble.
Oh.
Dead man walking. And that's going to be Apex continuing with that streak. Doesn't matter if NBS takes Ascend into a timeout.
Yeah, definitely more favorable when you want to know you're going into a mosh pit beforehand. Like when you're just there and it arrives around you, that is never a good time. But what a retake. And for Kiko, he tried to push to switch off the op into a rifle in that, but then just gets chain just destroyed with util. And literally he was full on cackling in his chair, banging his head on the back. It's a good time for him.
Right there.
Ascend are definitely struggling. Apex having a fun time with it. Look, Fracture is Ascend's pick. We haven't had the cleanest of results from their games recently, although they have been victorious. I guess with the test that Apex, the strength that this team provides, they're definitely going to take them through their paces.
Yeah,
and that's exactly what they're doing.
The thing that has been so effective oftentimes for Ascend on this map on attack is the bad EG lurks. You can see with that smoke on the cross there, it blocks off the common Killjoy turret that's placed outside of Canteen. And sometimes you can just use that as a pullback star to aggress a little bit more. A-side's been opened up though.
Exactly. With that aggression shown from Apex to the north end, opens up the southern entry, right? Main, clear. Though Mystic is there and holding out. He'll be holding out for reinforcements, but as soon as Apex clear out Arcade, they realize, look, there's nobody there. It's going to have to be that A-side take.
Do they want to take an orb on Monster to guarantee this one with the lockdown? No, it's going to be fast out here. Into Sand. Site is completely open, but Magnum and Shadow have the ults to get this retake underway quick.
Yeah, Ascend, their winning saving grace is going to have to be a lockdown. Bad EG tries to play aggressively, but obviously Apex with that control deal with it with no problem at all. Where does the pace come from? Alive aggresses, but cannot see anymore. Dashes away to safety, but this is where the lockdown comes into play. Can they be safe? Are they safe? Brody holds on for a little bit. Musashi as well. Ascend have got everything under lock and key. Apex with only 2 players are in a difficult spot. Spike only now just goes down, but the lockdown, they're so scared they might lose this round. They throw in a lockdown as well. That's incredible, but still Ascend prevail. And it's Kiko alone with nothing to do. He's going to have to save this operator.
Yeah, the operator run on out of there. 33 HP is just not going to happen. And honestly, Ascend were able to find 2 kills, full stunned by the Rolling Thunder on site. That was crazy. I think a little bit lackadaisical in the way Apex cleared onto the site. Because that Killjoy ult should have been just enough to funnel everyone into that Rolling Thunder. On paper, everything was there. In the execution, slight missteps allows to Ascend to find the openings and get back in the round.
Look, what's crazy for me is that Ascend, even if they were up against 4v2, they were still scared enough to drop in a lockdown. And that speaks volumes, right? That's a massive tool to use with an execute when it comes to a retake. It's a lot, right? So that panic, yes, okay, Ascend do win a round here, but to what expense?
I will say, a lot of the times, like ults like that don't even necessarily come down to panic. It comes down to, we want that number on the top of the scoreboard to become bigger. So yeah, we use an ultimate, but this guarantees the round. As soon as that lockdown comes in, like this kill actually doesn't matter on sand. Like Mystic is never going to be able to find anything there. At least not enough time to be able to get past the lockdown.
Is kissing the mouse a new tactic?
Feels unhygienic.
Probably. Hey, you never know. You never know. You know, it's like one of those things that you blow through cartridges to try and make them work, but that never really helped, actually. Well, it worked.
Oh, it definitely helped.
It definitely helped.
Get out of here with your facts and logic. When my Game Boy Advance...
Look, Kiko's going actually very aggressively, and he's a solo man on this journey. No one there to help out, but he doesn't care. He doesn't have a dash available at all. So sticking around is actually quite a dangerous affair, but he still doesn't care. Youngest man on the server, just taking chances here. I love it.
Ascend are actually so spread out. Bad EG this time has gone for the embed in A main.
It's sort of like they expect that Apex are going to be hyper-aggressive.
Well, yeah, they're also anticipating like flanks too, because the problem with this setup is
look at this. They're going to bait Keiko here, and doesn't even matter because he gets away. Alive wanted to get that pick, but he couldn't get it in time.
Oh, this is uncomfortable too. Brody is going to get pinched. He just falls in the one-on-one, but your breach being north side watch means no killjoy, so the flank can come in and just tear you apart.
At least Batty G entering the A site will figure out it's open and ask for his team to move in with him. But at what cost? They've lost 2 players. This is them definitely trying to climb a mountain this round.
30 seconds left.
The trouble's going to come from Dish, though. Batty G's gone for this push before. Last time in the 1-on-2, he fell. He's anticipating it.
You've got to take a chance. And Batty G is going to do just that. He's going to try and save the day, but obviously he's got to be safe to drop the Nebulas, help out his team. But no, this is where he takes a stand himself. Cannot do it. Batty GG. He's out. GG, good game. And now Monster alive with everything to do against 5. And Apex, they're coordinated. They don't care. Alive though, make sure he unalives too. And then maybe there's an opportunity here because they've evened the scales at 2v3. Monster finds one for the tally himself. Dash for alive, runs out of bullets, and it's Kiko to get the finishing blow in the end. With 7 points of health, it's Apex that come out on top.
Just so close there from alive, 2 versus 5. And somehow he finds a way. Sure, Apex win the round, but that was Alive's time to shine there. And yes, I mean, so often you see it, just unwinnable rounds. Ascend will make it happen through the absolute heroics of Alive. There, it's just a quick snap onto the second, coming around the corner, and oh man, 7 health, as you said. It was right there.
That was really close. Oh man, this is crazy stuff. Okay, Apex can't feel too comfortable. Yes, they've got a round lead, but Ascend will make something out of nothing.
Yeah, but even then, Ascend are like, okay, we almost won the round, but we got destroyed. Apart from just the solo fights, they're looking for a full exec now.
So it's a full 180, right? This time around, fully aggressing inwards. Alive has to dash forwards, but there's just so much going towards him. Magnum takes care of him quickly, and Enzo takes control over the side, pushing even forwards. That's how Monster is able to take him down.
Watch Batty G, he's getting everyone on the flank. He's anticipating everything. Magnum still finds one.
Ascend has turned it around completely, but they haven't finished the job just yet. They've got to stick the landing. Magnum on top. Masashi deals with him quickly, so it's Kiko alone.
Batty G just pulled that round out of nowhere.
You are divided.
Now investing the ultimate. Again, Ascend locking down these rounds. They do not want to give any angle to the operator in the hands of Kiko.
Spike planted.
Who goes into a 1v3 with an operator expecting to clutch it?
He's a wealthy man. There's only 3 more rounds left in the half.
Surely not a 19-year-old called Kiko. Yeah, no, drops back. Okay, thinks better of it. I'm going to say it wasn't Kiko's call. It's probably his teammate saying, yeah, back out, mate. No, this is not happening.
No, I mean, honestly, any kills you can get here.
Absolutely, Ascend.
Next round, it's a buy for Ascend, but you get a kill here, and then win the next one. Oh, round 11 is getting a little bit tough.
Close to crippling the economy of Ascend, that's for sure. So anything Kiko is able to get here is a bonus. Not even a leg, unfortunately.
Respect to Ascend, though, because we saw this all yesterday as well. They are so patient when they have a numbers advantage. They will shrink their position on the map, make sure they fall back so no one's really on their own, apart from maybe one lurker. And they're not going to give those easy fights away, looking for a pick or overreaching. When they are in a favorable position around, they are not going to give you many angles back in, or they're at least going to be set up so it shouldn't be possible. But really this round, I think entirely came down to Batty G on the north side. Here he is. Just because every round it's been this from Apex, because Apex sort of strat coming in today has been, okay, look, Ascend do so much attention towards Dish in the early round, we're going to play there pretty aggressively, and if they don't show up, we're going to double flank them and push that side of the map. This is what I'm talking about, the live just zooming on in there. Actually, the alarm bot is out of range with how Magnum was playing up in main, but does get popped. Oh, saw the barrel.
They're so close they can smell each other. By the end of it, Kiko does not connect this shot. So they drop back for that engagement. And now Ascend reconsidering their options.
B-side a little bit weak for Apex currently. Just Enzo sort of jiggling into main. Now, he likes to send out some info util. We saw it with the Thrash around the 50-second mark previously.
The push is going to be coming in from 2 different entries, though. That's the different part. Nightfall coming forwards. Kiko there to stop it. Batty G dropped. So Apex got control, but the Orbital Strike is going to have to drop to delay it. There's 45 seconds. That's going to be Shadow picking up the first one. So Apex full control onto this one, and Ascend are running out of time. They need to act quickly on this one. And they haven't dealt with Mystic either. On an upper angle, it's so hard to read it. They're going to try and aggress. They're going to have to take a chance. And in all the meantime, Musashi's got to deal with Enzo in spawn.
Huge.
Goodbye, Enzo.
He takes everything. Double flank coming down on the south side of that, but B has been left open to bear. Brody has Spike in hand. The plant will put him 1 point off of the ultimate. If he gets a kill, that is wraps for Ascend. They'll win the round.
Musashi stuck around, though. He's going to try to take off down the rotations, but it's only a 1-for-1 trade by the end of it.
Spike planted.
Plant goes to Brody.
Oh!
One off, but Mystic takes it.
He's so quick to rotate over, and now Monster is alone. Only 30 points of health. 1v2 not impossible.
Apex taking it slow.
And Kiko going all the way around. Monster's got to read this, and the timing is not going to be with him, is it? Monster can't shoot back at Kiko this time around, so Apex stay on top. 2 players live by the end of it, and it's their round for the taking.
Oh, Musashi pulling out the util. So unfortunate. He had that first kill, and it was almost Ascend's round. Even then, Mystic finding that kill onto Brody is really what locked it up for them.
Here.
Look, Apex look calm. They look chill. At this point, they're not really tested as far as they would have.
Well, I think they are being tested in some of the calls. Like, now Ascend are in their rhythm. They're leaving deposits around the map, you know, watching these flanks. They're pushing through spawn to get the plant up. These are not simple rounds that Apex are pulling through on, but the way Apex are playing, where it's very clear duos, trios moving around the map, it makes it simple for them to take every engagement as something coordinated. The whole map and the macro of it can get complex, but how they're playing, it's off of one another, it's perfect.
Okay, correction then. Kiko's looking more confident. He's definitely stepping into his shoes.
All 5 in main. Here's Thrasher.
Not catching out anyone. Enzo actually drops. Monster doubles up on that, and Ascend have cleared up the A side.
Yeah, 3 players running down on the south side. Apex are going absolutely ballistic. Mystic calls to go up towards drop, but Kiko has the operator. Might be tough to find an angle here, because at the end of the day, Alive can swing off of the contact to Batty G. Does he look for too much?
Oh, wait a minute. Batty G stuck. Not the most optimal weapon to have here, alarm bot. Shadow spots it, clears it. Batty G collects it, doesn't need a rifle. And now Apex's chances have been nullified. They drop back, they realize this is not a double situation. Ascend get a couple of kills at the start and they guarantee a round.
The save call here is correct for Apex. This is where money doesn't matter going to the next round, but ultimates do. If Monster was to find a kill on one of these exits, that could be potentially very bad for Apex. That's an instant ultimate ready to go that you don't have to farm into an orb. Whereas, maybe you get knives for Kiko, but doesn't seem too valuable on that front.
You got it.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. All right, so by the end of it...
talking about the A main hold of Apex that round.
This is turning out to be quite the closer game than it all started to be, right? Ascend closing up the gap. There's 1 round left in the half, and we're potentially looking at a 7-5 score.
The fact that Musashi got past that was crazy, because you saw a similar trap setup to when the Brim ult was there, except with Thrasher this time off the turret. And not looking too thrilled about the results of that one. Actually, Ascend now playing maybe their most standard, like how you play Fracture round of the game, where it is just the Killjoy watching north side, and a bit of a spread here with just an early Prowler you'd presume in A main.
Ooh, very preemptive lockdown.
They're funneling them into the stack in A main. This is interesting.
But are they going to push or are they going to hold? Because holding allows them to get an easy pick onto Enzo there, pushing out of B main.
They're pushing back into it with the Rolling Thunder.
They're throwing down an Una reverse cut on and going aggressive themselves. Kaiko able to grab one before he drops back, and it's all in 1-for-1 by the end of the day. Monster locked on site, pushing over. That's how he makes it work.
Just a ballistic round. Now he's sort of stuck here on site, still taking the fight. They know Kiko is there. 3-on-1 into this A side.
They've got to take the fight though, because they've got the numbers. They gotta know Magnum's still over to the B side. They slowly peek through, but that allows Kiko to grab one. So we're now still at a 1v2.
Magnum, operator in hand. That was the swap Apex made in this one. He's gonna have to look for an opener because there's no rifle he can recover easily.
Look, man, this guy's tasted glory at the peaks of the EMEA Valorant. He wants to get there, and he can only get themselves closer with this clutch. 1v2. What can you bring out with an operator against two, man? Different angles. Oh, he knows where one of them is. Buddy G just gives it to him for free. Now he's got to make sure to check Alive's angle. He doesn't do it, though. He doesn't anticipate Alive. And that puts Ascend on 5, only 2 away from the score of Apex.
Switching sides.
This is the series. This is the game that we wanted to see. The two favorites here in Ascension, 7-5 off of the first half. Apex putting up a stalwart performance, but Ascend still managed ways to bounce back at the end of this half.
Oh, man. What a game. But we'll be throwing down to Lothar for an analyst point from this previous half. Take it away.
Oh, thank you very much. We're going to talk about Gecko, because so far, when it comes to Apex, we have seen them only play 4 rounds on attack with the Gecko in the past 3 months. Not many rounds, right? So, pulling up the data on that, those are the positions that Enzo played in those 4 rounds. As you can see, he's very flexible. Played 3 different angles so far on Faction, only those 4 rounds. So I wanted to bring up a little bit of theory here to tell you, the viewers, how can you expect the Gecko being used? So one of the most efficient ways of using the Gecko is to pick up, of course, the utility after using it to get then to reuse it onto site. And one of the best ways of doing that is effective taking of dish, because you can use the dizzy over the wall, you can follow it up for wingman to clear those first angles, and then farm the orbs. So the orbs on the dish and on the B area are very easy and attractive to get for the ultimate economy, because of the dizzy that is able to bounce from the walls and go back to the Gecko without being exposed to the danger from sight. And that's what I anticipate is going to happen when it comes to the strategy from Apex, if they're going to go for this slower approach. Because when it comes to like the explosive rounds, when they have the ultimate from Gecko, they're most likely going to be very aggressive pushes through A main. Remember that they can be also affected by a steam beacon from the Brimstone, which is very impactful because the ultimate from Gecko gets insanely fast. Still can be destroyed, but yeah, that's about it. Hope you guys gonna now look closer to how Gecko is utilized at this map.
Thank you for that, Lothar. Very insightful. And of course, we were expecting some extravaganza with the Gecko there and its value, so thank you for illustrating that. But yeah, entering a different half here where pacing is going to differ. So Ender, what can we expect running into this one?
Well, I think the main thing with the Gecko is it allows you to sort of instantly sweep into a site, as opposed to, you know, using your breach fault line early on in a round. You can save that for the actual execute. Just using that rechargeable util on the Gecko, and well, it's 5 players up into dish, so this one's gonna explode pretty quickly once that alarm bot ends up getting triggered. And I agree with Lothar, trying to get those orbs in for early thrashers is a great look.
So Monster hiding out with an alarm bot lying in wait. He's going to try and peek off of it, perhaps, but you might have a good sense of danger here because he's slowly dropping back, and it's for good reason. So many players around him. There's a fault line waiting as well. Nicely placed by Ascend to delay this push, but I don't think they have the clearest picture of what's going on given the rotation.
They don't really have any util to trap with it, so it just stalls it out a little bit. Now, it's not the easiest thing to drop out of here, but there's Dizzy. Flash should come in too, and it does.
Yeah, together the smokes will start to move on forwards. Brody left on site, not quite cleared. He does find some damage, but ends up dropping. Monster, though, the safe thing about him is that he's able to save his life.
Now, 2 players coming into main. That's going to be important, as is the fight out of CT, of course. But with 2 into drop, it It makes it so easy to hold in the post.
Look at Magnum though. I think he's going to go all
he's
the way
going on a
around the
walkabout.
world, but he might not have the time to do anything about it because Ascend are really playing aggressive with this one. They won out on most of the kills, and now Shadow's actually alone because Magnum is on the wrong side of the map.
I think he has mollies on it though, so he has enough time to go for this wrap.
He's delayed it. Oh, look at Shadow
He's
running
gonna be so
further away.
unexpected.
He's going to have to get a pick though. He's not able to do so. Aftershock delays it for just a little bit, but Magnum, is it right into the open for him? It is! He denies it, and I don't think there's time to defuse anymore. And that's going to allow Apex to grab the round from the spike explosion.
Absolutely gorgeous stall play right there. You have so many tools to deny the defusal coming on in. Of course, right, you have the breach aftershock, you have double mollies on Killjoy, Brim molly too. So it allows you to go for these insane reflanks that no one can watch for. Like at that point, like even the Killjoy util that could potentially be watching B, obviously it was A this round, like it'll be down because Killjoy will be on that A site. Magnum fully aware of the timing. You can see Kiko's seen it before, right? This is something you're going to do all the time and continue running back. Ascend are going to have to be so quick on their retakes.
Yeah, it's those satisfying moments when you cook something up and it just works out. But yes, Alive just performed a beautiful shot and just runs out of there. Classic, you know, makes it look easy.
Ascend can sneak away some of these thrifties.
Turret down.
Magnum attempting to deal with the rotations.
AS, get out of there.
Yeets out. Just in time.
Now, though, it does make it a little bit tougher, because if you're ever going to work up into Arcade, you have to worry about both tower, behind box, maybe someone coming in from that bridge side. A little shocking to see them try to three-player stack up, or two-player rather, stack into the area.
Which is why it's possible we'll be seeing Apex trying to delay this as much as possible.
Huge
Tag
shot.
onto Enzo. Oh man, if Alive keeps on hitting shots like this is going to be a Ascend's round, a round which really shouldn't be theirs. Let's see if this push is accurate from Apex with 3 players left. They're left into a chokehold, into the meat grinder. They turn into mincemeat, but Magnum is able to save the day at least for a little bit.
Spike's out in no man's land. Smoke's lasting for a little while. Is there a gap in that smoke? He still gets past.
Oh man, 10 points of health though, right? A pistol shot anywhere on his body still does the work. And there you have it, Monster delivering the final blow to the back of the chest of Magnum. And there you have it, Ascend win the pistol.
So again, if anyone was wondering why is Alive playing this Jet, it's so he can look for fights like that all the time. Like, yeah, it's not the standard pick. Actually, both sides playing the Jet here. And there's so many trap plays they could use with a paint shell. But the way Alive wants to take those fights, oftentimes just unsupported by utility, right? He doesn't have a breach behind him flashing him in. He's just going for those fights. The Jet enables him to do that, and it pays off huge.
Look, Alive has been flirting with Tier 1 for the longest time. He's been trying to get to those heights for a while, but I think in Ascend, he's really found his home. He's really found that grind that works for him, and he's shining.
And once he gets that operator on hand, like, he's good on attack, don't get me wrong, but this guy is a freak on defense with the operator. You can't get past him. And those knives, too. He goes for really aggressive off-draft plays.
Placing swarm grenade.
So with this upset, Apex are forced to lesser favorable buy, but still one of capable damage. Kiko, up close and personal with the Stinger, finds one. It doesn't quite open up the sight because Batty G is still waiting. Brody as well doesn't need assistance, does it all by himself, together with a Nebula of his teammate. And there you have it. Ascend clean up, and Magnum on site with a telegraph position. Can't do a thing. Musashi, nice bullet to the head to end it all. And that's one round of difference between the two teams now.
We are right neck and neck, aren't we?
Oh, it's getting close, man.
Winning the bonus, I mean, this just guarantees the Ascend's economy for so many rounds moving on forward here, especially if in future they end up dipping down into those light armor buys. You are sitting nice and pretty. Now, I would like to make a little request for our observers. If we see those aggressive B main attacks again, I want to see the early Gecko utility, how they're using it, sort of how Lothar was illustrating, banking it into that corner there so you can recover it easily and then quickly attack into the site, because you saw the site player there from Ascend. It was tough initially with that util. Again, banking that off the wall to have a cheap little blind.
Well, this time the operator doesn't work well for Alive. So he ends up dropping straight away. Lockdown to assist the push. So let's see what Apex is going to have to do with this one. Obviously, with a lockdown, you have delay rotation. So even though there's 2 players already up here on drop, they can't play anything too aggressive until the rest of the team arrives. The drop takes place to the unexpectedness of Apex here. And it's a 1-for-1 trade. Enzo is going to force him out into the open. Little did he know, Masashi's actually running forwards. Places a bullet between the eyes, and now he's got full sight control. Now he's got to stick the landing though, and with the nanoswarms it's going to be difficult. Ascend, look to get that speed diffuse going, and they're going to have to pressure Magnum here. One by one, they waltz out of the nebula. Can they stick the defuse? I think he can! They run out of bullets, and Ascend secure it!
Batty G with the full stick. We are all tied up here at 8. What a play. I mean, Ascend, that's how you have to play the game against all that anti-diffuse tech. You gotta push and you gotta get on the spike. And they just stick it straight on through, no time wasted. I mean, they went out a drop before the CT players were ready. That was risky. Traded 1 for 1, dealt with the site player. And then no fear whatsoever sticking it through.
Oh man, Ascend winning the series again would put an end to an 18-match win streak, a win streak going on since February. Could be quite the chaotic moment in this tournament. Would defy expectations, that's for sure, but I'm getting ahead of myself. This is still the first map.
See the Dizzy, very easily recoverable there. Just lands in the corner, clears out, makes sure, because it's so high, tells you there's no one behind box, so here goes Thrasher.
Yeah, although we get stunned, and it won't be able to spot anybody out. At least it clears out area, which Apex can take over.
Tells you sights open, but Brody has the Rolling Thunder ready for the retake. It's not easy to get the plant down, but the Wingman allows you to get that free plant in.
But Ascend, the game plan is to wait until they have main control as well. A bot and alarm bot will illustrate the presence of the Ascend there. Alive draws out the Blaze, trying to get a little bit more aggressive here. Magnum spots it. Dash forwards up, draft as well. Alive gets it done. Rolling Thunder on Q, but it misses the mark. It should have gone into tower because that's exactly what Apex are playing. 2 around the smoke, 2 up in heaven. And the rest from Ascend start to move forwards. Enzo drops straight away. They start to drop like flies. Ascend slapping them outside of existence. Mystic tries to hold on for a little longer, but he doesn't have enough bullets. Alive, shorty to the face, and that's Ascend for the first time this game, finding the lead.
Ascend have the momentum now. They're a loud team too. All the time you see Batty G getting out of the chair, arms in the air. When it's going well for them, they keep it going. And it's Alive here with the knife, switching over the shorty as well. Everything falling into place on them.
And you can see the vast contrast between the emotions of these players. Apex, a bit disappointed, a bit, flustered here. Not used to being tested so much like this, and they don't seem to be having the answers right now.
I don't think I saw you, guy in the sauce shirt, with your phone out. What are you doing, man? Pay attention to the game. This is sick. Apex and Ascend neck and neck here. Will be a timeout called coming on through here for Apex.
Look, there were high expectations for Apex coming into this game, coming into this tournament, right? 4 out of the 5 players have got a VCT EMEA title. No wonder they think they're in the top 4 of the league when they enter. So, if they enter, that's exactly what Ascend is saying right now, if you enter.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's all working for them. Just sort of checking this out right now.
Pressure is on.
There's an option for Apex in this timeout to call for a half buy. They can get 2 rifles, maybe even a 3rd if they drop Killjoy utility, but probably not going to want to go there. Knives an option for them as well. So it'd be unsurprising to see a little bit of a half buy, dip into the knives. The hope is, well, sure, they can buy next round still, but if they can try to pull out some of these big ultimates from Ascend, they can get a lockdown, they can get a Nightfall, then next round, potentially there's 2 big site-clearing ultimates in the side of Apex too. They can try to swing it back straight in their favor.
I think this tempo control from Ascend, they really like it on this defense. They know exactly what to do with it. Although, a bit of a mistiming there with utility from Apex, won't be able to punish this movement. Masashi, Nightfall as well, together the Prowler. Is he going to peek through out of the smoke? Kiko is looking for kills, but Ascend are respecting it, falling back. They're not taking this fight.
How aggressive are they going to go? You can see Enzo thinking about it, stepping up into the smoke here.
He's the one that's got to do a lot of the damage. He's the only one with the rifle. He's alongside with Mystic, but he drops it. So now it's all down to Mystic to do the heavy lifting.
Monster can get in position for the lockdown here. This is going to clear and open up the site.
Oh man, unless Apex go forwards themselves, Monster finds a shot before even the lockdown comes in play.
He's still fighting him, man.
He's got a perfect angle there on the upper ground. Kiko desperately trying to take over that location, but he's not able to do it. Magnum has to fork away, but he cannot hide. They know exactly where he is, and they're going right after him. It's a manhunt. And with taking him down, they put themselves on double digits, Ender. And I think Apex now realize they haven't won a round for a while.
It has been a drought for them. But mission accomplished in that one. They get the spike down. Mystic has ultimate. Shadow, just one orb off of that too. Now they can start to cook something up and get onto one of these sites. This is a situation where Ascend probably need to get aggressive on one side of the map, play very weak side on the opposite with Killjoy to stall out. You don't want to be sort of caught waiting on the back foot on site versus those ultimates coming in. So that's exactly the idea. Eyes on Alive and Brody set up over towards Dish. This can very quickly turn into a north side flank with 2 players if they so want. For the time being, Alive is just posted there.
Oh, look at this.
Apex just send it straight into B.
Quite the send, although a Nebula put it into it.
Yeah, that Nebula been pretty common here as the response. Tower is going to be open. Actually, check out where Monster is playing right on the right side of Dish, and with Musashi swinging around the corner. Ascend are ripping them to pieces. Monster finally falls, but the spike is stuck in Arcade with 2 players of Ascend coming to get eyes on that.
Oh man, and the timeout's already been used. How do you compose yourself after that one? You enter his site and you instantly die. And now Magnum, he's in an all too familiar position. Plenty of times left alone against an X amount of players. And this time it's 3, and they know exactly where he hides. An accurate shot by Life puts an end to that, and little by little, Ascend get closer to closing out this map.
The disrespect of smokes has been so brutal. Ascend have pushed through this generator smoke almost every round. Musashi carves 3 players. They were also, their teammate that was just playing directly on the right side of Dice, ready to crunch into Arcade, hold that cross, and just play nasty, nasty angles. That's kind of how you got to do it. When all of Apex are looking to follow that breach ult into sight, you come out of a pocket where they think they are completely safe. It's a gamble, but it paid off huge.
Look, Apex this time around have got a lot going for them, right? 2 very influential ultimates. Exactly. Yeah. So with this site potentially being empty, whoa. The fact that Alive goes for these unpredictable attempts makes it so hard for Apex to read.
Ascend have been told, do not respect Apex's smokes. You just push through that full unleashment.
But the next fight is going to come through main. Magnum, close by, together with a Rolling Thunder. Everybody just pushes forwards. Apex finally getting some control, but Batty G is taking the fight right back at them.
Still Enzo on site here. He's the sole player left to deal with these. When he comes around the corner for one, looking for another. The bodies are starting to hit the floor. Apex with a huge advantage here, 4-on-2.
Oh, the graceful Frenchman leading by example, holding on to the site, and that's Apex gaining control, finally getting around on the board.
Right back into it.
And now, with that round on the board, they've got their hand on the steering wheel, at least Ascend are not fully on the driver's seat. They're 2 rounds close.
We're gonna need a pace change from Apex. 3 rounds in a row, it's just been blitz, blitz, blitz. So this time, they try to show it a little bit. A flash, a footstep into A main, but slowly tempting around to B. I didn't even notice the operator carried over for Kiko. That's a bold play, hard to blitz into sight with that as your option. And that's part of the pace change. When they actually end up deciding to go for an execute, do not be surprised to see that traded back to a teammate so that you can activate that dash into sight. But for now, with that turret broken on the north side, it puts a lot of pressure on Magnum. Yeah. He's really concerned because now he has to watch, well, are they pushing me in Arcade? Are they pushing up on Bridge? There's a lot of options for Ascend to go for here.
So often Magnum's left alone, right? But Apex, this is where the push is going to come through. Musashi's aggress forwards. Look, the door's only been broken, but so do they expect them to be this close? Do they expect 3 players to contact forwards? It seems like they do. Alive is the only one good enough for one, but the rest of them just drop straight away.
Ascend just died to their own boredom there. They were like, Apex isn't doing something, we must go. The contact play gets absolutely destroyed. And Apex, they're pivoting back over into the B site, or yeah, Ascend are completely abandoned here.
Apex are like, thank you, come again, we'll take those.
And goodbye.
Goodbye, yeah. But it's not quite goodbye because they've got a lot of, meetings with them for the next few rounds. It's not all over. Yes, okay, you get yourself to a 1-round difference between you and your opposition, but still a long way to go.
Potentially 2 more maps after this as well.
Exactly, and given how close this series is, it's potentially going to be a 3-mapper. That's exactly what we want, right? Wouldn't want anything less out of these 2 Goliaths.
Apex didn't even have to use their ultimates. Sen just walk into them. That is a great display of just round-to-round calling. After conditioning the early aggression, they just hold still. Regardless of that north side turret getting broken, they didn't push back into A main. I think that's why Ascend were maybe thinking, oh, well, if they're not like capitalizing off that space, maybe we can actually get a flank. They're probably set up outside B if we haven't run into them in A yet. Well, it gets punished. This time, though, I think we may end up seeing another dizzy play towards Arcade, and the operator did go into Magnum's hands, very common, so that they can have that fast exec when they decide to move in. Them just holding that operator. It's 2 turrets almost on the south side of the map. Turret watching B main, and then Magnum himself becomes the turret in A.
Look, Brody had a lot of nice calls yesterday against their opponents, but now he's really got a task ahead of him. The battle of the brains, Brody and Enzo, that is quite the battle. And for now, he's got to give the call. Be resilient, stay still.
Oh, was Brody spotted? I think Kiko might have heard him.
You've got to be aware of both angles, though. Could be a buddy system in play. Fault line in this direction. Kiko aggressing onto site. Aftershock not going to be stopping him. But that fault line is going to give it all away, so he's going to be very careful in the consideration of using it. Batty G, though, holds on. Orbital stroke after him, but he's safe.
He's able to dodge out. Door ends up closing, so now Spike stuck in A main, still hasn't been able to get out.
I have a feeling Mystic wants to play hyper-aggressive here, but the fact that Kiko gets a kill does mean that he doesn't need to do it anymore. But he falls into the trap of aggressing either way, and Ascend have done a complete topsy-turvy, full control. Shadow not affected by the Nightfall, so he can go right back into the fight, and he's got a crossfire with his team leader. Shadow triples up, sending them to the Shadow Realm. 1 point of health remaining, and he's got 1 more kill to deal with. Alive, he's been so good in these clutches. 1 point of health required, but Shadow finds the headshot and sticks the landing.
That round was bananas from Shadow. Catches Ascend slipping, lines them up, knocks them down, and with just 1 point of health makes it happen. I mean, that just can't happen. It's just not possible. And yet that 3.
Oh. And the crossfire placement by the end of it, just the cookie on top, the cherry, if you will. Oh my goodness, and that changes the atmosphere for Apex 100%. Turn it all around, man. They're the one in command. They're the one with a 3-round winning streak. And they've equalized the score with their opponents, Ascend.
Pavlos, this is the first time this half Ascend haven't had a bye, right? Since they won the round 2 Thrifty, they went on that streak, and now they actually can't scrap it all together. They have knives, they have ultimates, but Apex have everything they need to go up to map point.
They can definitely feel the pressure, and if there's anything that can get them out of this cookie jar, if you will, it's MBS. The coach has gotten a Champions Trophy under his belt with the same organization. Different players, of course, but let's see if he can bring them to life when it all matters most.
Important things for Ascent here. You don't use your big ultimates unless it guarantees a round win. If you hold on to them, you have 3 going into the next round. You can at least play for overtime. If you get a numbers advantage, that's where they come through.
Live blades out, unsuccessful at the first contact. They're going to have to rely on their ultimates to win this round.
Yeah, you can see the actual rifles and knives, those are mainly over towards B. So that's where they're holding very aggressive lines looking for that. Musashi just going to be tucked in here with the Stinger. He just needs 1.
I bet he wished he had
Alive, just found one on B!
Judge?
He got the lurk!
Oh, they don't clear it! Trigger discipline by Musashi! But he can't get the second kill! Kiko keeps his team in play with 2 points of health.
Another lurk now, Shadow. Will he be spotted?
But Brody knows to play the numbers game here. No reason to over-aggress here. They've got the 4v3.
Time becomes a consideration now. 50 seconds on the clock. Alive still, full control out here in stairs. So
it's polarized positioning, right? 2 per side. So Apex need to take the numbers advantage to them. Interesting position taken by Shadow as well. Alive is waiting for it. Oh man, with these blades, he cannot miss today. The Israeli is popping off.
You can't divide and conquer versus Alive. He's gonna win his ones every single time. Now 30 seconds on the clock and Alive's going for it.
Spamming forwards, and now he's got a Vandal in play as well. They've gone in spawn, but they don't have time to go anywhere. 20 seconds? Where do they go? Ringing around the rows, they're going back in the kitchen, but that's exactly where Alive is. Kiko finds himself the kill, and they turn right back into the B side.
10
Brody
seconds,
is there.
10 seconds!
And they're all so low. A bullet anywhere on their body would do it for them. But he doesn't take the fight. This might have costed them the fight, but no! Brody has got it all secured. It might have been a given opportunity there for Apex, but no! Ascend get it done. A bit of BM in there to make them dwell on it, and that's going to be Ascend on map points.
Alive is just incredible, man. What can't he do? Getting aggressive with it, finding the kills, defeats the lurker. I mean, he found every lurker into underpath. That's his kingdom. You couldn't ask for a better situation, Musashi, not getting cleared away.
Can we just remind everybody that this round started off with an eco? Well, they're the kind of a weird
No,
buy.
it's a bulldog and knives. That's all they realistically have.
A wonky flunky buy, and they made it happen.
They didn't even need to use the ultimates to win it. Now they've got 3.
Well, the blades, kind of.
Yeah, it's a fake ultimate. Fake. now he's got an operator in hand.
Alive would beg to differ, but yeah, for sure. A lot of ultimates in play as well for both of the teams, but Ascend seemed to have the gauntlet on that one.
Get out of my way.
Ascend are going to post this op up in A main, and then probably go back and get a heavier stack towards B. They can also just play full retake B. That's where their setup is going to be.
Oh man, Apex got to stay composed in this one if they want to take this overtime.
Counter time. You're not getting on that site, no sir.
Sides.
They could send out Wingman though.
They're going to send out a Wingman.
They're sending it.
They're sending it.
Oh my god!
Oh, Monster reads it! Kiko, goodbye! Mystic, inwards, finds the kill, but they're all locked down. That means Ascend are going to push forwards.
3 detained, 2 detained on either side. It's just mayhem as BaddyG finds one. Now the fight coming in.
Shot found onto Enzo, but it's through the wall, which means not enough damage to find a kill by the end of it. Oh, Alive tries to updraft, but Enzo turns it all around. Shadow, though, is the next one in contention. He's got 2 up against them, but can't find a single one. Brody taking charge. This could be it. This could be the end. Magnum. Every single clutch he had, he couldn't secure it. He's got to do it now. Not going to do it. Ascend win their map pick. 1-0 against Apex.
Ascend.
2 rounds, all that separate our top teams here in Ascension. Every round down to the wire. And those 2 rounds, what it comes down to for Ascend are 2 thrifty wins. Round 2, after losing the pistol, pulling that out of nowhere. And then on 11-11, the knives play from Alive sends them to the finish here to take map 1, just 1 map away from pushing straight to the finals.
It doesn't get much closer than that. 13-11, the final score, and my goodness, I think this is a crazy result to get us started with, right? It started to be a bit of a composed matchup, but by the end of it, it got scrappy, it got messy, and hero plays were necessary to solidify the result.
I mean, yeah, we were 7-5 at the half, 2 going the other way, and then the win streak after securing the thrifty, it just couldn't be stopped.
I think we all need a breather after that one. So yeah, take a breath, because we'll be back shortly after this with map number 2.
What a fantastic start for Ascend. They take map 1 in this best of 3 against Apex. I'm your host, Enzo, and I'm back here with Hypoc and Lothar. For a second there, I thought maybe Apex can steal that from under Ascend's nose, but Hypoc, what a great way for them to close out.
Yeah, I mean, that one round, the forced... are you good over there?
Yeah, I just remember those rounds now that you will bring up. PTSD.
We'll show it. We'll show it as well.
Oh, okay,
yeah, we're going to show it.
There was one round, though, where it forced Ascend down, and then they actually convert the Thrifty, which is... I mean, it happened a couple of times. I feel like the first half, it almost felt like a miracle that the scoreline was that close. Then Ascend go on a run in the second where I don't even think really the Gecko was the issue with where Ascend were able to run away with that. It was just solid protocols from Ascend.
Yeah, and in general, the solid protocols that you mentioned are like very visible from the other side of the team. So for Apex, on defense, those protocols are very effective. We have seen some cool setups, but then on the attack, the protocols that they have seem to be misaligned with what they want to achieve. We have seen the Gecko actually being a problem a few times.
Yeah, I mean, I actually made a comment. I was like, oh, I'm not sure if the Gecko's going to throw Ascend off too much. And then first 5 rounds, we see Monster turn in the Dizzy.
We're going to show that as well. Like, what are these spoilers that's happening right now? Should we just show one of them? Because let's just show one of the things that he was talking about. I think this was the 2v4. This was the kind of the 2v4 clutch
This is
here.
the shadow.
1 HP.
This is the shadow.
Yeah, this is a PTSD moment for me. Like, so many rounds like this are just, you know, they're throwing bodies at people, but the spacing is not the best, and that's something that we had been talking about Ascent in yesterday's matches, right? But unreal clutch for Shadow on 1 HP.
We did catch Megan's reaction, I mean, because this was a big round, right? This is the one I was talking about. It forces Ascend down to literally against the ropes. It puts Apex back in a position to actually reach map point first, and what happens coming out of that? We have another alive round.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like on any other day, Apex might have just closed it out. After winning a clutch like that, you just kind of ride the momentum.
But the thing is, they always open, not always, but in majority of rounds, they actually opened on their advantage. They had 14 first bloods, Ascent has 11. They had so many advantageous situations, and yet they were not able to win them. In 5v4s, I'm just gonna check out, in 9 rounds, when they had a 5v4, they only won 6, while Ascent was winning 7 out of 8. And then in the 4v5s, also Ascent was more effective than Apex. So they were just they had the advantage, but were not able to like, let's say, play correctly when they had that advantage, and they were throwing those advantages away or were being punished by Ascent.
Yeah, I think that's why it was such a close game in the end, because Ascent could have closed it out, I think 13-8 or something like that in the end. But let's take a look at this Gecko stuff that you were also talking about as well, Mike. We're so good to you today. We got everything you wanted.
Yeah, I think this is the second one where actually the layering of the utility is perfect. He goes here to turn the breach flash initially. I think the red flag comes in, was it round 2 or 3 where the first one comes through?
But you know what's funny is that the breach flash is actually behind the box, so he would not be flashed.
It would have been impacted,
And here, this is the one when he turns around first time. He knows exactly he's being pushed. He knows that the Gecko will go, and I was like, oh no! Oh, I forgot I have to shoot it. That is such an unfortunate situation, because we have seen this literally situation happening when Reyna was introduced to the game, and people were turning around from the flash because they were not used to play against a piece of utility, and they didn't have the muscle memory to instantly shoot the Reyna blind, and the same happens now with Gecko.
I will say though, I feel like props to Apex for conditioning them to do that, because they paired the Gecko breach flash together a lot.
Exactly, yeah. And once actually that layering of utility comes through, almost the, well, dare I call it the evil genius-esque kind of play with the layering of utility, that's when they were actually able to catch Ascend off a couple of times with some of these solid sight holds.
I love how that's a thing now. That's a verb now. Yeah. The EG-esque way, yeah. She deserves it. But I also wanted to quickly mention Kiko and Alive. I think coming into this match, we were all very hyped about these two going head-to-head against each other. There was a couple of rounds where we saw that come true, just the impact of both of these players, but I don't think it was as kind of the end-or be-all win condition in the end. What do you guys think?
I feel like Alive had been a win condition for Ascent in some rounds, but at the same time, I think it was a good representation of the teams in general, and they were not like playing the first cello for both of them.
I feel like the difference here being Ascent have a lot of set pieces and setups that are kind of bespoke to putting Alive in the position to be the tip of the spear. We don't see that as often from Apex. Again, a lot of these executes are kind of like slow contacty hits, and then it's a util burst, and basically Kiko's only really reliant on to dash and create a little bit of space, a little bit of pressure on site.
Yeah, but the thing is, you guys, Fracture, that went to the side of Ascend, and it's not the end of the world for Apex. They don't really like this map, really, anyway. They don't play it very often. But we are going to move on to Haven, which is basically their home ground here. I think they've only ever lost once or something crazy like that. And Lothar, this is where things could get tricky for Ascend.
Yeah, it's gonna get tricky for Ascend because, as you said, it's the home ground for Apex, but at the same time, this is a map that is just, I don't know how to express it without saying that teams are just meta slaves to how they should be playing.
One-dimensional.
Yeah, one-dimensional can be something like that. I'm bringing up the maps for Haven, and I feel like every single team that I bring up is the same team. they're just different colors because we're swapping between the different heat maps, but it's always the same story. We have a Sova on the A main, then we have, again, I cannot draw for some reason, so I'm just gonna show it with my hand. So we have the Sova playing on the A main, we have the Breach on the A link, then we have the Omen on the platform, and the Killjoy on double doors. And it's the same story now when we're gonna swap to Ascent. They have the same setups. We have Killjoy on double door, we have the Omen on the platform on C, we have the Breach on the link, and then we have Sova on the A main. That's something that is just being prevalent in almost every single team when it comes to defense on Haven, and I would love to see some variation coming from both of those teams. And I feel like if they don't surprise their opponents with their defense setup in this particular matchup, might end up in a tragedy. And also very important to note is that Ascent on Haven in the last month they only played it once, and they were very ineffective on the attack side, which is not something that we typically say about this team because they only won 3 rounds out of 13.
I'm really glad actually you closed off there. We're talking about the attacking side because yesterday one of the issues we saw with Saw facing off against Apex was their inability to force an adjustment, right? Time and time again, Kiko is allowed to drift up and post up on a very deep position on Haven on the defense. Again, the Killjoy utility wasn't dealt with, wasn't forced out, so Apex were happy to sit in kind of these 3-1-1s or even 4-1 setups time and time again. I think that's something that Ascend has to be conscious of here.
We had this conversation yesterday that we both would love to see shock darts being used to deal with the Killjoy utility. That is something that we don't see on Ascent, that is something that we don't see too many times being used on Haven, and yet we're literally facing a map where the Killjoy is almost always using the utility in the expected places, and that is putting so much pressure on the defenders if the shock dart is used correctly.
Yeah, well, Musashi had a live game on the first map. He's moved over to the Sova here. It's a mirror matchup, like you guys said. I don't think there's a lot of creativity or experimentation on this Haven, but I am a little bit concerned for Ascend because Apex, when they are confident, when they're playing in their comfort zone as well, I don't see anybody beating them on Haven.
I tend to agree with that. Obviously, the factors yesterday being Kiko having a slower start, but we've already noted he had a couple of rounds where he was very prominent. We see immediately, it's very visible, the shift in confidence there to get himself back in the game. This being map 2 in this series now, I think it's also a benefit that Kiko can maybe be a little more active here to kick things off.
Well, for Ascend, if they can win this, they'll be locking themselves in for that grand final, which is huge here for VCT Ascension. But for Apex, though, X-Warrior and Ender, they have a chance to come back on Haven.
They absolutely do. This is their home ground. This is where we expect them to sort of draw things back in their favor, and where Sen might struggle a little bit, especially on that attack.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map where, especially looking at Ascend's side, once they go to defense and the operator gets in Alive's hand, that is where they are absolutely terrifying. First half, honestly, I think if they get 4, they're in a very comfy spot here. Anything more than that, and it's looking real nice for them. So we'll see what they can get done on the attack. Of course, you've got things like Enzo's famous Sova on the opposite side. They're going to have to break before they can do that.
Look, I think that previous map completely set the stakes of this game, completely set the tone of it all. So hoping that we follow through in this second map as well as we enter Haven. Of course, it is going to be Apex starting off with the defense, Ascend on the attack. So we'll have to see whether Ascend can get the ball rolling from the start. I think that's really important for them.
100%. As you jump in here for Haven, we are going to be seeing Apex already setting up a little bit of a push here in mid. You can see 4 players ready to go. Looks like Kiko might try to walk out, actually delaying it just a little bit if there was going to be a tension there. After hearing the early steps, though, it's 4 players now on this A side, but it's a complete fake out from Ascend. Yeah, it's just Killjoy to slow him down.
Look, that is a lot of KG utility waiting out. And Magnum is there to
huge break though.
Back. Indeed. Doesn't do a lot of damage. Still a nanoswarm on site, but that's also dealt with. Monster pushing into Garage, but can't seal the deal. Even when Magnum can't see, gets it all done. Kiko on site as well, wanting to move on forwards. Batty G pressured, but Kiko yet again finding his way on the scoreboard. Musashi holding back. An influential position, Brody as well. They're going to have to be taking isolated fights here. Good flash on the Musashi, can't see a thing. Brody called to action, but again, Up against 4, this is so tough. Mystic, up close into the smoke. The moment you enter, you're a dead man. And that's going to mean that Apex win the first pistol of this map.
Now the gamble stack doesn't even matter that Apex picked the wrong site. Monster falling in Garage just sort of instantly cooked the round. And you feel for him because the Omen Paranoia, that's not a blind, that's a near sight. He can see the bullets coming straight at him. So he's able to turn around and get that kill, but that was a must-have. Just made the retake a little bit too simple coming around here for Apex, crunching out of Garage and CT. So easy does it for them. They win the pistol. And the real threat there is the op coming online very early, potentially as early as round 3, although with this buy, looking at round 4 for Kiko.
Who would have figured Alive would play with a Marshall in the second round? Who would have thought? I haven't seen that in my life
defense,
ever.
doesn't matter. He's going to go for the duel.
By the way, shout out to Fnatic Mini, the coach of Fnatic. He sent out a really nice stat on Twitter. Alive has played more maps on Jets this all rounds. I don't remember actually, but he's played more Jet than any other player in the EMEA this year so far.
Checks out. It absolutely checks out. It's funny because it's on maps that other people would play other duels. He's like, no, give me the fights. I want it. Now though, with this forward post, you can see Enzo abandons the Jet to hold this forward angle, and they can stack a little bit more heavily on opposite sides of the map. Jet being so far forward here means that even if you lose this fight, you have enough time for players on B, Garage to rotate into A before that hit actually comes through.
Yeah, but Ascend completely slow the pace down here. Anticipating Apex to get a bit too aggressive over to this right-hand side. Given they get a pick onto Kiko here, that's a free A site. I think that's what they're begging on. Kiko stand up, Cloudburst for cover. Has to drop back, no dash available, but he's out of harm's way.
Here's the thing though, first he survives, but also those rotates are now coming in.
That's so fast.
Ascend looking to beat that gamble stack again as they fall out and probably end up finishing B here. They only have one smoke on Batty G.
They do. There's an alarm bot lying in wait onto the B side, a potential crossfire as well, as both sidelines of B are taken care of. It is a trade at the start, so a potential spike plant wouldn't be all that bad, and especially with a pick, Ascend might be finding some damage this one. Let's see if they can guarantee Aftershock dealing with monsters. So this is looking to be quite a quick one. Paranoia doesn't catch off Batty G though, but no kill. Good shadow step there. So Musashi left alone. That's one kill. Can he find anything else? That's the question. Touch on the spike. Doesn't want to aggress. I love how safe Apex are playing it. Not taking their chances, not going to lose any more players. And this one, that's going to be Apex doubling up with only 2 casualties by the end of it.
Yeah, let's not forget that Ascend in that second half of Fracture won that round to Thrifty and just carried it all the way through. So very important that with now 3 pistol round wins for Apex, they're able to, safely convert that into a second.
Never underestimate them on those types of rounds.
Yeah, never underestimate the Alive Marshall. He will be anything but. Now, looks like Ascend actually a bit of a mixture here with heavy armor. So this is a full buy for them next. They will not be able to piece everything together unless they decide to go light in round 4. But it's actually a very aggressive early setup. Batty G was playing on top of box here. That's sort of the anti-C aggression hold where you can hold that higher elevation and catch someone by surprise. But they even have an alarm bot to catch that out. That's just very strong awareness from Ascend of these types of plays, but it means that if they want to go back into C, they have to use a lot of utility to do so. That'll mean the Sova drone coming out from Musashi to clear that close left, clear Cubby. Any of those things can be problems for them.
But for now, the avenue towards C looks fairly clear. Apex just banking on Garage control for now.
Wow.
Yeah.
They want to contact all the way in. It's a bit of a gamble, but it allows them to get very close before revealing anything so they can pop out onto the site.
And it doesn't waste all that utility, right, for them to cross onto long. So Kiko down allows Ascend to have that early numbers advantage, and with that space control, Apex going to have to play aggressive, not really holding back for all of the players to come in. They're trying to take a chance by finding picks here and there, but they're really not successful in finding any. Magnum, the only one with a pick. So Ascend knowing exactly where it's going to be coming from. We'll be looking in his direction. And they're not peeking him. Why should they?
Yeah, they swing off Batty G here. Great discipline. Okay.
Or not.
Musashi goes for a little bit.
Down to 9 points of health as well. Do you save a Bulldog?
No, but you look for exits in another area of the map, unless you died to Timmy the Turret. Uh-oh.
Oh, that would be funny.
Oh, Timmy.
Timmy the Turret. Oh, I think he heard
turn
him.
away.
Audio
Coward.
cue. Doesn't want to take on Timmy the Turret.
Dude, that's embarrassing. Like, people talk about AI, but you're about to just lose your ear to a turret there.
Hey, look, he didn't
Definitely
lose.
out of a job.
He's just fearful of him. Timmy, quite the strong boy. Yeah, so he'll be dying to the spike explosion to make sure he's got the economy for a full and solid buy the next round. So Ascend find their way on the board with only dropping alive really. Pretty solid round.
Yeah, you know, some slight risk, but because they're spacing, they're not at too much of a risk. They should have been able, if anyone was playing that forward position, to find a trade. And I like the look from them. I think those types of hits are especially effective on a map like Haven when there's not something like an op in play that's going to be hard holding that angle. So that becomes all of a sudden not an option now that Kiko, of course, has the round 4 op. By winning pistol, guarantees it for you in that fourth.
Up?
Nope, wasn't going for that.
Okay.
You, take a breather and move right on past that. As Alive gets to smoke and move past the op angle. This is why it's so frustrating.
You can't hear it now, can you?
Yeah.
Oh, Wilkes in even further, but misses a shot. Ooh, dear, that's the up gone. Enzo is playing his Odin like he loves to do, but it seems that Shadow is doing the solid work of holding out onto the site for now, but no box will stop Enzo from shooting. Keep on holding, but when he's playing those angles, it's so difficult when there's so many players. So A-site taken over by Ascend.
Everything down to Mystic now on the flank. That's a tough angle to catch.
Oh,
Brody
Brody
finds
reads it. And Magnum, can we just have a count of how many times Magnum was left in a 1v3? I feel they've been so many. His team just doesn't want to play with him, man.
I mean, he's the sea anchor.
I know, potato, but I just like it. I don't know. I think he needs a better friendship
It's the
relationship
hand
with his
he's
team.
been dealt, unfortunately.
Yeah. Set up to fail.
Ascenders, I love it. It makes me happy. Because sometimes you can get a little bit loosey-goosey, especially when you have an explosive round or two in a row. And over peak, Ascend not making that an option whatsoever. That's a way to get an opener. Just spam it right on down through the smoke. Yeah. I do think one thing to call out, though, is the Enzo Odin, because you can continue to see that on this map. And you know, there are a lot of Sova players that will play that Odin, but a lot of times you're going to see spam, you know, up mid towards window, or even on attack, breaking down doors. Enzo is a guy that just loves to spam that A lobby wall and catch you out. So you have to show some respect early on in rounds. You get caught out by the Odin, really anywhere around the map. Not in a round like this where there's no rifles really at play, and, well, Ascend can go zooming on into C.
Well, as the two most stacked rosters of this tournament come head-to-head on the C site, it's Magnum to make his Sheriff work nicely. Cowboy work as well from Mystic. Oh, he's known for his highlight reels on C, but unfortunately it's the firepower to supersede Apex. And the captain left alone. He's going to have to demand respect with performance here with the ball. Oh, I think he's just barely past Musashi. He doesn't get spotted. They don't know he's crossed over just a pick, but not much else to work with by the end of that one. And that's going to allow Ascend to gain the lead, 3-2.
Yeah, Ascend have the lead, but I think they also have some ideas of how Apex are trying to play this map. So far, Apex haven't really invested into any flanks on the defensive side early in half, so that's something they're not as concerned about, but they have been trying to retake very quickly before the spike even gets tapped. They're flooding out through the smoke, you know, utilities coming into sight. They're trying to sort of catch Ascend as they're in transition, getting onto site themselves. And you're going to see that very continually with how quickly they've been looking to rotate off of B and out of A-Link to support A, and they're just flooding out from CT. They're going to do that a lot. Maybe not with Killjoy ult on hand, but all Ascend continue to keep the tempo up.
Have a look at this one. Pedal to the metal, but Alive ends up crashing inside of the lead brought out by Mystic, and they just don't hold back. They move into garage, they transit over. But Mystic is there just holding out, and with the pressure it puts onto them, it's just so much. Avoids the aftershock, gets a kill. Such acrobatic work brought out by Mystic.
A lot of time for Apex to work with. Actually surprised they send in the Sova drone really early. Kiko not in position, but they're looking for that.
Hunter Suri, and he reads the reposition of Monster. Shadow picks up Musashi by the end of it. Monster is a dead man. Nice Hunter Suri by Enzo. And that puts Apex on square footing.
Yeah, note to self, never question anything Enzo does on the Sova. Of course he's going to be looking for that ult. He wants to send it in early while the teammate's rotating in so that even if he doesn't kill everyone on the site.
Look at this man, he knows what he's doing.
Definitely does. But it shows you a different look, right? If Apex can throw some variation in how they are looking to retake, well, that's going to keep Ascend continuing on their toes. This round, things got a little bit goofy, I think. Obviously, there was tons of utility being trying to send up into window with that flash, and that position was the one that wasn't caught by any of the breach stuff, so it becomes a little bit awkward. But this is a big, big swing round here.
Oh, yeah.
Tons ults on opposite sides. Money good enough, though, that teams will be able to buy in the next.
Could be quite a momentum swift, maybe. Especially if a team uses all the utility. Ooh.
Just get spammed out.
Into the action.
Even though he smoked himself, they're able to hold that one, and C is left completely open.
And the Rolling Thunder doesn't affect a single player, and it's brought right back into retaliation.
They fight so fast out of this, though.
And Alive is stuck within his smoke. He's going to have to wait a bit, and by the time the smoke spikes, he's still stunned up, so nothing he can do in that location. Magnum trying to hold back the Garage attackers, but Monster draws back from that. They're going to rotate over to the other side of the map.
There's an alarm bot in mid, though, that's going to spot out Monster when he goes for this lurk attempt.
Could have been quite of a fake, though, to rotate over. Because they are sticking around.
They're just testing right now. If Monster can find an engagement here or even play to break that tripwire, that puts so much more pressure onto Apex. Ascend don't have to commit just yet, but looks like they are going to regroup over towards the A side, maybe B. By now, the operator's on A, and they throw a lurk smoke to try and threaten that they could walk into short while they now move into the B site, only alarm in their way.
The question isn't whether they'll enter the B site. The question is if they're able to retain it.
Yeah, they were waiting for the smoke on Batty G.
A lockdown coming out from Magnum.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
So they do get it down safely, and Apex have got a decision to make. Well, the lockdown does fall through.
It's all on Musashi.
The pressure is on Ascend. Musashi holding through, holds down the kill. Aftershock on one of a shot onto that lockdown, but he's going to get caught out. I don't think he can get out in time. The rest of the team can, though. One player detained by the
that's Enzo. Enzo's stuck over an A-Link.
Oh, but he's known in a position where he can get shot down. Apex enter the site.
But now there's a reflank from Brody up into Garage. Time has been ticking away.
Oh, Brody. Look what he's got cooking up. They've got no idea he's here. He can just hold this angle all day. And that's how Ascend are able to guarantee it in the end. Very nicely played by Ascend.
Ascend sort of dancing on the edge in the round. It was such a funky round, mainly because of how Batty G played it. Because he used the early smoke on top of C-Box, he only had one smoke for CT, so Garage was open. Comboed that with the breach ult, it made it really hard for them to get into the site. At the same time, because he throws the lurk smoke over towards A to pull a rotation, they didn't have a lot to work with in B, but they managed to hold the right angles, and calling for that reflank from Brody, going past where the kill jolt was absolutely stellar.
Yeah. Well, Ascend did have to use a lot of ultimates into that one, so let's see if they can make a round work without them. And Enzo, early pick on a Brody. Where did that come from?
Well, it came through a smoke.
Through
Don't think Ascend were expecting
through
it.
a wall. Just Enzo thinks. He doesn't need an Odin to wallbang, you know?
That was just spam. So because the alarm bot was put behind the wood there, they just spammed that alarm bot that they saw last round. They download that, take it, but there's an op here, and well, Musashi looked like he DC'd for a second there. He's just holding the angle, was not expecting someone to come around the corner.
Everything looks slow-mo if you look it through the lens of Kiko. Not because he's slow, it's because he's super fast.
He's so fast that it looks slow.
Everything
right.
else looks slow.
Yeah,
you get what I mean.
It was a compliment.
Mm-hmm.
Nailed it.
Nailed it! Took a while. Although the A site is what Ascend are going to be going for, and Apex are going to give it over. Magnum reading the play, so they're going to completely guarantee this one. Let's see if there's any magic to be brought out by Batty G and Alive. Batty G caught up by the paranoia, sends one out himself, but he's been spotted underneath the site. Alive forced out into the open with an aftershock as well. It's looking troubling, but a lot of utility utilized already. Batty G's repositioning is red. Alive, they definitely know he's here. There's so many players up against them. Really nothing you can do. And with this defusal, this is going to be Apex squaring things up 4-4.
Sometimes the most fun rounds to watch are the ones where it's like Jet Omen in a 2 versus 5. So they have to do something completely unhinged to try and win the round. Batty G trying to put up a TikTok montage, teleporting behind Apex as they flood out into the site. But yeah, 4 players caught by that Sova dart at the start of the round. No one on track to shoot that one. I think that's just the one that lands off the back wall too. Like that is a common occurrence. As I missed that in the heat of the moment.
Look, both the teams going round by round at this point, really close. No one really gaining any ground, significantly at least.
There it is. Yeah, just alarm bot going off the back window. This time gets broken away. Do they just deposit Alive here over on long? This drone Don't think it lasts long enough to fully scout out the Cubby. No, it doesn't. It barely gets over the smoke, I think.
They want to take over Garage, or at least bait out some utility from the Killjoy. Trying to take it down, that is. Put question marks in that area. As soon as Magnum hears that Aldron, he's out of there.
Yeah, but now they can set up a crossfire long to back of sight because of the position Kiko is with that operator. When they come out onto C, they have no way of really dealing with C long.
Well, Apex definitely know that C is being taken over right now, that the push is coming forwards. Magnum respects it. Kiko, though, holding that long angle, brings his position to life. Now, where'd you get the spike down, right? You've got no real safe position. You're going to have to take the fight to them.
Yeah, they have to fight forward. They've also got to lurk on A. They're going in!
And they're really making it work. Shadow, though, coming in as his reinforcements, helps it seal the deal.
Knives.
Kiko, though, bring out the plays, getting back on site, is able to help out in guaranteeing the hold.
Be faster.
Look, okay, Alive gets one. Is there a world where it's all three? Have you heard the story where Alive gets 3 kills and wins a round for Ascend? Sway moment? Nah. Well, it's not this time. It's not happening this time around.
Not with that setup from Apex.
That's a different
high, low, and the play rate to swing off the contact. Yeah, don't think that one's coming through. Wow. I mean, look, Ascend had to cook something up there trying to push into spawn, but they were just sort of pinched, you know? And as soon as Kiko decides to go flying in with those knives, there's just too much pressure on that front.
I think the crunch call was well coordinated as well. You know, as soon as they realized, look, Ascend are taking the aggressive, they made the call for Kiko to just aggress on forwards. That's exactly what he did. Dash forward, really close in on them, make the map smaller, suffocate them. So Apex finding the lead, 5-4, timeout brought out by Ascend.
Yeah, I think there's an idea where Ascend need to be thinking, okay, look, if we're trying to like deposit someone over towards A, well, either we have to like play slower with the group of our team so that after we sell that we are executing into C, maybe we're not actually going all the way out, right? So then Jet can creep forward, take more space on A. We leave ourselves with an out option, right? The way Ascend were playing that round was, oh, we're going all in C. Maybe we plant it for CT, and then in the late round, our Jet's going to show up and be able to have a nice angle on the defuse. But I think that's just a bit too large of a gamble when you're not at least splitting into C, and you can sort of direct your attention one direction going in there.
Look, I think a clear point for this game so far is that it's been a lot of variation coming out from Ascend. Not necessarily making them easy to read by Apex, but at the same time, haven't found exactly what works best. Haven't quite... I mean, look, you could also say that Apex haven't made the same hold either. Too many times, at least. But Kiko going for a bit of a walk, and it could be quite a good one.
It's a late short aggress. Usually you'd see the concuss come out a little bit earlier.
Enzo holds out, make sure there's no aggression coming in from long. Aldron comes through. They're going to bank on holding down sewers, but no, Enzo drops back even further. Kiko might be trapped there. Enzo delivers. He knows exactly where Brody is and keeps the spray going. Shock dart. Does it fall in place? No. Gives him time to reload. There's a player behind him. Bunny G! What is that? How do you get behind him like that? Kiko, up close and personal, shorty in hand, and it's Monster on the other side of the map.
It's just pure pandemonium here. I don't know what's happening. Shorty's coming out. Batty D teleporting behind people. And now it's Monster all alone in a 1-on-3. They know he's here.
They know exactly where he is. Okay, Nanos will maybe get them out into the open in some location, but it's all opium at this point. And now he's thinking, look, my team has no money. We got nothing for next round. Do I save a Vandal and at least have one? Do I try and deny weaponry on the other side? They've got money for days.
30 seconds left.
Do I try and win it? Do I try and go for that biscuit? He's going to give it a go. The good old college try. Oh, look, there was no way he was able to get a second kill and, you know, then win the round because of Kiko's position. But still, valiant effort.
That being said, Apex now gotten a few in a row here. And I just have to say, the play from Enzo on this anchor spot, just phenomenal. You know, he's sort of saving his dart. Because I believe, I wish I remembered and we could like see the time in game, but I don't think he insta-used his dart at start of round, right? Because they were going for the slow short aggress, and that meant he had the dart ready to go, even though it was a fast exec from Ascend. Yeah. Usually that would beat the timing, right?
For sure.
You have until 57 seconds to hit that A site before he has that dart he can play with on a round like this, but...
Oh my god, Alive! You sneaky man. Okay. Well, that forces Apex out. They're like, all right, we'll go for a retake. We've got Enzo on Hunter's Fury. We're not going to make planting the spike easy for you. Respected blades. Only a few left. As soon as the spike gets touched, Paranoia gets dropped as well as the Hunter's Fury. Brody is trapped. Ooh, he's low. Magnum drops. Oh, what a superhero landing that is. But is it good enough? Alive with the blades is doing wonder work. And we're still 3 versus 3.
Take flight.
Aldrin per either side. They're desperate for information. Shadow's waiting to drop as well. Enzo goes aggressive with the Odin, but that's going to be punishing. Shadow drops from above again. Monster alone with the operator. Can't connect the shot. It's a Marshall, actually. Even worse. 1 bullet left. How do you get 2? Unless it's not a collateral. Has to reload, has to look away. And Apex are playing together. It's perfect teamwork from Apex there to solidify it in the end and get themselves on 7.
It ended with teamwork, but at the start, that was a bit freaky, just jumping through smokes, going for it all on your own. That was, I mean, look at that, just dropping on out of there. Had the aftershock to support. But then after that, it's Enzo loses a teammate. He's like, no, 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 no. This is my time to shine. I'm full on sending it.
I heard that no, no, no in a very French accent. No, 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 no.
Oh, man.
Adequate for Enzo.
It's good enough, you know? That wins it all for him.
Standing ahead.
Now the early break here of the door. Actually, Alive is just going so aggro on these rounds.
He plays so aggressive. He's trying to catch Apex off guard so many times.
At the same time, Batty G's, you know, sort of crept up on A without support.
Ouchie.
Yeah, but I think Apex are going to be fully aware that A is going to be very light, right? You just have Enzo to sort of spot when you have the Jet posted so far up C with the operator, Killjoy watching B and Garage with the alarm. Now they're walking into an A stack ready to go.
And especially when they've got a lockdown enabled, they're happy to go for retakes.
And Ascend were waiting for recycle. So at 110 was when the second smoke for Batty G came back up. In a few seconds, we're going to see the fault line ready to go for Brody. In that time, Apex have rotated 3 stack and they're getting ready for a reaggress down short.
Oh, this could be bloody. Aldrin spots them, so they're able to avoid that fight for now. But Alive isn't letting them avoid it. He's low, but he's right in the midst of it. Shadow, how is he still alive? Finally drops, but still, Apex, disadvantage. Mystic to the side, gets red, and Ascend just pursue this A site, get the spike down. Yes, some damage is coming forth. Enzo trying to make it happen himself, gets away with 1.
But now 32 HP, the shock dart's coming on in. He's got to play through the Matrix.
Oh man, look, lockdown came through, but there's a counteraction with that Hunter's Fury, which allows Kiko to move inwards. They can turn it all around themselves. And now it's a 2-on-2, Monster isolated. They know where he is, but gets the job done against Magnum. And he delays it by so much. Allows Masashi to reposition. Yes, he drops. But is Masashi in a good one? Kiko reads it, knows exactly where his opponent is, but goes directly for the spike because he's read Masashi falling back. Goes for the touch, Recon shows him, goes for the swing. Kiko! Calm as ever! Reads it, defuses. That's the win for Apex.
Down to the wire there. I can't believe it from Kiko. I mean, Ascend played that just about as well as they could on the initial hit, up 5-on-3. But it turns absolutely on its head. Apex, they go for the retake when the Hunter's Fury comes out to cancel the lockdown. The lockdown was just a ruse. It was a distraction so they could get back on the site. And Musashi looking for the quick swing around the corner. Didn't try to play for time, tried to take the fight straight to him. And Kiko's gonna win that 9 times out of 10.
And what a way to close off the half, right? Because now you've got tempo rolling in your veins. You've managed to secure a really strong round on defense. And now you can turn it over to attack. You're now in charge of that pace, of that tempo. And we know how important that is. But obviously, we're falling into a realm where Ascend are most strong.
100%. Alive on attack, great player. Alive on defense, gnarly with that up. You cannot underestimate that. And so far, Apex, 3 out of 3 pistol round wins. They've been able to guarantee all of those. If pistol goes the way of Ascend, on the other hand, we're looking at that up very online early. We're looking at evening up the scoreboard. We're looking at the start of a fantastic half. I cannot overestimate how important this first round of the half is going to be.
Look, I mean, we're seeing a lot of desperation attempts, heroics yet again. I think it's this pressure point of a game. Very difficult to handle. Look, I think this is the most both of these teams have been, you know, challenged this entire year thus far, in an official at least.
I mean, it makes sense. Winner of this goes to the freaking finals of Ascension.
this is probably the rematch, right? This is probably a match to be rematched in the grand final, right? We're talking at the two most prestigious lineups in this tournament.
Oh, 100%. I mean, regardless who wins our next match between Saw and Gentlemates, like, they are looking at a very difficult opponent in the lower bracket to make that run up into the finals. Either way, these teams have to be your favorites as it stands currently. So what does this mean for these teams coming on in here? Actually, it looks like we are going to have a brief little pause before we can get back into the action. But hey, it allows a bit of a reset, a bit of a breather for these teams to prepare for the next half.
Look, it is important to mention that coaches can't talk to their players during technical pause, but obviously because it was half-time, they already had that chance. Look, I want to roll it back a bit. Let's talk about these teams. Let's talk about their journey thus far, right? Coming into the start of this year, looking at these lineups, everybody said, these are the two teams in Tier 2 everybody has to watch. Ascend in the Eastern Challengers League, and of course, Apex in Polaris in the Nordic seed. And for good reason, right? You've got Mini Fnatic, you've got Ascend, which has got Monster from that VCT season, starred with players that have flirted with that Tier 1 level for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
So we're looking at the most strongest, cause that everybody's looked at. But it hasn't only been on paper. They've they completely smashed their regions, and now are looking strong contenders for Tier 1. If we had two spots to, offer to VCT EMEA, both of these teams would be doing a stellar job.
Yeah, look, whoever, wins this year, there's going to be a loser. Well, we're maybe looking at 2024 if they can make that gauntlet run one more time.
Unless they get picked up individually by VCT teams before that.
100% true, 100% true. I mean, you hear the rumblings of, how teams have been scrimming, because obviously there's only 10 teams in VCT EMEA as of now, right? So you might look elsewhere to get some practice in. Apex, of course, has been a team that has been supposedly, allegedly, tearing it up in the scrim environment. So you've obviously seen it show with their domestic performances here as well. After dropping that first map, though, they are truly being tested here to go ahead and bounce back.
I want to hear your thoughts here on this one, Endo. Okay, we're jumping into game. Okay, we might not have that time.
No thoughts.
No thoughts here. No thoughts here. But we're getting into the game, and that's exactly what we're looking for. A 5-round winning streak for Apex by the end of that one. So now jumping into this half, they're looking as strong as ever. Can they win the pistol to deny the operator off of Alive?
Deny that early pickup for sure. Apex, the light armor enthusiast, set up to go quickly down over towards short. And actually, Ascend were a little bit stacked towards B, so the rotates over might be coming here in time as Apex slow things a little bit down. It's just straight out into the open for Kiko.
Yeah,
and the site is completely open.
I like the nanoswarm placement. It shows that they're not allowing their opponents to play ultra aggressive to push forwards, which places them into the smoke. Together with the full line Paranoia, Kiko is trapped into the corner. Can Alive deal with him? Not before he gets one himself. Paranoia is so good by Mystic, just hopping his way forwards. That allows Apex to gain the clear lead, with Batty G left alone. And every single one of the Apex players hold a different position. One more than he has to account for, and there you go. Apex win the pistol win, exactly what they needed.
Yeah, 4 out of 4 now. Completely dominating on that front of the game. Felt like the retake, obviously for Ascend, they're trying to play in a similar way where they're flooding out as soon as the spike gets tapped using that utility. But it felt a little bit staggered maybe. There's the Jet in the front, then the next two players a little bit behind. And the crossfire setups like coming on through here. Yeah, there's some chaos with the Jet smoke dashing on into the thick of things, but and sometimes you get kills like that, I suppose. That definitely helps. But it starts to slip. Now, of course, can't forget, Alive has the op. I mean, Marshall. Sorry, it's kind of interchangeable, the Marshall and the op in the hands of Alive, because he's just finding heads regardless.
Same thing. Sniper rifle, give him anything, and we'll make it work. Apex slow it down quite a bit here. Want to get the right read.
You can see in A lobby that lurk smoke was thrown, so Alive doesn't have perfect info. There could have been someone that crept up over towards short A, and that's why Musashi's getting called in for some reinforcements. No drone or anything to scout just yet, but with the Classic, he's fine to sort of spend his body into that. And will there be a fault line or anything? No, just full on sticking the angle, taking that one, and yeah, the operator in the hands of Alive.
Stop challenging Alive, guys. That's the rule of today. That's your lesson. Musashi is even in the corner, yet to be challenged. He was paranoid, but it doesn't really come down to it. Smoked off. Alive can't drop away in time as Kiko finds him, but This is a really important position by Musashi.
Turret was broken on the flank, so Apex can be wary of that. Musashi.
They're wary they haven't cleared out this corner. Which is why they've got 2 players holding it out. BadiG helps out though, and allows Musashi to move in. He misses a shot. He fumbles it. An opportunity for Ascend missed. And Mystic and Kiko put their power together to close it all out and get to double digits.
You can see how close these rounds can get though. As soon as that kill came out from heaven, all of a sudden that shot lands from Musashi. They could turn that into a 50-round win.
A completely different scenario.
Those small, narrow edges, even when there's not a buy on the table for a team like Ascend, every single round between these 2 teams can instantly flip off of something just as small as the timing of when that kill came through.
What a timing. What a timing indeed.
And now the fallout of the pistol alive on a Phantom. Trying to actually insert right outside that cubby on B.
Ooh, alive, sneaky bugger, look at this. Holding it out, enabling the dash, he wants to get away, and he does. Mere damage to the back of his shin, but there you go, that's a kill, and he's out alive.
Yeah, he can walk that off and look for more.
And he wants to go in. Magnum, though, delivers the seal of death as Brody has another fight of his own on that A site. And they know where the spike is. Ascend can play defense.
Yeah, Ascend can sort of shrink their position on the map now. You can see abandoning the fight on B, rotating safe through spawn, getting out of garage too because they're wanting to hold on to the spike. Musashi finds that. His teammate ready to trade.
And you can say Ascend respecting the center of the map. There were a lot of question marks around it, which is why the rotations didn't come as quick. But they can still play it slow. They're clearly ahead in numbers right now. No reason to be overzealous.
They're a bit divided now.
My double's dead.
Leaving some small gaps here for Magnum to play through. Not really enough time to make anything happen, so this likely just ends up turning into a save, looking for any exits on the opposite side.
But hey, that's Ascend on the board, right? At least they gain a grasp of this half, because so far it's been Apex all the way. I mean, it's only the pistol on the follow-up, obviously, but yeah. Ascend get the round that they were hoping to get to start chaining things together for them.
Oh, he's actually crept back into the angle. Oh, this is so awkward.
10 seconds left.
Fault line. Oh, Magnum wins it. And he will be surviving for now, although there's Brody behind him. And I don't think he's not really going to go for the pursuit. By the end of it, Magnum dies. No save Vandal there. Didn't wish to do it. So Ascend on the board on the second half. But half the amount of rounds that Apex have accumulated so far.
Just solid play. Brody in particular over towards that A site. Ascend are going to mix things up just a little bit. Now with Alive looking for a peek down A short. It's been a little bit passive, I think, their holds towards A. You know, sure, they had the Marshall round, but now they can look to set something up a little bit more so. Although Brody not in position to use a fault line to enable that. Actually a short smoke from the attacking side to block off any angle Alive could play.
This is a clear Alive counterplay.
Sure, sure. But the follow-up from this does mean that Alive can post on that box. You usually do that with something like the Operator, so it means that you either have to risk the 50-50 or commit the drone into spotting that.
He knows he's impending doom here. At least he's impending a fight. Maybe it's a dash. Oh, he's going to aggress, isn't he? Spots out one and it's Shadow to win it. Apex ahead. Alive a little bit too greedy there.
Yeah, there were options, right? You have fault line from Brody that you could try to set yourself up for the fight. The contact play not working. Alive just really wanted to make use of the dash, and it cost them. Now, Apex understand numbers advantage probably means a little bit more aggressive play or risky play from Ascend to flip things. So that's why they're sort of holding and seeing if there's going to be another contact step up around the A side of the map, a reaggress for this second wave of utility coming on in. The drone has been enough to pull the attention of Musashi off the A site, so the rest of the team can walk in. Just 2 smokes really enough to buy this.
This is very doable, especially if they pick up Brody. Nobody's checking him, though. I feel like this is a bit of a rendezvous from round 1.
It's a slow wraparound. That's how you have to try to clear this off. Defensive smoke!
Oh dear, you don't check short, and that's going to be costly. 18 seconds, you got to act quickly. Brody's still alive into the smoke. Mystic finds it. Ascend low in numbers, though, which means BadiG is called to action. 11 seconds, have to get onto the spike, though, Apex do. That's exactly what they do. BadiG takes a chance, moves forward, but smoke is no longer there. Monster wasn't even in the fight. And again, Monster in the 1v3. Oh, it's actually Magnum in 1v3s usually.
Might be possible to isolate these fights. No one really instantly ready to trade off of Kiko.
No.
He has the turret to spot his right shoulder. That may be enough.
But to me, the turret just gives him the play. As soon as he changes his weapon, it's Kiko out from the shadows. Nicely played from Apex.
Yeah. Apex are winning these rounds, but I also think they're learning a little bit of how they can, in future, try to attack this A site. There's the timeout being called by Ascend on the opposite end of this replay. But primarily, I think that if we see Apex go back towards this, they're going to deal with the short player. That position has been problematic for them a couple of rounds. Even that they've won, they have options to maybe use the fault line to stun that player. Jet, instead of dash smoking to path backside, can try to jump up on top of that triple box and peer down onto that defensive position over towards short, because it is very clear that that's how Ascend want to play. They're even using a defensive rat smoke on that area to give him an angle where he can peek the planter without getting swung from backside.
Absolutely. And I think, there's merit to what Ascend were going for that round as well. It felt like at the start of that round, at least from that initiation, they had a chance, especially with having Brody in that angle. Anything could have happened. So, yeah, Apex want to make sure that it will be no more. But this is an Ascend timeout, and like many others, they tend to draw things back in their favor.
Yeah, well, the thing is, Apex on 11, do you risk them going to 12? Because the buy is disastrous. This is an alive knives round. He is the only player that actually matters. He's going to be investing into heavy armor and those knives, and with that, maybe they can pull something out. He is going to play aggressively. You can only imagine. He's a big fan of, updrafting, double updrafting, looking for verticality. You can use that for things like retakes over on A especially. But eyes have to be on him for Ascend to stop this from going to map point.
Clearly a decision on Eco this time it was.
He's ready for a double updraft here to peek into A lobby. So it's a full bait on the orb stick there. They're not smoking it off or anything. They wanted people to peek lobby, because if they do, that's the updraft signal from Alive.
And if they don't, it's a free orb from the Sashi.
Yeah.
Not too bad. Very aggressive dark cover coming out from the left-hand side, actually, from Baddy G. Might allow him to move in even further.
They're trying to sort of push Apex into this 3-stack on the A side, or commit them to, spending a lot of util to clear out C long. And I don't think Apex are going to take this bait.
Not biting, are they?
It's a little bit telegraphed. They've got a good read on this play. Also going garage, maybe a little bit risky against potential stingers, shorties,
shotguns,
those sorts of things.
Yeah,
so
you can't risk it.
Just playing for that C long that just a sheriff to spot it out.
As soon as Baddy spots it, he's going to call for rotations, but he's alone. So if they aggress really fast after this, there's no chance Baddy G can defend this. Repositions with the TP. Kiko spots him, has to move into the smoke. There's a spray coming towards him, and eventually it's successful in finding him. Monster holds onto his ground for now. Spray comes across, and there's reinforcements coming through from the back of the site. 30 seconds, they have to double back.
Omen now ulting up into A heaven. Not with the spike, though, so he's just in this position. Musashi in hell will not be expected.
He's got the info. He knows exactly where the TP has come across, and that's exactly where Ascend are going to try and isolate him.
20 seconds. This could end with just a good stop of the plant going down.
Magnum's got a lockdown for guarantee,
but there's no time for it. There's no time for it.
It could come in. They have to go for the spike plant, but Musashi is there holding it out. Spike now fully under control of Ascend.
There's no time.
Have to move on forwards. Can't get to the spike on time. Brody has to stay alive.
Are you kidding me?
Can't. Mystic had only milliseconds, and he gets it done.
An unreal drop from heaven to get the kill, but that round was lights out. The spike goes way too far away. There was no time.
0.06 seconds.
Even then, Ascend get lost in the sauce. All you have to do is have one player survive. Both Brody and Monster sprinting onto the site in the chaos of it all, losing track of the little details. That puts Apex on map point. Yes, finally there's the op in hand, but this is what I was talking about, the way the rounds have gone. The first op of defense comes on 12 points for Apex.
Rolling Thunder straight out of the bat. Okay, Kiko runs out of it. Reset for the next round. Ascend have got a mountain to climb. 7 consecutive rounds is what is required from them. And Apex have got their eyes set on Haven.
Musashi's ready to snap this ultimate off a tag, off the plant. Actually not in time. Monster finding that kill though opens up Garage completely.
Lockdown thrown over. Rolling Thunder giving them the thought that they're going to be playing aggressive right now. Mystic, important pick coming forwards. Hunter Sturi looking for a pick. Alive ends up with another, so Ascend got the numbers. The 3 hiding out in long. Difficult to deal with. One way as well. Smoked off. Monster regressing, but the timing isn't right. Shadow brings out his weapon. The spray counteracting it. Again onto the site. The spray is so good. No one can defuse. But Alive is sticking it once again. Throws down a cloudburst to keep himself alive. But he has no time. He's got to get it down now. He's got to defuse it right here, right now. And he's not able to do it. Apex close it out. We're going into Lotus, baby. 13-5, the final score.
Apex.
The dominance Apex needed to show after Fracture just narrowly slipped away from them. Once they got going, they were a machine that could not be stopped. Dominant on their second half attacking phase. Their post-plant hold just absolutely unbreakable from Ascend.
Untouchable. One round only went to the side of Ascend that second half. Well, I mean, it was what we were talking about, right? Getting that pistol win, denying the operator pick for Alive. That's exactly what happened. Alive, I don't think there was a single round he had an operator in his hands.
It was just literally the last round. The first time he got it was the last round.
And they didn't contend him.
And he lost it at the end. It just slipped away through it all. Ascend, I think, gonna maybe kick themselves a little bit for that round that just lost them 0.06 seconds, but they have to bounce back, reset, because we just have one more map to decide who will be going straight ahead to the Ascension Finals. We're gonna find out which team that is right after this.
We've conquered all of you. We're never gonna stop. From London to Berlin, but always is on top. Enzo with the opening, and Kiko in attack. We're better than the rest. Whoa, we're winners back to back. Ale, ale, ale. Ale, ale. Ale, ale, ale.
It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. on the beat. Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat.
What a fantastic response from Apex there. They bring this series level, which means we are going to map 3. I am your host, Enzo, and I've got Hypok and Lothar with me once again. You know, we talked about how this is the home ground of Apex, and that was just another slaughter, wasn't it?
Yeah, it looked like it. It literally felt like they outclassed Ascend here. There was very little positives for Ascend to really build upon, to be quite blunt about it.
They were just stopping them in their tracks.
Yeah.
Yesterday, we actually seen this not be as impactful against Saw, because Saw was trying to plow through everything that was being thrown at them by Apex when Apex was on the defense. But here Ascend was just literally kind of like confused on what is the next step when Apex is not really moving an inch from the defense positioning. And also because of that, Magnum ended up with 4 first bloods, the most amount of first bloods from every single player here on Haven on a Killjoy.
Yeah,
like that. You actually had an unreal performance.
He had 4 on Fracture as well. That seems to be kind of his thing. He just gets 4 first bloods every single map.
That's the bar he hits it. His quota's met,
but I do feel like, though, we were talking about how, you know, if they are confident, if they feel more comfortable, they can do things like this. And Kiko, I remember when we spoke to him last night, Mike, you know, I kind of got the vibe that he really wants to carry, and he's not fully happy if he doesn't carry. But if we take a look at this round, the land nerfs we spoke about, oh, they're gone, mate. They're not there.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said, for Haven to be the first map opening yesterday's series, I think maybe you have the allowance for that here. You can tell he already got those nerves out of the way here. Again, even just the way that he approaches the site, and there's not many times that Apex put Kiko at the front and kind of build things around his impact. I think that was actually a stark contrast today.
Yeah, and not only that, I feel like that was also way better performance just from the player that we're watching right now. Enzo had a thing like the comfort buff, because he's back on this Sova.
Imagine if he plays Sova on Fracture.
Right? On Fracture, it was visibly like sometimes confused which utility using in which way, but here on this map, he was like really in his play, like he was in his own sauce here. But Kiko, I feel like there was a lot of duels that should have never been won by him, and yet somehow he just pulls it.
I mean, this is the thing. Yesterday, even he was a little bit unhappy with how it all started. You said his hand was shaking a little bit as well at times, but I don't think that's the case at all anymore, which is what is starting to make Apex scary because when you have your players like Kiko performing here, Hypo, I don't think there was a world that they would have lost that map. Honestly.
Yeah, and it comes back to a similar thing we were discussing yesterday as well. It's actually what's scary is if Apex can mold this up-and-comer to actually be dependent upon when it's necessary, because the wealth of experience and I guess actually the raw firepower that comes from these experienced players that surround him, it's the final piece of the puzzle in my eyes.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to those final pieces of the puzzle, they were also able to iron out the problems that they had on the previous map, on Fracture. Again, they had most amount of first bloods in the map, 12 to 6 when it comes to Ascent, right? But the advantageous situations that they had on this map, they were able to convert them. And in the span of the 5 seconds when they get the first blood, they never lost one. Like,
wow.
They never lost those rounds. They were able to convert all of those rounds. So there was actually very effective, let's say, fundamental level of play from Apex on this map.
I mean, the reset is just incredible from them. I know we mentioned Magnum already, and I want to take a little bit of a deeper look because he's just a menace, I feel like, here. He's definitely, even yesterday...
I mean, he diffed Fizzy yesterday as well, yeah.
He probably is the one player where, you know, we speak about how other players on this team have so much experience. They should be the ones that have zero issues on LAN, and he is living proof, you know, what these international experience has done for him. I'm just happy that he's still playing Killjoy after all this time, and also putting up these kind of numbers, and just want to make sure he doesn't hurt himself though when he's doing that.
I feel like he's going to break his wrist or fall off the stage or something. We saw him stack it yesterday off the chair as well, so get a little bit concerned about it. But yeah, it goes without saying that he's in a number of these rounds bailing Apex out, actually, when there is that kind of random factor, which we say Apex don't ever usually really entertain. Actually, he's just demonstrating time and time again that he can anchor for these guys and they can depend upon it.
It was actually imperative when it comes to his first round, because we have seen this kill actually happen when he turns around when he was paranoid and he kills the Omen that is shooting in it back. That was a round opener on Haven. It was really set the pace.
Well, that round, that map even, we were very, very confident in Apex, but we're moving to Lotus now, and I think the playing field is leveled somewhat once again. Two very different philosophies as well for both of these teams when it comes to Lotus. So Lothar, break down what you have for us here.
Yeah, when it comes to Lotus, we're actually gonna, as you said, we're gonna see two different, completely different approaches on how to play on this map. First, this is Ascent. Ascent first cycle. So before the reset of the utility at 40-second mark, and as you can see, they really don't care that much about executing on the C side. They play typically slower paced if they want to end up on C, but if they go towards the A side, it's more committed. And that is a problem that they're gonna face, because when we're gonna swap to Apex now, we're actually gonna go to their defense. There's gonna be a breach on their side, and that is let me just pull it up. We're gonna isolate our breach here, and breach is playing on Apex, typically on B side. That allows him to be the medium range support that he's designed to be, because from this B side he's able to stun everything. Whenever he's needed, he can support every single player on his defense side. Doesn't matter where he is on the map, because his starting point is the middle of the map. This is why he is also so impactful on Haven, and Haven and Lotus share a lot of similarities when it comes to the map design. This is why I love Breach so much on this map, and it's gonna pose a big problem to Ascent attack, because they need to tackle that stun first and how to approach the map.
Well, so far on Lotus, at least yesterday, the preparation they did really showed, and I think they even credited winning that map based on the fact that they were able to really prep hard against Gentlemates. And the attack side, they're going to be starting on attack again, and they got 9 rounds on the attack yesterday, Hypox, so it's a strong side for them.
Yeah, it definitely is, and actually what's key, I know we were talking about this yesterday, is actually the way that Apex employs Shadow around using this utility reactively as well. It's never, we were commenting on there was one of the rounds where it's still no utility was used until it was a very late round hit onto C. I think that's actually key. It can be a little concerning sometimes, but if Apex don't decide to actually secure anything or deny any space early on with the utility, it's always there. So Ascend have to be cognizant of that fact.
Yeah, it's as you say, it might be a downside and also can be an upside.
Absolutely,
I feel like it really depends on what is your
Value
philosophy.
dependent, yeah.
Yes, I feel like the philosophy is: do we fight for space early, or do we wait to see what the opponent is doing? And I feel like in general that's something that Apex is doing on almost every single map. They are trying to get the informations of the opponents. In general, I'm really liking the compositions from both of the teams that we typically see on this map, since we're gonna see Apex on the Haven meta composition, which is not the meta composition for Lotus yet, but it's very effective. And then for Ascend, Hypog, we have a very, let's say, similar composition from another team.
Yeah, we do. The only swap out being the Omen, obviously, in place of the Astra. So whether or not that's going to, I guess, tap into Ascend's intentions here. Interesting comparison. Again, we talk about the double controller having more options in terms of the mid-round, in terms of denial of information, opening up some form of pressure behind it, and maybe keeping Apex in check in terms of leaving a player towards one side. But with Magnum playing the way he is, and the value that Apex get off their utility, I think that's definitely a good counter.
Yeah, and Mystic yesterday, when they beat Saw here, he dropped 30 kills. It kind of took him having to kind of take the team on his back and carry them a little bit, because as you guys remember, I think there was a point where Saw could have also closed it out. It might not have ended up being a 2-0. Yeah.
Look, I would just say one thing. Mystic doesn't have 40% headshot rate or above today, so it's not as good as yesterday.
Slack it.
He's got a chance on this map to bring it back. But this is it, you guys. A spot for the grand finals. The winner of this map will be going straight there and earning a massive advantage of those 2 map bans in a best of 5. So X-Ray and Ender, I can't wait to see which one of these teams will be going through.
Yeah, we can't wait either, Yinzu. This is actually a really important match, right? As you said, one team will be getting the first seed into that, final, and the other one can't falter another time, right? Because they'll be the lower bracket, do or die.
Yeah, the tournament does not end here in a loss, but it does mean you have to win another best of 3 against the victor of our next match coming up after this. So we go into Lotus. 2 teams, of course, very closely matched over the course of the day, but Apex absolutely cruised through Haven. They've got to start things off on the defense, which is, of course, the much tougher side to play on this map. So really, the ball is in the court of Ascend, and what they're going to be able to bring to us here on the attacking side, with a much more meta composition. You would see this type of stuff a lot at the higher end of the game with double smokes, the raise, the fade, all that stuff. Apex, on the other hand, they've got Jet, they've got Breach. Everything is here to set up Kiko to find those early fights and take it over from there. And we're already seeing that in the pistol. He got donated over a Ghost, the light armor. It is the Kiko show here on defense for Apex.
We can already feel the energy on this one. This is going to be a banger. Whatever this map has shown us so far, the series has shown us this far, this will be great. So far, a little bit of contact onto that left-hand side, but no paranoia expended thus far, as they expect to use it for a crush.
And Ascend weren't able to actually get past that smoke early, so the early investment hasn't given them control of Mound just yet, and they haven't really inserted themselves up mid or over towards Rubble either. Now Monster smokes himself with the cross over towards Rubble. There could be any number of players behind that. Apex won't know it, but they're also not playing for the A site. You can see it's just sort of deep setup from Killjoy to find when someone commits onto the site, and then they can play retake.
Alive, Paranoid, Kiko on top. Finds cover within his cloud, but needs assistance to draw back from this, but he might be losing his life, and that's exactly what happens. Alive, accurate, and so is Misashin. Ascend opened this map up.
Yeah, Shadow's gonna have to play aggressively here. Risks making the noise to pick up the Ghost, because the other team, Ascend, just blitzed straight into this B site.
Mystic known for playing within the smoke, but of course will be sprayed after. He does survive by the end of it.
And look how aggressively Ascend play their post plants too, moving over into Baby Door. 2 players in the bottom of pit as well, both holding into main.
Wait a minute, I thought Musashi was the guaranteed it, but instead he ends up dropping first. Enzo, can he open things up? Leading from the front.
Who plays 2 people down here?
Apparently no one, and Apex do not expect that one bit. Ascend win the round with relative ease.
And they win their first pistol all day long. It was 4 for 4 before this for Apex. Important way to start it off, especially on your attack here. Get the ball rolling early.
And that's funny, actually, because Ascend yesterday in their best of 3, they were the ones to win every single pistol round. So, yeah, how the turntables.
But look, when you open up by killing the sort of turboed player on the enemy team with the armor and the pistol, that's such an investment that falls through the floor from Apex. And that's where sort of the pivot point in a lot of these rounds is going to be. You know, does Kiko manage to post himself up somewhere? Is he able to get at least his one? Maybe even escape on after that. That'll be very important for them. But we saw yesterday, actually, Ascend have really good ideas to answering a lot of Rebel aggression, especially with the Jet smoke dash. They were throwing a haunt right on top of Rebel, tagging out the opposition and finding those spam kills. So Ascend have a lot of interesting ideas of how to approach the
Look at this here. Oh, it's a death ball of pistols. Oh, but they're all so low due to the snake bite.
I want to turn. I want to turn. Let me go in. Okay, Enzo gets it.
Enzo's like, just hold my beer, kids. Gets it done in the end.
Oh.
Last player standing.
Oh, at least.
A little aggressive just pushing into spawn on his own. I got nervous
true.
for just a moment there.
True. Oh, Enzo, have you got to cook something else for us? I love this pistol, by the way. I love the skin. It's my go-to. For the Ghost, that is. I think for the rest of them, I'm not
You know what's unfair? Is on the tourney client, you unlock every single skin. You can just use whatever you want.
That is true.
It's truly the best part about being a pro player.
Just become a pro player to unlock skins. That sounds about right to me. And so actually doing more than I expected him to. Gets a nice kill with the Banshee, but that is it. Ascend win themselves the follow-up.
Yeah, I had to double check real quick and make sure that third rifle of the FPX buy was picked up at the end of it all. So now Apex with the crowd behind him. The crowd's been rowdy for him today, you got to admit. Now get a chance to sort of bounce things back in their favor. Ascend have played, you know, some slower, more contained rounds here. You're not going to see anything really different. Now, of course, when they do move over to the A side of the map, Enzo has the Odin in play, which is really frustrating to deal with, especially with any of these early darts to tag away. So Paranoia just used down that lane to allow Kiko to potentially scale up to Rebel.
And of course, Enzo on an Odin. Because that's his thing.
Yeah. No, 100%. The Odin terrorizes this map, especially, you know, banging through that wall over near tree. It makes these A hits very challenging.
Monster again throws down a snake bite to deter any push. Last time around didn't quite work out for them, so they're second-guessing themselves. But Magnum is the next one in contention as there's two pushing towards them.
Yeah, Turret was tagged, and actually Ascend can play this really relaxed. Only two players in here, but the benefit of the Fade is she can sort of scout for herself sometimes, really on-the-fly agent.
Magnum barely gets away from the C's there, but Masashi instead ends up dropping the Shadow. Oversteps is welcome.
Yeah, tried to take the timing there, but all in all, should be fine. 4 on 5, although the Odin is here to look for spam on the planter.
They're really insecure about the fragility of this site, and they do expend a lot to try and guarantee it. They're not going for the spike one just yet. They want to go even further. They're moving into the spawn. Brony ends up dropping, and Ascend are actually very low in health. Look at Monster, 16 points of health. Alive is walking into the lines then of Shadow, and there's nothing they can do at this point. They're so low in players. 2v4, simple pickings for the rest. Ascend overcook, and Apex take advantage of it.
Yeah, Ascend just really all took their own gambles into spawn, it seemed like. It started off with that push into Waterfall, and then I felt like Ascend maybe got lost in the sauce a little bit because they had the Odin, all the rotations had come in. They thought, maybe we can't actually get the spike down, so we have to fight forward. Then Enzo gets caught out because the smoke drops before he thought it did. And that's the moment I think they had to actually go back on the site and look for the plant. Instead, they were already in those forward positions, so they end up committing into it, but not really having the spacing to be able to trade off one another. They all end up losing their sort of coin flip fights. And Apex, a team very strong in the shooting department. You're not going to find easy fights against them.
So the fight really comes alive right now. And Lotus is a big push and pull play. A lot of mini fights taking place early. You'll see defensive team aggressing.
Usually there's like 2 waves to every site hit. You fight for the sort of outside area rubble mound up B main, and then you have to wait before the actual commitment comes in. When you get your smokes back, your fault lines, your rechargeable utility, it's a 2-pronged, a 2-wave attack.
That's what makes this map unique. Beautiful, actually.
And one of the nice things you have with the Fade is with all the scouting of the Prowl, you can re-clear space that you've previously given up in the round. So just using that Prowler up B there to make sure no one had posted up, that puts a little bit more pressure on the B player, on the C player, knowing that, hey, that door could open at any time and sort of crunch on in. I think always they wanted to end over towards Rebel.
Yeah, I think the end goal is definitely going to be this right-hand side.
But there's an Odin in tree.
Yeah, you've got to be scared of that one.
And watch for his dart, because he's going to set up that dart and look for the spam.
But they're going to break through into tree to disable his position from that location. Tries to spam through the box, but now he's out into the open and Monster picks him up. Ascend with the first pick, but by 30 seconds, have to move in quickly. They've actually run out of it, and Kiko is still alive on site. Still alive and well, and delivering headshot after headshot. Apex can control 20 seconds. Ascend need a fight for this or make another decision to move towards B.
Can they get to B? They have to bust down Baby Door and get into that site.
They've got the time. They
this is the fight that changes the round right here.
Magnum holding it, and that's where he gets the pick. Apex are ahead 4 versus 2.
And now there's the pinch into sight, a possibility from 3-on-3 to 4-on-2.
2 players group per side, a buddy system that comes apart with Monster, killing off Mystic. Brody as well on the other side. It's a 1v2 per side, and it's Ascend coming out on top. This game doesn't make sense. Maths isn't mathing, and Magnum trying to make sense of it himself with 55 points of health. How do you entangle yourself out of this one? Tied in a knot, make it into a bow. Brody cleans it all up, and that's Ascend with a very unlikely win.
Okay, Brody, show me what you got. That round just pure. I mean, this was just individuals, right?
Yeah.
Who was going to be better? Kiko finds 2 ridiculous kills here on the site, and that's 4-on-2, but this corner not fully cleared away. Brody, the absolute hero, managing to isolate those fights.
After the initial engagement, Ascend had no business winning that round.
0%.
It was a 1v2 fight on 2 different fronts.
But sometimes that's the way Lotus breaks down. There's so many options to lurk. There's so many lanes you can path on through. That's why maintaining forward control can limit that. You can choke it down into 3 lanes as opposed to 4 or 5.
So Seize and Paint Shot combo does hurt Enzo just a little bit.
Yeah. I will say, we saw in the previous round, actually I'm just going to hold that because we're going to see probably a quick attempt into B because they have the lockdown and the Nightfall.
It's possible. The alarm bot will indicate the push will come through. I'm just wondering if Apex are going to have a player stick around to try and find a kill, but no, they're not going to risk it for the biscuit.
No mollies either to stall this one out. And good utility used to clear it all out. Now Ascend always fight forward. They always go in, and Magnum is ready. Apex have done their homework. They're fully prepared for every one of these pushes.
They knew what they had to do, and now Batty G has to drop back with a spike in hand. Musashi cleans up, though, as Apex are on pursuit of them.
And now, all of a sudden, Monster has the lurk timing past Rubble into A.
Oh my god, Monster! Timing is immaculate!
But the fact that Enzo trades out that kill means A site is not open.
But Enzo is there and waiting, though. He's got a node in hand and knows exactly where Batty G is coming from, but has to draw back knowing that there's 2 players still alive.
Tree door will open. Enzo has ultimate to try and stall this out.
It's a 2v2, and they've got to calm their nerves a bit. Under Suri
way.
onto where the spike is being planted.
He has the timing!
And Batty G falls. Musashi, though, behind him, gets the kill. Mystic has got to go to the spike straight away.
Well, he has to run. He has to run. There's no time. This guy can just get on the defuse.
It's a touch, though. What? Mystic, I don't think he realized how far Musashi is, but he's going to wait for Musashi to swing as he's got a sense of urgency to get there quickly. And Mystic, together with Apex, clean it all up.
These rounds are absolute mayhem. Ascend, you can see, can pivot on a dime. Off the lurk, off the kill, off of anything. Another round they should have had no business winning. And yet, Monster gets the 2 kills that make it a possibility. The lurks as well. Open some things up. Open up options for Ascend.
Look, they get the win, but that wasn't easy, man. That was an ugly round.
They're all going to feel like that.
Oh my god. Look, Ascend have got the lead, but it's 2 diffuser rounds to put Apex on 2. And given the economy situation on Ascend, we're likely to be seeing equilibrium by the end of this round.
Alive, I wish he'd taken that orb here. There's an opportunity, you get 1 kill off that, and you can turn the round straight in your favor. This is the Molly setup, just meant to stall out the plant and allow the rotations to come in quicker. Sometimes you see it down lane, but actually quick adaptation. Brody saw that the last time they hit C, so this time he gets the plant off. It's a funky spot, but it works.
Shadow might get caught off here. Ascend are going to be aggressing. They're trying to find strength in numbers. Rolling Thunder denying it, though. It's kind of a good read. Only 1 concussed by the end of it. Batty G successful with his Sheriff, but the rest are cleaning up. Apex, hold strong. Musashi nearby, though. Doing quite a bit. Oh, alive. I think that round was all up to him. If he would have gotten a kill there, it could have been fathomable, but no. It's a close endeavor by the end of it, but Apex pick it up, and we'll be looking at 3-3 by the end of this one.
No, you don't deserve my inventions.
3-3, but in terms of rifle rounds, 3-1. On defense, loving that already. Anything you can get from here on out, a definite bonus. I think Ascend, they might be wise to try and pressure over towards Rubble and over towards A just a little bit more. One thing you saw, because of the comp that Apex is running, they don't have the Viper Wall that slashes off trees, slashes off the no man's land area outside of Baby Door. What it means is that if you lose this opening gambit into Rubble, much harder to hold. You know, your Guardian spam or your Odin spam can get blitzed through tree instead of having that Viper Wall being a distraction, potential poisons on the ground, Astra pulls, all these things. That is the main weakness of this composition, I feel, in defending this side of the map.
Well, this early land grab, well, we've seen this numerous times from Apex, but this time supported by 3. And they're not happy with just that position. They want to move in even further. And it works out! How do you walk into the Lions Den, kill off all the Lions, and just get out of there? It shouldn't be that easy, man.
They're just completely pinched in here. Caught with util in hand, trying to re-clear the area. Weren't expecting to get fought all the way up there. That's a bit of a new one.
Caught them napping, honestly.
Not unwinnable, though. Right? Isolated Killjoy on this side of the map. You can see the call is, now that there's time to actually get that rotation over, Magnum fall all the way back. You have the Mollies just stall this hit. 1 on main, a second for the plant.
Not too bad of a read for their rotation. It does enhance their chances going for a 2v1 on A.
I really like this, though, because now Ascend get to move back into their orb setup, so they can get that smoke across, clear out some space, bring down the wall to hold that from a little bit of an off angle.
The thing is, Enzo, 5 seconds ago, just used a recon towards this right-hand side, and I don't think he's just spotted them. Now he has. So the rotations will only just come in, so there's time for Ascend to get the spike down.
And now, look, it's 4 versus 2, but there's going to be a Viper's Pit very likely on the site. You got to work into that. What util do you have? No drone. Full on Shadow, but not super reliable on that front.
Oh, Monster, are you thinking of it?
He's not ulting. He's just playing right under here.
That's a risky one, for sure.
The troll under the bridge.
And there's a rotation over from Baddy G trying to get onto the back line. Shadow's wary of it. He's staring in that direction. Monster is down and out. Baddy G desperate in his pursuit of that back line. And there you have it. Apex find themselves the lead.
It's kind of funny watching the difference in these teams' protocols, because Apex is a team that will throw their ults into a round even when they don't have a perfect buy that they think they can win. They'll throw it in even when they're down in numbers. Ascend, very much playing by the numbers on the ultimate front, looking to stack those up to guarantee a round where they have that advantage. But here you have it, right? The first contact being the Prowler in hand. Just a slight misstep. You're only going to get punished on that play, what, 15 rounds out of 100, but that's enough.
I'm loving how animated Kiko is starting to get. The time about coming through, it's going to slow down the pace a little bit, get them all into their thinking chambers. Ascend is actually the one to bring it out, and for good reason. It's a 3 consecutive round winning streak from Apex, and they have got all their ultimates in their chamber.
Yeah, but this is such a weird situation to navigate, because yes, all 5 ultimates ready to go. In terms of buys, no. You can potentially get, they can get light armor and rifle on 3 players, but it means they're dropping utility on Viper, on a Prowler you're going to be losing out in the hands of your Fade, right? Like, it's problematic, and even then, you have 2 players that are going to have Sheriffs or, you know, maybe even something like a Spectre, a Bulldog, more than likely. So if I'm in Ascend shoes, I'm thinking, look, this is our attacking half. We've already lost 4. We can't really afford to give up much more than this.
No.
We go for it. We send it in here, at least for the half buy. Like, Baddy G can buy a rifle. It looks like they're mixing around some options to get a true half buy.
You're overcomplicating it. All they have to do is put a Marshall alive. That's all they have to do.
Yeah, it's just a different story. A Marshall on alive on the Raze as opposed to the Jet, on attack as opposed to the defense.
Such is true.
And going into B, no less.
But, you know, finding a pick here definitely opens up the avenues for success for Ascend. You can't count them out this round, not at all. Clearing out the entirety of B main.
This Viper Wall is basically a red carpet for them to push into C-Link once again, like Ascend like to do on these B posts.
And Monster likely to be a linchpin into this attack, but instead is actually the one to allow Ascend to move in with him.
Satchel just to try and scout some Killjoy utility, but this is one of the setups Killjoy goes for.
Ooh, that's a lot of info.
Magnum goes for. It's just Alarm Bot, Molly, stall on A. They're not looking to fight, they're looking to retake.
Apex definitely know this A site is what's being taken right now, so they quickly rotate over. Oh dear, Magnum together with a Nano Swarm delivering shots. He's a real gatekeeper. Baddy G with a Judge trying to close up the distance, but there's so much going on alive. does make the Marshall work, but they're slowly losing out on players and health. And Apex know they've got the numbers, so they're going to chill out for a sec. Perhaps waiting for the recon to come back up again for Enzo.
Look, there's good Stalia. Paranoid to fight forward with from Batty G. Alive, has ultimate, has paint shells, has a satchel.
Yeah, that's exactly what they were waiting for.
Apex can't wait much longer. They need to go.
Mystic opens things up. Alive needs some insane shots. So Batty G's got a perfect weapon for multi-kills. Alive is no more, so Batty G is the only winning case scenario, but he gets spammed. They don't even need to see him. They can just guess at this point. Apex win a very important round, getting on 5.
Team Ace.
Who's going to be the player now to step up from Ascend? Ever since we switched over to Haven, it has been a different story. Fracture, 13-11, dead even. Ascend made a great comeback on that map. Since then, Apex have just been having a little bit too much fun round to round. Ascend, what has worked so well for them in the past on attack, especially some of their lurk play, right? Monster on the Viper, finding great timings up towards Rubble, whether it's Batty G or Musashi tempting around B, around C. Those mid-round pivots, Ascend can absolutely look to try and break the ankles of Apex. But maybe not this time around. 4 up mid, and just Monster to have that A guarantee later in the round.
Apex really showing superiority right now, and Ascend are desperate in pursuit of gaining some momentum. They need a positive lead on this attack.
I feel like Ascend just haven't actually taken space early in rounds. Like, they're throwing some utility, right? Whether it's the one way over towards Mound or something, but they're sort of waiting it out, allowing that aggression to come. Apex aren't even always making that much noise. This time, no attention over towards Rebel makes them feel a little bit better that they can maybe walk into this area, because Monster's always taken that spot.
But the fact that they've done it before means that there's question marks on the map, so Ascend have to entertain it.
And again, the setup from the Killjoy is just stall, stall, stall. You can't teleport plant into sight. You're going to get absolutely shredded by the microwave. That's the alarm double mollies. Even the turret is very deep on site. They're effectively fully giving control here. All their information is once Ascend are already in a very forward committed position, so that Apex feel confident that it will be a site hit. It's not just a turret watching for an anti-lurk. This is an anti-hit Killjoy setup.
Alive, very aggressive. He's got the spike actually up for a second. I thought they were going to move into spawn, but they don't have much time to play with. Showstopper coming through. He still hasn't planted the spike, by the way. He's got to get on that case real quick, but he messes around for too long, and he finds out. Magnum makes sure he does. And Kiko, in the meanwhile, he's all the way around them. He's got a friend as well with him, who's going to make the complicate the matter. Brody trying to run the way. Nightfall not doing enough to stop them from pushing. Kiko is just smurfing right now on the server, and Ascend are trembling where they stand. Monster behind the tree. He's dropped down the Viper's pit in a desperate effort to win this all over. But all 5 players of Apex are alive. May, with all of their health as well.
Batty G.
Can he lurk around them? Oh, they barely missed each other. Batty G with the first one, though, gives them a chance. Monster still alive. Ace, Ascend are starting to win up with the kills. They've turned it all around. And that's optimistic. Oh my God! A 2v5 successful for Ascend.
Navigating around the Viper's pit there. Batty G with the position right outside of drop. Dodging away from the util, finding a timing. That could have disappeared. The round could have slipped away. All he has to do is fall to the enemy breach, but no. He wins his, turns around, sees it.
How do you turn that all around? How is that even possible? In that moment, it's a 2v5. And you make it work.
Look, there's so much noise. Even his footsteps running around, they just got lost. Apex thinks that's teammates next to him. No, it absolutely is not. Now, a pace change for Apex, right? They're playing slow towards Rebel. Slowly creeping up with the operator, the Odin spam to maybe look for a little bit of chip damage. The way Ascend have played, this has been consistent. Just maybe looking for an orb on Brody outside of Mound. Apex love to post on this very forward angle. I mean, look at it. The Odin spam is just to escort that forward position from Kiko. He falls off it now, but this is going to be tough for Ascend to re-clear late in the round. They have the 2 Prowlers to make that happen, but I think they're basically locked into this C site for now. Maybe it turns into a B pivot, but there's 2 players on both fronts.
So far, Ascend prove that you sleep for a second, you sleep on the wheel, they'll take advantage of it, they'll take care of it.
Look at the spot where Kiko is. That lurk timing. Monster loves to wrap around the right corner of Rebel, and he'll present himself to that angle.
Ooh. Monster, if he just even jiggle peeks that, he's a dead man. That's exactly what happens. In the meantime, Ascend are trying to bait them over to the C site, but the real fight commences towards B, and Kiko is there again. He's everywhere. Omnipresent. And Apex, full control, poised, but it's 2v5. They lost the last one, but rounds like that don't repeat themselves too often. Shadow with a triple ends the round and allows Apex to get themselves on 6. A solid score already for the defense.
Ascend just look lost against the defense of Apex. Apex aren't budging, right? They're not getting faked out by anything. And at the same time, Ascend aren't really committing much at the start of rounds. So there's no pressure on Ascend to pivot, rotate around the map. This Jet with off turns into not necessarily like an anti-execute thing, but just holding against the lurk, knowing the patterns of how the enemy team is going to play, just tucked right inside that baby door. Shuts down the A presence that Ascend have dipped into round and round and round and round. Now another terrible buy. The fact that Apex are at least going 6-6 into the second half, they can taste the Ascension finals.
Oh yes, they can. For anyone that's just tuned in, this match means that one of these teams is getting to the grand finals in that first spot, while the other one is do or die in the lower bracket. The team that wins this tournament takes the sole spot to VCT EMEA to compete alongside the best.
Now, Monster heard Baby Door being broken, so he can communicate that to the team. Yeah, they have to deal with the operator, but they have options now to quickly pivot into B. Off of the sound of that breaking, there's also a lurk timing from Musashi, the sole rifle here, trying to find anything.
Oh, gets away. I would have expected Badaji to swing that. No, excuse me, missed it.
Not getting over aggressive against the eco there.
That is true.
It's a respectable call.
No need. Kiko switching the position up though. Oh, not spotted. If that shot would have connected, would have been quite spectacular, but no. Forced out, and the A site opened up for Ascent.
Yeah, that's huge. All of a sudden, they can actually get this plant down. This time, no Killjoy utility to stall them out of this
30 seconds left.
And they play aggressive. Don't forget, this team goes in. Ultimate coming to cancel out the plant.
It's worked like a charm. They don't need anything else. 2 kills. The value from that Hunter's Fury is insane. Rolling Thunder as a guarantee as well. Not many rounds remaining this half, so they might as well clean it all up. The blades aren't going in Kiko's favor, but if he's got a shorty, he can just close the deal. And Apex are looking to stand strong in this round without dropping a single member, getting themselves on 7, and absolutely dismantling Ascent's attack on Lotus.
Last chance saloon for Ascend.
You all are wonderful.
For this first half. I mean, this has not been going well for them. I just feel like they've been so... They just haven't been proactive at all. They've been waiting for something to happen, and they've actually gotten caught off with a lot of the mid-round reaggress, especially over towards A. They have tools to re-clear space, but there has to be more of a fight put up early in these rounds. You have to feel. Apex, they're under absolutely no pressure for the time being. Okay, Musashi, Odin in hand. The play is get aggro over towards A. You can counter spam with that Odin in A lobby. No ultimates really to play for. Maybe Brody can get his online for a post.
The thing is, Apex aren't allowing Ascent to take an early stance. Ooh. They're throwing a lot of utility at that early stage of the round.
Yeah, this time Mystic has committed up into Rubble. 3 players here ready to go. All the tags come on through. You'd expect nothing less from Fnatic Light.
Look, I don't know what's going on in the comms for Ascent right now, but for me it feels they're like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Are we going B? Oh, we're going C. Okay, let's give that a go. They feel a little bit lost, not gonna lie. That might not be the case for them. They might know exactly what they're doing, but look.
The stall is just gonna hit them again here though. Magnum has the option to fall back, throw down a lockdown too if this takes a little bit more time. Molly 1, and the Molly to deny the plant. Now Ascend adapted, they're gonna go for the push.
No. Oh, that works out. Ascent finally get a trade going their way, but they have to deal with a lockdown. And
they're all getting caught by this. 4 players detained! Are you kidding me? How does Monster get hit by that outside of B? Mystic is farming. Mystic is cleaning up. Everything belongs to him.
For a second there, I thought he was even going to go for the knife. The BM is real, but no, they want to guarantee it. They want to make sure it all goes in their favor. The smiles just say it all. Apex are poised to get themselves a spot in that grand final.
I don't think Mystic can believe it. 8 rounds on the defense. The ultimate catching all 4 players there. I mean, Alive got that opener too. Must have been calling, look, I have the ult, I can break it. Gets shut down at the end, and then it all falls to pieces.
Wow, what a crazy one. But we'll get to see some insights from the stands of Apex, I would say, with Hazard, Cairo, Bambino, that watch party over there. Yinzu is there with them to see
Spirit's got to be high.
say.
Party booth, no one is more hyped than they are right now that Apex are winning. I've got Cairo and Hazard, the casters of Polaris, and Bambino, analyst of Koi here joining us. First of all, guys, Bambino, what did you make of that first half?
I thought it was a great first half by Apex. I mean, you lose the pistol, you lose the bonus, and then to show the mentality to be able to come back and win so dominantly, especially like beat some of the strong ultimate rounds Ascend was bringing, I was really impressed.
They're definitely doing very well here so far, but more importantly, you guys have been chanting a lot. I could hear you from over there, so I want you guys to teach me the Apex chant. First of all, where did it come from? Who made this up?
Oh, it was definitely Hazard. He was going through different versions of the chant, some a bit worse than others, but yeah, I mean, we landed on this, and it's a pretty decent version.
Yeah, I like it. Go on. Okay, teach me. Well, what are the lines? What do we do?
Starts off, we've conquered all of Europe. We're never going to stop. From London to Berlin, Polaris is on top. Enzo with the Odin, Kiko in attack. We're better than the rest. We're winners back-to-back. Ale, ale, ale.
All right, okay, I'm going to ask you to do it live for us now, guys. You get ready for this. I'm going to hold the mic and hopefully it'll pick your voices up. All right, 3, 2, 1, go!
We've conquered all of Europe. We're never going to stop. From London to Berlin, Polaris is on top. Enzo with the Odin, Kiko with the tag. Better than the rest, we're winners back to back. Ale, ale, ale. Ale, ale, ale. Ale, ale.
Absolutely fantastic. I hope that carries them. Thank you so much, you three. And Ender and Pavlos, how could you not root for Apex after that?
How can you not quite the tune?
Well, if I was an Ascend fan, that wouldn't convert me. I'm sorry.
That is true. That is true. Ascend still have got a chance. They don't do well on the favorable side. They're going to have to really change the tide of this game to start to believe in that grand final dream.
Starts off with a big old dink there. And now if the pivot comes in, it looks like it's a bit of a fake into B, just breaking that alarm. But no smoke means that this isn't going to be fully sold. It's a pinch. Look at the paranoia going into Waterfall. Hold on, go back to the Jet. Monster finds the kill. That's absolutely massive. And all the chip damage now. It's coming apart for Apex just a little bit.
Apex, they might be in trouble here as Ascend starts to move in forwards, but it's a bit disjointed. Not all of the rotations have come through. If you see Batty G has only just entered C long. Still, the spike gets planted and it's a 3v4. How do Apex play this? Magnum holds back. The corner isn't checked. Ascend still are able to stay alive as Magnum can't keep up with all of them around them. It's going to be Ascend winning off the pistol round and giving them a 5th round to close up the gap as soon as they possibly can.
Critical for them, but the rifle rounds where the drought has been. Won both pistols now this half. They're going to have to show up where it matters. The reaction, though, to the play that Apex just sent against them, sort of sending that Jet full in on her own, trying to pinch into the Waterfall player with Paranoia. That's something maybe Apex dip into again in the future. In a Knives round, something like this. Something you're going to have to keep in mind. But actually, I can already tell off the positioning of this Killjoy turret, being a little bit deeper, holding the flank. I think this is going to be a pretty quick attempt over towards the A site. Now, the trouble is with that Viper wall, it makes it really hard to move into tree. As soon as you open the door, that wall goes up, and if you're going through, you're getting chunked out by the decay damage. Potential mollies on the floor too, although for this round at least, it is going to be Monster playing over towards the C side of the map.
Sen have got a lot of catching up to do, man. They really do. Brody kind of reads the play on the Mystic there, so it's a clean up of that kill. But Apex are going to start to move in very aggressively, sort of alluding to the idea that they might be wanting to go for the B site here, but Alive, he's determined. After that half-time, he wants to make sure Apex don't get this win that easily. They've got a challenge going for them. They don't drop a player for the second round of this half. 6 rounds on the board.
All right, Ascend. 1 Bulldog, 4 Spectres coming to this one. They've still got to try to carve out rounds. Now, the 4 Spectres, what that sort of means for them going up against the Ninja Rifles is that the longer angle is a little bit tougher, so probably looking to play a little bit more around their trap utility, closer angles. Instead of fighting aggressively for rubble, they could play for tree, right? That's the setup. They want to play outside of B main. They want to play around their Killjoy utility over on that C side. Take more delayed fights, delayed swings. It's all about the utility play in this round for Ascend if they're going to overcome these rifles.
Revealing area.
Apex leaning towards the right-hand side. Ascend sort of know it, but it seems like they don't want to really rotate over that preemptively.
Ooh, there's a pocket in this Viper Wall for Brody to play on.
Sort of anticipated by Ascend, which is why they're spamming that direction, but not quite finding the mark as the door was open the second time around. But the fact that Brody's so deep in, he knows nobody's pushed through, which is why Ascend don't over-rotate.
Apex not committed, and if they're going to commit into tree, they kind of have to do it a 2-pronged approach. When that Viper Wall goes down, you have 8 seconds to hit that switch again and go in.
You can see that Ascend have got a lot of question marks towards stairs, towards A as well. And the fact that the B is held, they're going to dedicate a lot of players in that direction. Good patron from Alive, tries to back away, does damage, drops back, but there is Kiko there to stop him. So that's going to be a pick for Apex, opening things well for their first buy round.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Mystic on a bit of a mission here.
Wow,
that teleport was heard, and here comes the pinch.
Oh, Masashi there waiting, though.
Thanks for the Vandal.
Freebie upgrade. And equal in numbers.
There's a
He
player
cannot
on
be
site.
trapped. Oh, look at that. Masashi's trapped Monster with 2. And Enzo all by himself with the Odin.
Enzo with the Odin. Shock darts 2 to try and play the time.
Absolutely. Gets one down. And now it's downhill 1-on-1. Another shock dart. He's got the lineup down. But Brody aggresses. Enzo reads it. And it's the clutch by the captain of Apex.
It looks for a second like it's going to slip away. Enzo says, no, no, no. Not today. That Odin in his hand. I mean, the 2 things you can give him in this world. Sova and the Odin. That's going to be a tough life to live.
If this was the first half, I'd say, look, that's worth it from Ascend. They kill 4 players. It's a good round for a bonus, but no. They're playing catch-up right now. They should have won that.
Definitely a winnable round for them. Still able to make the upgrades now. And ult economy-wise, they're slightly behind the curve, right? Shadow and Enzo both 2 off. The big ults for Ascend 3-4 points away. That's probably meaningful in round 17. This means Apex can just keep the snowball rolling with a win here.
Bit of a stark difference to how Ascend and Apex approach this early round in this half as well, right? Ascend, a bit more passive, not willing to put any players too far forward. Which also means they're starving from information.
Yeah, because there's no Viper on the other side, it opens up this jump peak where Brody is playing. Usually you'd have the Viper wall on attack crossing off, so you can't get that jump peak angle. Instead, it's open, so Brody can hold that. Means ops later in the game are going to be very important. But it allows you to play more passively towards A and then fall back into this tree position. So instead of fighting for rubble, you can fight over tree.
So last time around, they didn't quite spot Brody in this position.
Oh.
They weren't this time either. They cross into the site, though. Brody is isolated left in tree. Does he get checked after shock out into the open? He crosses forwards. They have
Bring
got
around
no
the Rosie.
idea he's here. Catches off Kiko, and that could be the complete turnaround of this game.
Left.
Brody has to hold on to his own while the rotates come forwards. A lot of them are far away, but he just tries to help out, but they both drop. Both Ascend defenders of this Ace site are no more. And again, catch-up time for the defenders.
Rolling Thunder now pushing into spawn. No one on the follow, but Musashi is here on the flank and shredding through those walls.
He nearly picked off Mystic as well. Oh, but Enzo is being like, you got an Odin, I got an Odin. Trying to take him down. Anyway, it's done by the end of it. Alive will be the final player to drop. Apex, full control, double digits on the board. Closer to that grand final.
It's just some kind of a sick joke. The Odin spam through the wall there from Enzo. Everything is working out for Apex. Oh my word, and it starts off with this, just a great little wraparound, but it can't work in the end. What is that?
Battle of the Odins, man.
He had given up on the angle, then saw a bullet come through the wall and was like, oh, thank you. I know exactly where you are now, and it boom, 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 knocks him down. Apex on double digits, Ascend on sheriffs and marshals.
you can definitely see a lot of more smiles in that Apex camp. A lot more comfort. They know they've got this. They know Ascend are trembling. They know Ascend are the team under trouble, under pressure. Oh, look at the flank from Monster. He's going to get caught, isn't he?
Not if he doesn't overextend.
Well, yeah, didn't come up from Magnum. My ultimate is ready. Goodbye. Yeah. You got to take chances sometimes.
Yeah, you're doing everything you can to hunt for the rifle.
Yeah, especially when on eco as well. This is troubling. After this round, Apex looking to be on 11, and that's going to be 5 rounds of difference and 2 rounds away from being the first team locked into the grand finals of Ascension. Ascend got to cool off this round, put it behind them, put their heads down, and focus on round per round, try to close that on that lead. Oh, it's going to be difficult on this defense, but
30 seconds left.
You've got to beat the best to be the best. Doesn't matter in what fashion. Good little pick from Masashi. An attempt to do it here, but we all knew this round is going to be a long shot. Well-placed fault line onto Alive as well. Well aware of his position. The Odin does damage as well. Little did Enzo know. He's just stuck. And the shock dart, oh, not going to do it. I thought it would. The second one will, though. That's the end to Alive's life. 11-6. Closing it all up.
Ascend really going to have to start grasping for straws. That's about the longest angle you could possibly fight right there. Now for Ascend, good news, they have Showstopper coming into this next round. That's going to be a big deal.
It's their last stand.
Yeah, I mean, from here on out, they just got to keep it on going.
They lose this, they lose the game.
But here's where, okay, you call a timeout, you have to piece this together now. You have lockdowns. You can play heavy side towards one side of the map. You use that lockdown for a retake on the other. That encourages some more early aggressive play over towards Rubble, over towards Mound, something like this. I think a lot of their early aggression has been towards Rubble, so maybe some kind of a map side flip to play towards Mound could be a solid idea. But also, it seems like Apex have been a little bit slower in their approaches. Again, like this map, Lotus, doesn't often end up planting in those first 40 seconds, usually waiting for that second cycle before you're able to fully move on into a site. The other idea they could have is Apex try to bunker down a little bit more, play behind their util, and then set up some kind of a trap with that Ray's ultimate. Would mean one less rifle, like hard holding a line if Alive was playing guaranteed for that, but I think that may be a good option for them, because in these opening gambits, they just have not been really siding the way of Ascend.
When under the pressure, a lot of teams, even on defense, are called to action. A lot of them will think, let's play aggressive, let's take matters to our own hands. But sometimes the best call is to chill out. So the question is, what is Ascend going to do? What have they decided after this timeout?
They're falling back, probably to play double site, double tree. Having all the Ray's utility to punish Apex when they overextend to the side. Although Apex have been really restrained. They keep hitting this switch onto tree, putting that pressure onto the site players repeatedly without overcommitting, looking for some spam timings, trying to draw rotations over. They haven't even really all in for lurk timings. It's been much more extremity control from Magnum instead of trying to creep up outside Mound, creep up into B. No, he's just watching any potential flank, making sure that doesn't come in and getting very early info on that. As evidenced by them just straight up cutting noise here. Not committing anything so far. Although this could get interesting. Growler will end up spotting a player out.
How do Ascend react to it?
But it's going to be a fake hit over into A. I think they're going to try to take either tree control or maybe even split into Baby Door, while the rest of the team tries to creep up into Mound. Monster's the first point of contact.
Monster's position is crucial to this. The Sour Drone alludes to the idea that there's presence here, but it's all, again, a fake. Instead, they're turning towards the safe side.
There's an ultimate into spawn now. Hit the gas, missed it, cancels. And they're going back into A.
It's been heard. Both the teleport and the cancel. But it's lured them out for just a little longer. Apex are going to start to move in.
It's all on Brody.
Oh, they're moving in. They're not waiting for all of the players to come forwards, which means they're going to get isolated. They can get killed off one by one. Badiji fakes his TP back onto safety as he sticks around to try to do his magic.
Cover going out.
You're going to have to be a real baddie in this one.
This lockdown clears sight, but not much more. Mystic Potential problem coming in behind 5 seconds. He's looking for the fight.
They're not ready for the lockdown to fully get enabled, which means there is Shadow available to do some damage here, but he will get locked down by the end of it. Gets 1 kill. That's insane. Masashi on the case. Nanoswarm delaying the defusal. Masashi's got a Hunter Fury to deal with. Enzo cancels, and there's still so much for him to do. Has to reload, has to take a deep breath, but for now has to stick it down to halfway. But has to move out of it, and the recon reveals him as well. This is surely going to be Apex guaranteeing themselves the 12th round on the board, 1 round away from qualifying to the grand finals.
Apex can see it now. It is right within their grasp. Moving on to the finals, a best-of-5 upper bracket where you get both map bans, you get to choose the entire playing field. Sign me up. Apex get that. Already favorites coming into the tournament. Just tidy up the ribbon on top of that and ascend into VCT. The final team to do it, by the way. In America's Pacific, our teams have been locked in. It's just EMEA where you have to decide it. And Ascend have 6 rounds to fight back here and force an overtime before they're dropped in the lowers.
Viper's Pit, proactive from Ascend actually towards that left-hand side. Oh man, how can you believe that you've got a chance to roll it all back? How is that even a possibility? Something you can fathom. Ascend need to have the mentality of steel. Everything is in order for Apex. Badigi aggressive with the judge.
The judge and Brody's ready to swing off his contact here. Here's that jump pick.
Oh, Apex are playing a dirty game here, baiting every position out.
Patience.
And the Owl Drone will read it. Oh, will it? I don't think it has. Nightfall comes through. Kiko finds a shot. Apex already on top.
They've got the sight, the stall into Baby Door. That plant is going to go through.
You should run.
And the Viper's Pit is to null. Lockdown coming through from the attackers as well. Apex have got everything going for them.
There's still a rolling thunder in the post plant too. Ascend have to go fast, but they also have to time it out.
Brody worked it out nicely at the start, but Magnum is able to stop it all from crumbling under pressure. Badigi putting the judge to good use, but he needs much more than that. Monster trying to be a trouble onto the back line. Mystic deals with it nicely. This might all be ending quite closely right here, right now. Apex 1 to get to 13. And Alive is the only one standing up against him. 1 kill onto the tally, but he's got a lot more to do and no time to do it. Attempt for another time, but no diffusers going his way. Apex, undefeated, roll up to the grand finals, awaiting for the final challenge. 1 step away from VCT EMEA.
Apex.
Apex indeed. What a performance. A tough map 1 on Fracture. Down to the wire, slipped away. But after that, the Apex we know and love showed up and put down dominance over Haven and over Lotus to close things through here.
What a show. What a show. From beginning to end, resilience. Look, the start of that map, the start of the series didn't look too grand. Yes, they kept a close fight with Ascend, but they, look, end up dropping it, right? So it gave hope to the Eastern representatives. But by the end, 2 consecutive maps, 2 solid consecutive maps, put them into the grand finals.
And look, Ascend, they gave them competition here today, but just the fact that Apex win this and get the double map ban heading into the best of 5, that is such a prize to make sure, hey, you know, maybe if we don't want to go to that Fracture, we don't have to, right? Like Apex have the world in front of them now, and only 3 more map wins to promote themselves for the next 2 years into the main stage.
They are literally 1 step away from competing alongside the greatest in the region. They've been looking for that since the start of the year. This whole project from Apex, they were solid, right? Not only did they invest in some of the best players in the region, but they invested from behind-the-scenes staff, right?
100%.
So many.
And you have players that have been at and near the top as well. A stacked roster. It means so much, not just to, you know, make it back, but to earn it yourself. It's not just getting signed to a team. It is winning the whole damn thing. And you know, saying all these teams that slept on us, what were you doing? We're here now, we're here to play and take it all. And you see it around the world. Bleed with the guard, how much it means to these teams to make it all the way through here.
got to be happy with that one, man.
Apex are right on the brink.
They've turned an 18 match winning streak since February into a 19 match winning streak against a team that's being considered the greatest contender for Apex. A team that would have probably, you know, had the greatest chance to beat them.
I don't even know if Apex remember what losing feels like. You know, like it feels a little bit too easy for them cruising through all these maps. I mean, some of the performance here on this second map, whether it was Kiko or the Enzo darts into sight holds, it was just absolute perfection from them playing the post plants and then carrying it in to a Lotus map where on defense, they got way more rounds than they should have.
Oh, that is true. That is so true, and you could feel Ascend's mental crumble by the end of that series, right? They definitely weren't playing at the best of their level. They started to make a lot of mistakes. A little bit lost, to be honest. Apex had a really good read on them, and Ascend couldn't breathe.
Yeah, well, I think the biggest thing is, like, Apex just knew all the tendencies of Ascend. Like, Ascend loved to fight forward into spawn, especially around the B site, right? B and C is where they like to push you, and they did it in almost every single post plant. Apex deadlocked with the crosshairs on those angles, cruising through the opponents that kept funneling into them. It was very controlled gameplay throughout the entire day from Apex, and that's why they're the top dogs coming into this tournament.
They really are. Well, we've got a special interview in the pit with Yinzu. Magnum is joining her, of course. Let's see what he's got to say about this magnificent performance.
That is right, X-Ray and Endo. I've got Magnum here with me. Hi, Magnum. Welcome. I feel like it's been a really long time since you and I have done an interview, so I'm pretty happy and glad to do it under these circumstances. First of all, congratulations. Just now, I said to you before we went on camera, was it fun? And you said, well, what did you say to me?
I mean, I'm just stressed out. I honestly didn't even hear the question right now. I'm just stressed out.
Why were you so stressed out?
I mean, we went with the mindset that they are the second best team. And we as well treated them that way. And when we lost the fracture, we felt like we should have won. It just hurt us. But we managed to bounce back and come back.
You feeling a bit better now that you've won?
Yeah,
like,
but it's so hot in here.
It's hot, yeah. And also, you got to be careful when you stand up, because there's been a couple of times I feel like you've nearly fallen over as well.
Yeah, I'll stop once I fall.
What are you saying to them when you're standing up? We can see you, but we can't quite hear you. Are you giving it?
I mean, I'm not screaming anything like as they are friends, but I'm like, what are you doing? And stuff like this, and that's it. Like one round, they got kill jolted all on C. And yeah, nothing like unfriendly.
You got to get your energy out, I feel like, somehow. Speaking of that first map, though, you guys did bounce back, you know, after that first loss, and you bounced back very convincingly. How did you do that, despite under so much stress, like you said?
I think it's due to our coach, Eito Pata, like big props to him. And it's mainly we knew that the first map was lost to overthinking and not believing our calls. So we just turned off our brain and did our macro on the second map and third map, and it worked out.
Magnum, you've also been in some big grand finals against Liquid, I think back in 2021, and then Sentinels even at a global stage. So what does this grand final mean to you?
Everything. Like I think for every player here, every single player, it means everything. Because in the end, the VCT is something you want, and it's like for to carry the best because you develop, you play each week on the stage, and it gives you so much experience.
Yeah, and of course you don't play tomorrow, so kind of the prize, I guess, is that you don't play tomorrow, and also you get 2 bans in that grand final. How big of an advantage do you think that will be?
Insane, because we don't have insta ban, we play all the maps, so yeah, I mean, we should be playing the best maps from our map pool, and their best map should be man.
Yeah, I think that's a huge advantage for you guys, for sure. You as well, you've been a bit of a menace, Magnum. I think you've been getting first kills left, right, and center. You've been clutching. You've been getting massive rounds for your team as well. So how do you feel about your personal performance right now?
Honestly, I don't really think about that. I just think about the team performance, because I was like fragging out on the fracture. I mean, I was getting kills, but we still lost it, so it doesn't matter. Last map, I didn't play that well, but we won. So in the end, it doesn't really matter the personal performance. And a lot of kills I'm getting, for example, to Shadow standing for me, flashing for me, good information. So yeah, I mean, I just felt good.
Team effort, team effort. And lastly, of course, in the past, when you've played big tournaments, there was never an audience. You didn't really get to do this in front of fans. And I can see you interact with some of the fans behind you as well. So what's that like?
it's insane. I never was so excited to play on the stage like this. Like I was playing finals against Sentinels, but I never felt this excitement.
Really? This is better than playing against Sentinels?
100%.
Ooh, he said it. Thank you so much, Magnum, for joining me, and we'll see you in a couple of days. That is it for Apex versus Ascend, but we have another game, an elimination match coming up right after this.
Apex.
Apex, they have done it. They were one map down, but they managed to close out map 2 and 3 to book themselves a spot in the grand finals. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Hypog and Lothar. In that interview, Magnum was stressing out. He was talking about how stressful it was to play that series, but that's not what we saw on the server, though, was it?
Or on stage, I felt like from the player cams. He looked pretty pumped up to be there, yeah.
I think the stress is just making him like hyperactive, you know, and that's how it's visualized. But imagine if he was stressed in this match, what's going to happen in the grand finals?
Oh gosh, yeah. But I guess, as you said, in the best of 5, they have a huge advantage now, Mike. They're going to be able to ban out 2 maps. So if they don't fancy going to Fracture again, that's just gone. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And I think as well, to come back to that composition, it's definitely a talking point. But now it allows them to basically dictate the entire veto, which in a best of 5, we always talk about how OP that upper bracket spot is.
Yeah, and this map also, it started out pretty close, but how did they just run away from Ascend? What do you guys think? Especially given that Ascend finally won a pistol.
I feel like there's a repetition from Haven, what we have seen. When you look at the stats, and I'm not saying like player stats, but team stats, we've seen Apex again lead really, really well in the first kill department, 12-7, which was 12-6 on Haven, and they were not letting go of any advantages that they had.
And this is the thing as well, even when those first bloods were conceded, where things, we were talking about this, where the rounds kind of got a little chaotic, where you expect actually Ascend to have a chance to swing it back in their favor, or at least make it even, level pegging. It didn't happen. Apex continued to punish when things got a little scrappy, I guess.
I think the fundamentals just paid off in those situations because they were much tighter than what we have seen yesterday, what we have seen on map 1, and because of that they were able to just convert those advantages, the double swing when they had been in a 2v2, 2v1, and just not be punished by having bad spacing.
To make the comparison where Saw yesterday on Lotus tried to make things quite scrappy and Apex did actually start struggling with some of those rounds, that was a stark contrast today.
I also don't think Ascend wanted to make it scrappy. It almost felt like sometimes
it descended into chaos. Yeah, exactly.
Ascended into chaos. Why didn't you use that? Was right there. And speaking of that chaos, Magnum referenced it in his interview as well, saying that after this round you guys are about to see, he got up and said, "What are you guys doing?" I think that's what we all thought as well, Mike. I'm pretty sure you share the same sentiment.
Yeah, bit of a head scratcher. I mean, we saw a similar example.
What is happening?
We saw a similar example on Haven where we were questioning when the lockdown was going to be dealt with here. I don't know if it just kind of got lost in the sauce a little bit, whether or not they thought they were going to be able to dig a little bit deeper, but that moment just never came. I mean a fault line completely changes the total outcome of this.
That fault line from Shadow, and Monster called out Shadow, not called out, but shouted out Shadow for being an impact player. You can literally see how impactful his one stun was for the entire team here.
And this is key, we mentioned this before. Actually, Shadow's one big thing that I noted yesterday was the number of times that he's not burning up that fault line to deny space early on when the barrier drops. He always has it up at the right time to deny some some of these key moments in a round.
Literally mentioned that before this map started when we had the bridge conversation, how Ascend is able to deal with the bridge player who's always in range while being stationed on that B site. You know?
I mean, this just feels like a perfect recipe for success here for Apex. Their star duelist is fragging, their support players are doing well. I think the experience diff as well for them is you can really see what's been happening. Yeah, of course, this is the scoreline it ended up being. Again, how Magnum was that stressed out on Haven and Lotus, I don't understand, but maybe that's just his playstyle.
He was stressed out, but also map 1 and 2, he was, I felt like the driving force for Apex.
Honing.
Yeah, he was popping off. We were talking about the first bloods earlier, particularly on the second map as well, how prominent he was in some of the late rounds to really bail out Apex. I didn't see it. I just didn't see that at all.
Yeah, he hides it well. But what I want to say is because obviously Apex, they're not playing tomorrow. They have a day rest, preparation, and they get the 2 bans. So Ascend, I feel like probably are still the best team, you know, in this tournament outside of Apex. But what does this mean for them? They don't have a lot of time to prep for a best of 5 tomorrow.
Well, I think I feel like they're already pre-prepared in the pre-match department. I think what is there to fix is the middle of the game.
Execution,
Yeah, that's something that we have seen today being a struggle, and I don't have a recipe for success when it comes to fixing that stuff like really fast, because you cannot just overcome, you know, stress in mid-game.
Do we think NBS has?
Well,
that's got to be an overnight fix as well.
Yeah.
To be able to sit back and watch your opponent play a best of 5 as well, maybe show some maps that we haven't seen just yet. I mean, the advantage increases from that front. To get the double ban and then the opportunity to sit back and see a best of 5 map veto of your opponent is absolutely huge.
I mean, it's great if you're an Apex fan right now, but we do have an elimination match coming up between Gentlemates and Saw. It pretty much is a battle between France and Portugal, really, when it comes to this. And for both teams, you know, we saw, I feel like, highs and lows of each team. I'll start with Gentlemates first, because this was the team that I think Kiko said that he thought was going to win in this matchup, right?
Yeah, sure. I'll be honest, and this, to put it bluntly, I was a little bit disappointed with Gentlemates' opening game, to be honest. That felt like there were a lot of mistakes being made. I think we talked about Saw maybe showing a little bit of, or wanting to attribute it to opening game nerves. I feel the same thing for Gentlemates.
And they also, I feel like the problem for them is that they use a little bit of off-meta choices that can be too easily read. And when they are being read and they are being like...
Very linear as well.
Yeah, when they are being just completely stopped in their track like they had been by Apex yesterday, they kind of lose the footing. And they don't find, are not able to improvise how to find a solution to the problem at hand. And that seemed to be a theme yesterday. So I hope that we're able to find a solution for that for today. But the thing is that they're facing Saw. Saw is incredibly fast, and they maybe not give them enough chances or not even enough time to fix those issues if they're at hand again.
I think the good news is that both teams didn't play to their full potential. I think we were both we
Absolutely.
felt
I think
underwhelmed.
that's
right?
a really good point. Like I said, start of this show today, I would love to be able to sit back and say Saw's performance was down to a shaky start. I feel the same way for Gentlemates as well, in the fact that actually if we see them both come out swinging from a loss, this could be a banger series.
Yeah, we could get a good game here. But let's talk about that Lotus. Lotus seems to be the map that everyone loves to play in this tournament. Lothar, both of them played it already, and 2 very different comps.
Yeah, and to kind of backtrack to what I already said, when Gentlemates are playing Lotus with that Phoenix in composition, I had a segment yesterday on Augment with the map to showcase the positions of Phoenix. And I showed you that before, before our show today. The first 2 maps that they played on Lotus, the Phoenix was in very specific spots, hugging the walls. We talked about that yesterday when it comes to the flashes. And then I picked up the map for the 3rd time they played it yesterday. And what were the position of the Phoenix?
Pretty much a carbon copy. Like there was 0 variance to what they did. And we even mentioned this as well post-match yesterday. With a comp like that, you can play out maybe once or twice, but you have to have very different things cooked up around it to definitely catch people off guard. There just wasn't enough versatility. There wasn't enough of an adjustment where they could really kind of find value consistently.
Yeah, those hard reads are just so hard to counter if you have never been met with that kind of opposition yet.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting map for both teams as well, because if you want to go into a best of 5 against Ascend and Apex, they both play Lotus. They both like Lotus, so you have to make some adjustments at least now or before tomorrow or the day after if you want a chance of actually winning this entire tournament. And does it really come down as simple as take away the Phoenix? Just do something else.
I think it's too late to change up an entire composition.
Have you met Angel?
I mean, if that would be a question to really test the preparation. Now, I would like to think a team would come, especially with a comp like this, where, I mean, it comes down to it. There's very little margin for error now. If they haven't got something prepped behind it, in my eyes, avoid the map.
Yeah, what about Saw, though? What did you think about them? Because I feel like it was a slow start, but it was we saw some good stuff, too.
For me, Saw is the team that I had very specific expectations coming in when it comes to their matches, and they were completely different. Like, the way that I expected Saw to play is to be that confident machine that is just straight out of the bat. When the barrier drops, they have a plan and they execute that plan, and they're very efficient at it. Yesterday, they were not doing that at all. They had like some ideas, but when, again, the opposition was there to stop them in the tracks, they were baffled. They didn't find a solution, and those very fast pushes in the first seconds of the round were not seen at all in their gameplay.
Yeah, I think we had some weird examples on Haven where we're expecting the pace to come out, we're expecting them to be very, very decisive in what they want to do, but actually what we ended up seeing was hitting towards A in the first 20 seconds, and it being so early and so aggressive, they had time to drift all the way back towards C. As 4, they get a little bit of contact, lose one person, go 1-for-1 on C, and then still with 30 seconds, they're going back towards. That's not how Saw traditionally have been playing. And those are the sort of rounds where we're actually talking about. You've hit 2 different sites and still not dealt with the Killjoy utility.
Yeah.
Like in the middle of the map. So
there's no pressure.
Exactly.
Created.
There was no pressure created by these fates.
I mean, they'll have a chance today, you know, to redeem themselves a little bit. Maybe, like we said, shake the nerves off. Everything's going to be fine. But I do want to quickly talk about your favorite agent, not Reyna or Yoru. Sorry.
I was like,
say, where are you guys?
I guess you're
what's happening?
Like your 4th favorite agent, I guess? Is it in your top 5? You'll tell me. Breach. I feel like it's up there for you, Lothar.
Breach. I just like Breach because he's a versatile agent that fits so many maps. I honestly think Breach and KO are one of the most useful agents in the game that could be played on almost every single map. But right here on the graphic, we see how Apex and Gentlemates, how Saw and Gentlemates are using Apex Breach so far.
The logo is insane.
That logo just throws me off. I'm looking at the logo and I'm just saying something that I don't see. Anyway, point is, very similar efficiency when it comes to the round win rate. Huge, though, differential in the amount of times it's being played. But I really love the fact that both teams recognize the potential in the Breach, and we actually see in Ascension in the previous match as well how versatile of an agent he is.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the things as well, for me, I actually liked the idea of the Breach and the Neon, and again, we didn't necessarily see it yesterday on Lotus, but in theory, that's something that kind of goes back to the old, you know, flash and dash kind of meta with the original. That pace behind Breach, the possibilities, I think are fantastic.
Also, you can't tell me that that's not the same logo.
There's only one logo here.
There's 3, yeah.
But as you guys can see, this is the Breach assists leaderboard, and Addicted is right up there, albeit he has played some less rounds. But with Addicted and Batty both on the team, and they're kind of switching in and out as well. What do you make of that?
Yeah, we even talked about this yesterday, which is weird because I know Batty originally as the Sova main, so it was interesting to see that swap over just based on the composition. Addicted for me, it's a different application of the Breach. I'm curious to see actually if Saw have kind of worked on this across the map, or if we do see any variants today in the veto, whether or not they can actually build upon that. And actually who ends up playing out of the 2.
You know what's funny is that graphic, we literally have seen a visual representation of what we have seen in the gameplay from Shadow.
Yes,
he had
yes,
0.37 assists per round, just because of the way that he's more reserved with the utility, and because of that he gets less assists. He's more, let's say, focused or deliberate.
It's stopping power versus like enabling kills or opening up sites.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and let's take a look at some of these Saw players, their stats as well, because like we said, even though you're seeing Batty on Breach and Addicted on Sova here, they do kind of like to switch around as well, and we haven't even seen Davi's Jet yet. I kind of hope we see it today.
I hope we do. Davi was going insane yesterday.
Yeah.
Like that guy had literally a standout performance on his roster. We're talking about Tomazi being maybe the headliner, so to say, and actually second half of Lotus, we did see that starting to become a little more prominent for them, but I think that needs to be there from the get-go. We're talking about a slow start and then even, you know, nerves showing as well throughout the entire series yesterday for Saw, but there's definitely the potential here.
Yeah, and then when it comes to potential, something that you actually, Enzo, pointed out today in the pre-show, that you expect a professional team to be efficient on attack. When you look at the stats that we had here on the graphic, every single map that they play on, they're more efficient on the attack than the defense. Yesterday, that wasn't the point, right? Sorry, that wasn't the case because they were being stopped by the opposition. But here, I feel like Gentlemates might have an issue with their defense side if Saw has the confidence back and now they will be able to execute their game plan.
It's interesting as well, we noted that I felt like Saw came away with the 2 wins from the first 2 maps to get the chance to attack first, to be able to dictate the pace, set the tempo, but we just didn't see that.
I mean, the map pool yesterday was Haven and Lotus, the 2 perfect maps. We thought that it's the best way to start for them the game because it sets up expectations for the performance and the attack. I wonder how it will be today when it comes to the map vetoes.
I mean, it feels like what you guys feel is that yesterday was more of an anomaly. It was more of like a. Do we take that in consideration as to how these teams really are? Because both of these opponents today are a very, very different beast from Ascend and Apex.
Sure, I feel like yesterday's series still went the way we expected it to go, but in terms of what we wanted to see from Saw, and I think for me, the positives, especially when I interviewed Batty, what he was talking about their strengths and their identity as a team was, we didn't see that executed. And that's the, I guess, the letdown.
Yeah, I feel like the anomaly that you mentioned, I think like you can say, oh, it's an anomaly that we don't see Saw play their signature playstyle, but I think they tried doing it, and just because of the blowback that they got just literally in their face from trying to do the executes, they had to change the complete signature moves that they had, and because of that we just seen the outcome that was expected, as you mentioned, Hypoc, that the other team was just crushing them.
Yeah, I feel like today might be an even bigger test because they've had a taste of that stage now. They know what went wrong. They've had a little bit of time to fix things, and of course elimination is on the line because the loser will be going home. But before we get into the game, we're going to throw to a quick break, and when we come back we're going to probably show you guys the map vetoes. I'm interested to see where that's going to go, so make sure you stick around.
Gentlemates. Saw.
We had Shadow on stage earlier, now we've got some shades from Batty. I'm sorry, guys, I had to. Yeah, that fist bump in the end.
Smooth, almost as smooth as me.
Yesterday, no, wait, that was today.
That was today. What planet are you on? Wow, it's not even now. It's barely 9 o'clock.
That is actually true. That was only 4 hours ago.
You guys are a pair of boomers. But speaking of boomers, no, I can't do that to him. Yeah, I can't. Let's move on. Maps. Veto's incoming in 9 seconds, guys. Exactly. So if it doesn't come up, it's not my fault. But let's talk about these maps because we broke down a little bit of Lotus already. What are the other options you think we could potentially have?
I really probably gonna see a Haven. And
yeah.
Oh!
Okay. Bit of a curveball.
Okay.
So that's Gen.
Hey, I like it.
Yeah.
Phoenix, curveball.
I don't think.
Oh, did you mean it?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. I love it. Sorry. Carry on, Lufa. Yeah.
I'm not certain if he actually made it on purpose.
No. I was trolling her by saying I meant it.
Oh.
It's not on split, guys. Look at that.
Actually, this is a completely new set of maps from what we saw yesterday for both teams.
This is pretty vanilla, actually. We're going back to, I feel like we're rolling back the years in terms of
2020.
So, yeah. But Bind's gone. I'm sad now.
Yeah, we didn't see a bind for over a month, I think, in Ascension. You know,
it's a drought, yes.
So it's a little bit of a problem, but at least for me, because it's my favorite map. Haven as a decider, not really surprised, but yeah, we're actually opening on a different map on Split, and I cannot wait how the teams are gonna play on it, because we're gonna have stark contrast in play styles if the compositions are gonna stay the same. One from one side, double duelist, the mobility dashing, you know, on side and being very aggressive. On the other hand, gonna have maybe even a sage composition.
Yeah, I'm really, really happy with this set of maps we're getting today. And finally, Gentlemates picking Split. I love this pick. I was kind of sad for them that they didn't get to play it yesterday, but they will have this here. They've only ever lost once on it. We talk about home grounds for some of these teams. This has got to be one of the ones for them, and I'm expecting a really strong start from them. But Lothar, let's talk about Split a little bit more from both of these teams, and also the first Split, we're going to see a playoffs as well. How exciting.
Yeah, and which makes me pretty happy because I can show you guys something about Split and how Gentlemates are approaching it. So when it comes to the defense, I'm going to ask you the same question as I did yesterday, actually. Right. So what do you think is the timeline? How many seconds into the round is this heat map on? Hypok first.
Oh, God.
15 to 20.
Okay. And Enzo?
11.
Well, you're almost perfect because this is 10 seconds in. And Gentlemates, just look how deep they are onto the positions here on middle and B. They really fight for those areas here, right? And it's actually very interesting because they play with a Viper on mid instead of the Sage. So there's typically like a stopping orb that is being used. So that we're gonna see some explosive moves from Gentlemates if we're gonna see the same kind of playstyle I've seen before. And it's very interesting to see this kind of change of playstyle on this map from the team. Now, when it comes to the attack though, actually one more thing that I wanted to mention. Just pay attention to the setup on A though. This is the first 10 seconds. They're pretty early when it comes to controlling this first angle on A, but also because they have like this position on the side very early in the round, they're able to reposition to the backside of A in case they're met with a dash onto the side. Those angles are really great to expose the double duelist compositions that they typically would face on split, but this is most likely not going to be the case because the opponents will not play with the double duelist. Now, when it comes to the attack, though, this is the positioning from Gentlemates that they are doing in the first 10 seconds as well. Just pay attention to how explosive they are on A main when it comes to the positioning of the two duelists. This is both Takas and the tank on the Race and the Jet. They will be typically working in tandem. So when they're going to be attacking, they're going to go through the ramp towards Heaven together or through A side as the double dash composition that we typically would see. But hey, we don't see it anymore.
That's good, that one.
So
That was my favorite bit of the whole segment.
What's actually really interesting with how explosive they are, if Saw actually do run with disables again, we talk about this time and time again with the viability, but in terms of explosive round starts, to have an Astra, a Sage, and a Raze to actually potentially shut down any of these overzealous, I guess, explosive rounds off the spawn barrier dropping, that could be an interesting counter to that approach.
I just want to say
sorry,
guys.
sorry.
Yeah, I'm derailing because I want to get in that crowd and get them to teach me their chants as well after what we saw from the Apex boys. But as you guys can see here in Agent Select, it is pretty much what we expected. No changes.
Yeah, and like I just said, I didn't even actually consider the Viper as well. In terms of these explosive starts, there's a real opportunity for Natank and Takas to be completely separated from the rest of this. Is almost a composition that's tailored towards anti-rush.
And I would actually probably even more put the attention towards the Astra and the Viper together, and the Raze, not even the Sage. The Sage will support the stop or like the stall with the slows, but that slows can actually be negated with the mobility because they will just dash over it or just double satchel it, right?
Sure, the point I was making is this needs Natank and Takas to really be self-sufficient on site if they are split up by this stall-oriented comp from Saw.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting matchup between those two teams.
Well, yesterday, Mitch got to cast his favorite player in the world, and he gets to do his second favorite player in the world today. Tom, you know who that is.
Oh no, Mitch, who is it? I'm genuinely
Well,
curious.
of course, it's Logan, you know, one of the most talented players in the French scene.
Oh,
He's always a joy to watch, Tom, and I have a soft spot for French players, don't I? Especially seeing him on Split. What a way to kick this off. I just can't wait.
Bias caster confirmed. No, I'm really excited to see this one, because bear in mind, these teams started, I would say, I think it's the 14th of January. So exactly 6 months ago, that was when the journey began to get to this tournament. That's what everybody was going for, to try and make it this far, make it into the VCT. And one of those teams will have got all the way here and failed right towards the end. It's going to be brutal. Of course, they'll still have to continue on to face off against the likes of Ascend, the likes of Apex, but somebody's journey ends today and won't start again until next year. That's how brutal this run has been for both of these teams. Respect needs to go onto their names for even making it this far through the gauntlet of their own region and the gauntlet of plenty of other great regions at that. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that trophy.
That's the thing. Looking at this matchup here, though, Tom, who are you thinking is going to be ending their journey here today? Sov looked good, but up against that Gentlemates crowd, this is a new experience for them, a new challenge.
Yeah, there's definitely some Saw fans in the building, but I think they might be out-shouted today. They're going to have to really scream their lungs out if they're going to have a chance at taking down the might of Gentlemates, but we'll see if they've got what it takes here today. An aggressive start straight up towards that A ramp, and it's a swing back out from Batty.
Oh, there's about to be a brawl. No choice now but to commit or even walled into the angle. Gentlemates making use of it, though. Already capitalizing on 3 quick kills. And of course, Logan picking up 2. An animal in almost every pistol round we've seen him in, he has been delivering. And Gentlemates might just get the leg up to start this map. It's left to Fizzy and Davi to make the difference. And well, make that just Fizzy.
Yeah, an impossible task. I don't even know if there's been a point of damage done on the other side. Every single player on Gentlemates full HP, and Fizzy would have to pull off the greatest clutch we've ever seen. He's at least going to get 1 orb. I guess that's how we can talk about this. How many orbs can he farm up? How much closer can he get to the Viper's Pit? Not much.
Yeah, not very close at all. Gotta respect him for trying, but Gentlemates walk in with 1-0. And yeah, a detail lost in the chaos for a moment was that wall. The fact that they put it down on Saw, but they're and typically that's going to split the team in half, isolate some players, and allow you to force those fights. The problem was, I think a few too many players had made it past that point of engagement. The wall started to break open from the ones left behind, and everybody could cascade in for these final fights. Really nice stuff from Gentlemates. That's the lead already gained here on the attacking side.
I want to premise something going into this matchup as well. Like, I think when you talk about Saw's game yesterday, they went into a game where ultimately I feel like they ended up on not necessarily maps they didn't want to play, but they're sort of, everybody was on a middle ground, and that favored Apex in the sense that Apex's middle ground is better than anybody else's. Now going into this matchup, I feel like both teams have a map that they are favored. Going into Split, that is going to be Gentlemates. They are the team that should be taking this one home. They've done well beating teams like Focus, Kase, Mandatory as well, regionally. They've looked very, very good on this map, whereas although you could say Saw have gone close, they have lost to Desire and Ascend recently on this map. Whereas going into Ascend, they have absolutely dominated. The 13-4, 13-6 versus Desire CGN. They are a solid team on that map, and then we end up in the middle ground of Haven to finish off the series. It could be the perfect way this series can go, but it does mean that for Saw especially, you're starting, fair enough, on that defensive side. Yeah, you get the defensive side, but you are going into a map that ultimately you may have to reset from because I expect this one to go the way of Gentlemates.
And it's not uncommon to see the attack side on Split even pick up a couple more rounds.
Nowadays especially, yeah.
So for Saw, it's not necessarily a comfortable start even with that detail. It does, in my mind, strike me as a Gentlemates series, but Saw surprised me again and again, especially going through those play-ins, man. They looked unreal, and you've heard from some of the teams here even that they respect them. They look at their macro and they think it's one of the best in overall in Ascension.
For sure.
So if anyone's going to do it, it's these guys here. Of course, tougher competition even awaiting them. Your Ascend.
Oh, yeah. It doesn't get easier from here. It gets worse, if anything, all the way through.
So it almost comes back to what we say in a lot of these scenarios where it's like the team that wins this, to have a real shot, they need to win it hard.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think as well, like talking about both of these sides, like I think we've seen a decent amount of depth and structure, but for me, I think the one thing that Saw could take this in if they're going to is the fact that they're incredibly creative. I really like the fact that, especially when we head into Ascent, they don't play that map like other teams. They play it like crazy people, but they manage to make it work. And I think that's what's made them exciting throughout the entirety of this tournament. I also think on the other side of things, it's impossible not to highlight some of the talent that we've seen for a while now in France. So you look at players like Takas, the fact that he wasn't already in the VCT at the beginning of the year is mental. The fact that he was before then and then the team dropped him might be even a little bit more mental. But the fact is they are one of the rosters that I think if they hit their stride, they actually have a chance going into that next game, maybe even the one after. But they would really have to hit a peak.
You know, I feel like there's some sort of a trial by fire that these guys, a ritual for French powerful duelists that you have to go through. Thinking about Heretics Kellogg's for a long time, being booted out of Tier 1, replaced by, I will say, mediocrity, as it turned out to be, while he warmed up the bench for the team to eventually fall back to him. It's a weird situation in the region to then see the same thing happen to Takas, someone that could easily hold his own at the top level. And I think we've seen glimmers of that from him in the past. This is his redemption arc, or you would hope so. It's also at the same time, you know, we mentioned that their journey will end and that won't begin again until next year. That's for the teams, but still a chance for some of these individuals if you do go out to be poached. It's not like there's a French team out there that needs or has a perfect roster. They certainly need a few more players, maybe one or two. And this is where you start to think that for Gentlemates, yes, the journey might be next year, but they could already start that on a Tier 1 team right away.
Yeah, I think the other thing as well, though, is just like some of these orgs definitely have the sort of power to potentially try and hold on to some of those players. It's just that competitiveness, like the competitive drive. Like, there's no doubt that Gentlemates have definitely got the people behind them. I don't think anybody's questioning that. They've blown everything away with their fandom in such a short amount of time. Obviously, the pride of Portugal as well will be up there, but it's difficult to say. Like, for example, I think Tamashi is one of the ones that people have been talking about a lot. It's like, if someone comes a call in, it's going to be difficult to turn something that like that down. And that's the toughest part about Ascension, is even looking when we get back towards that grand final, let's say it is Apex versus Ascend again. the match we just saw, ultimately, pretty much all of those players could find themselves in the VCT. It's just only one of them gets to do it on the team they're currently on. And that's what makes it almost sort of heartbreaking at the same time, because you're sat there going like, oh, now I have to choose which team I basically want to see disband, unless that org just goes, well, you know what, they're gone now. We win next time, guaranteed, because no one else could even come close. And it's like, I want to see who's willing to do that investment straight off the bat, because then you also have the other thing of there's going to be players falling out of the VCT as well. Like I saw today, Defo's back on the market. That guy, you know, I still feel like he's underrated as hell.
Competition for
I would
those
love
roles.
to see him back at VCT, or a minimum fighting his way through Ascension. I think that guy is, you don't want to come up against him in the server.
That would be incredible. But look, Tom, I have some info on the technical pause. The admins and the referees are working in the background to check out something that happened in round 1. This could be a little bit of an extended pause. So we're going to toss this one off to a break, and we'll be back very shortly with the rest of this game.
It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat.
Well, finally, we've got that tech issue resolved. To let you guys know, it was due to a little bit of an issue, the game tabbing itself out, minimizing, but that's been solved. And now we're ready to dive back in. It did make an effect on the round, which means it's going to be replayed starting back at 0-0, neck and neck, giving Saw a second chance to take that pistol round.
Yeah, they've been given a second lease at life, but at the same time a deserved one because they were removed from the last round because of a bug that was completely out of their control. Competitive integrity and all that, you know. So we're going to be getting back into the pistol round, start things off like nothing ever happened, and we'll see whether or not things are going to go that little bit better the second time around for Gentlemates. Well, see if they're going to come up with anything new. Got to redo their pistol round, but after throwing in some utility in towards mid, it does seem like they're falling back towards that A side again, although I believe the wall has not quite gone as far as it did last time.
At least this time, it's not going to be trapping players over towards ramp, although that was the key to success for Gentlemates in some ways. 2 players up and over, that's the spike making its way while the wall's being broken. Some risks being taken, and the spacing perfect for Tamashi to catch a player off guard. Nade should force them out towards him or take the kill. They thought he could escape, but he was dead wrong. And now he's just a former. And another kill in for Tamashi, and this might just be Saw's pistol.
Yeah, it's definitely going a little bit better than last time, that's for sure. Tamashi, 3 kills to kick off this round. Now they're the ones yet to take a lick of damage. He's looking to do it all. It's going to be 4 kills, not quite the ace. Seems like it was slightly stolen away, but this youngster has come through for Saw once again.
And a spare star, why not? A stun on him too. That's his teammates, of course, just messing about because they had plenty of time, 15 left on the clock when the defuse eventually comes through. And Saw have taken the pistol. What a devastating response now to Gentlemates. You know, the last round, everything went right for Saw. They trapped the players in. They were ready to make them into mincemeat. They lose it. This time, they just needed Tamashi to go ham. And now he's sitting just 3 away from a showstopper. He could farm that up in this round and have it for Gentlemates' first full buy.
Well, that's the thing as well. He was someone who got shut down in their previous series, really sort of had a much quieter game. So him getting off to a great start, 4-0 from the pistol round, might just be the confidence booster he needed. Definitely has some Saw fans behind him today, and he's going to be in the right place at the right time. Doesn't get any of the kills. It's having to do pretty much everything on the way back through. A lurker being spotted as well. Logan with a pistol on split.
Yeah, he's not too bad with the Sheriff, let me tell you. Something you want to keep an eye out.
Thing is, unless his teammate dies, I just don't think he really has a chance.
It's not a 1v4, so I don't see any way he can win this without Whalers going down. And well, yeah, he's going for the fights here. 100 HP, healthy enough, but these players, they got those full auto weapons on the other side. Decent range, though. Baddie's way back on the site. Everybody else is on B. So the space taking is, I mean, textbook. This is perfect for Logan. Has been spotted, though, and that's a small bit of information. They'll know that it's probably an A hit, especially as they push B main.
I'm surprised no one's rotated back yet, though. especially with that. There we go. The Flash definitely getting information this time, but even still, very slowly making their way forward. If they can somehow isolate this duel, there is a minutia of a chance that they could take this one over the line. The thing is, they've got them trapped elsewhere. If they were trying to rotate, this lets Batty know that they're pretty much guaranteed to move in his direction. And with just a small amount of time left, he's going to clean it up without any problems at all.
Very nicely done, and that's the start to this map that Saul will have dreamed about, sitting 2-0 up. The only thing being that massive fight on B main didn't go Tamashi's way. You got ult orbs towards Davies, but at the end of the day, Cosmic Divide isn't going to have nearly the impact, especially 3 orbs towards it at this stage, as that Showstopper would have and could have. Still, you know, better off getting the kill, securing the round. But one less thing for Gentlemates to really worry about coming into their full buy. The thing is, they are still up against that rifle that Tamashi had, and I don't think he'll miss quite as many this time.
Locking vision.
Only util used. They're going to push off the back of it, though. 3 players stacked up. The wall placed early, something that needs to be broken on the other side, and Addicted still has his slopes. That's why he can sort of gamble with the Viper utility on the other side of the map. It sets them up to buy time as they go hunting for these players, of course, on the other side of things. Using that utility to sort of clear out the initial angles, but not really finding too much. The Flash will get them some info, but not a whole lot to play with elsewhere. It's just going to have to be a firefight. And, well, you know what? Takas is all right at those.
Yeah, Fizzy was caught there as well, just trying to shoulder peek the angle, catch the information as they made their way around, but he went a little too wide. The kill for Tamashi. There's that rifle showing up. Nade's still online, going to be used. Jet on site, he knows it, wants to find him. First few shots were close, but not close enough to take him down. Flash out, gets him one more. Showstopper now just 1 away. This is getting very scary for Gentlemates. Rifles on the floor, not really retrievable for any of Tamashi's teammates. But this rifle's still going and still on 150 HP.
He's looking on right now. The rest of the team just almost looking to try and set him up, bait for him, give him those favorable fights. Batty clearing some of these angles as they go. One of the guns has now been retrieved, but Wailers is still waiting on the backlines. Timing going to be perfect, and he gets both. That's the big kill of the round. The remaining 2 stuck in the mud, and I don't know what Logan's seen, but it's enough to get him a kill.
And the stars aligned for him on that one. We'll end up at 2-1 without a doubt. No way Davy can win this. He'll look for damage. Lots of credits. Look, 3,200 in the bank. Everyone on his team sitting pretty healthy. And Tamashi has a showstopper for next round. It's at the end of momentum for Saul. It's an expected bump in the road, but a good response from Gentlemates that they can build on.
Yeah, that's the sort of exciting thing going into this matchup, is that when you look at the sort of compositions, like having the sort of differences of putting that Sage in there, I'm always going to think, okay, I'm expecting a little bit more from the defensive side. You're trying to delay, you're trying to slow, and on the attack, it basically just, well, you have to either be in a post plant or you're just trying to section off an angle as you run through it. Whereas on the other side, the Jet Rays, I expect very explosive attack sides. That's where you should be putting up the majority of your rounds. So it's going to be interesting to see who actually comes out on top of this battle. And one early battle pursuing over onto that A side once again.
The wall used much more passive this time, and I think you'll read that on the side of Gentlemates as they're not having a lot of control in this area. They don't have many players, but instead, there's a stack up 2 in heaven, ready for the first fight with the operator. That's already found success. Saw with the man advantage, still that showstopper to worry about, but the op is repositioned, and that's a much bigger worry. Now the showstopper, oh, they thought they were already in vent. They've just lost Batty, low HP on Tamashi, op in hand, not good for that fight. And all of a sudden, Gentlemates are back in the driver's seat. They might be able to get away with this just to carve a way through. Davy, who's stopping them in their tracks, even turning for the last. Takas left on a sliver of health, and no idea where Fizzy could be. This is gonna be a tough clutch. Use his dash to get there a little quicker, but planting it, it's gonna come close. Fizzy's right on the angle as he finishes it. 5 HP and he wins it! What? Takas gets the 3rd in the round, and Gentlemates tie it up.
Oh my God, the fearsome Frenchman strikes again. Absolutely terrifying in those clutch situations, and even on just 5 HP. He has confidence in barrels. I don't know how he does it every single time. And Davy, he's been a superstar throughout this tournament so far, but even he can do nothing versus that man at the end. A huge confidence-building round for the side of Gentlemates. And well, Just look at what it's done to the economy of their opponents.
We talked about the showstopper as well. They got the operator out. It had impact, and everything was looking good. And it flipped on its head so quickly, leaving Saw toothless. Look at them. Just a few pistols here. And Marshall, just the one, thankfully. But what they're up against on the other side should be a little too strong for them to deal with. Sheriff's on split can be dangerous. Gentlemates have a way of shutting this down. Whalers has a challenge brewing, and he'll lose that.
A big start. Walled off as well. Weapon seemingly to be retrieved. And actually, they've kind of sectioned them in on the other side if they to fall back, but it means that this basically just becomes a one-pronged approach all the way through mid. Every single member of this attacking side looking to go in that direction. The flash will grant them nothing but the absence of players, and that means they can set up perfectly. 3 players now ready within this B site, and the rest watching to see if they go spawn.
Flash didn't catch anyone. Oh, the timing was terrible. I thought Davi might have had the jump on them, but in the end, it's Gentlemates pouncing on their opponents, taking every single duel with great success. And a plant that is essentially undeniable at this point. Addicted. There's only one shot to the body needed for Takas. Everyone else is a little bit more healthy, though. So it only gets to be more of an uphill battle from this point. Ooh. Well, if you shoot them in the head, it doesn't really matter all too much, especially when they're tagged up.
They're both one off ult as well. A chance to either get the res or maybe get the Seekers and reveal the last, but, well, they now have the knowledge of where he was. The pre-fire won't get anything, but the double peek is perfect from Gentlemates. Taking that lead that little bit further, but considering what was invested in that round, I think Saw did well.
Oh, that's a very successful round for the defense, like, without a doubt. Especially when you think about some of those fights, the quick 3K in spawn, Davi being caught off guard, not expecting them to be quite that close just yet. A few elements of this, even just the shot hitting there for Fizzy, and the round is under question yet again. So to have that level of firepower and that level of fight to a round like that, it speaks volumes about what we're going to get in this series. Definitely not an easy game for Gentlemates. They've pulled out the operator on attack side of split to see if they can find a solution.
Maybe anyone else in this tournament I might start to question it, but Takas has been unstoppable with this gun, and with Tamashi pulling it in the prior round on their defensive side, it looks like he's planning to go toe-to-toe with his opposing duelist. Flash will force him off the angle. It means they bypassed at least the gap in the wall, but again, the rest of the team look to build in. It's interesting, though. Normally, you have this 1-2 punch of the duelist, but this time they couldn't be playing further apart. In fact, Takas is playing from the grave.
Yeah, taking down that operator on a wide swing. It was a phantom winning and 2 players peeking him. And the target selection couldn't be acquired quite quickly enough. Gentlemates down a man, down a very important man as well. At least having a tank to try and take that space. No nade to work with, but still those 2 blast packs. And if he grabs a kill, Showstopper's online. That could be the saving grace for Gentlemates right here and now. Seekers on the way to find them. Those are from the defensive side. And there's the kill. Well, he's got his ult, but it's cost him everything. Tamashi, I think a bit of a misread on what was going on there. It's cost him his life.
Even still, though, players in the right place at the right time. Whalers has done well, but it's Bears again. He's been deadly in these clutches so far, but he's only got 20 seconds to play with. Maybe only just realizing that if he's going to do this, he's basically just got to go running through snake bites, try and find a headshot. And I think he's realized it's time to give this round up. The hold from Saw was enough. The shots connected when they mattered, and we're going to be level once again.
Yeah, I don't know who made the call there for the flash coming back online. It was a good spot that you can just pop the flash out of the Cosmic Divide and almost use it against them, but once that second snake bite goes down, he knows. Even blind fire, you're taking double damage, man. You're going down in that fight. A wise move to fall back and save that weapon for the next. It gives Saw equal footing, but certainly not equal in terms of what they're bringing into this round. You know, Saw have even committed some ultimates. We saw the Cosmic Divide closing out that last round. The Showstopper that didn't work. The Seekers in the middle of that round. Gentlemates have been saving theirs, and now they have a very explosive round ahead of them.
Yeah, if they can get into a site, which is something their comp is basically built for, you then have the Viper's Pit for the post. And that's dependent on whether you've already used a Showstopper. You might not even need it in the end. Again, though, looking to put the pressure in onto mid. Now that wall has been a bit of an irritation to a lot of their pushes. It does seem like most of the time Addicted has it in the right place at the right time, but the showstopper is almost going to force them back. It doesn't matter though. Absolutely nothing achieved.
They're picking them apart. The operator showing up too. Info for Addicted. I thought he was wide swinging that corner again. But that was his last little remark before he falls back. Takash in with one. Tamashi down. But all they're trying to do is bait them into pushing the site, especially with that kill. You know they're going to, and they haven't checked for Davi. 2 they thought was all they had, but no. A third man tucked in the corner, a third kill. Won't make it 4, but Batty will do it for him. That's 4 rounds for Saw as they take the lead.
He always seems to get the multi-frag, but not quite the last one. It's so close to perfection.
What a team player.
Every single time.
You guys want an orb? Ah, go on.
It's like, you know, who needs the Cosmic Divide anyway? I want to make sure my teammates get it done, but they're a great round from them. And I think the slow, like, I know this is going to irritate Lothar to hell that I'm mentioning Sage, but the slow just made that so disjointed. Like, at the showstopper go through, the other player normally, like, that's the point of this double duelist is you're going to have Natank, a lot of the time, he's not going to be the superstar of the show because he is taking the space so that Takas can peak. Takas was about 15 minutes behind him having to run through the slow, so he goes down. It's like, okay, well, I can wait 3 seconds and then I have another individual battle again.
Huge value from Sage on this map. I mean, they always say that. Well, Dart loves it. Yeah, I'm sure he's written down some notes, though, to counteract your point.
Oh, of course.
Actually, if they had this agent instead, they would have killed them instead of slowing them. But, you know, one of these things. They got the wall and the slow down on mid. Hey, he needs to be careful. I'm dressing him for LCQ. We haven't leaked that yet, but it's happening.
But you have.
Well, yet. Now I have.
Again, build up in towards this A site. This is where a lot of the explosiveness of this comp truly comes through, and Fizzy, I think he was expecting a little bit more than just players walking up on him for contact. Great start to the round, and there is that Viper's Pit available if they decide to use it, which they will.
Aggressively as well, cutting off screens. Essentially, these players have to come out heaven. They're going to try to make their way down the ramp. Flash gets them nothing. And look who's just sat on the corner waiting. It's Takas, good for a fight. Has a safe corner to fall back to, but he won't. Swings out wider, costs him his life. But he's trying to cause that distraction. Allow Bayaz to sneak his way up behind. It's being watched right now. There's the res. Batty holding the angle, but he's not ready for that fight. Didn't think he'd be quite that close. And that's what cost him in the end. Gentlemates walking away with this one. And it's Bayaz flank that gets all the value.
They were playing for it. They were almost working off that man being in the back lines. And this is the thing again, just the contact plays out from Gentlemates. They are so confident to just go for these almost zero util fights. Like Fizzy just peeks into an entire firing squad, not expecting them to be on the other side. And that's the danger of that Viper's Pit. The second they get that opener, the second that site is open for business, the round completely falls apart.
Round 9, neck and neck. Certainly when we started this tournament, I wouldn't have given Saw the props for that. Oh my, there's no props being given from Gentlemates, that's for sure. They're right away into this. Tamashi good for one, follows up on Takas with the ultimate, and that's all he's going to be getting, but it might be enough. He's given his teammates a fighting chance. And at the time he bought, Gentlemates now will find themselves up against a few more opponents when they push A. Davi's miles away, able to help out with a star here or there. For the most part, the pressure is on these two folks on site. And they're starting to fall back off the A site. Maybe detecting that the slow and pace means a rotation, but that's not the case.
A minute left. Doubling up. Whalers has missed the timing a little bit there. They're going to start really pushing them all the way back. Gentlemates almost going to give things up. Actually, the orb being tapped, that could be huge. The Seekers is going to go through, but they've already got the information of where that player lies.
Great slow.
They can't follow up on it. And now the rest of the team, look, they're being flanked. You can see this coming in. Davi from behind. There is no safe place for Gentlemates to go through. They need to try and get this plant down before they're completely surrounded.
Fizzy's on the edge of that smoke, ready for his teammates to take the fight. They've almost lined up, and Whalers takes him down, knocking him on down like dominoes. Fizzy, a big clutch here. Some of them are low, but it doesn't matter when Whalers is hitting shots like that. 5 rounds on the board, the lead for Gentlemates.
Yeah, he was someone in the previous match that really struggled. He was flat. A bad day at the office. safe to say, but not in this round. Huge step up from the controller player. 4 kills in such a crucial round for them getting back into that site, and you've got to feel it if you're on the Source side. That was a real opportunity for them to take a round back. Some really good early round aggression that managed to catch out the majority of the players on the other side, even avoiding a kill while the Seekers was online. Once again, though, both teams still going to have a purchase on the board. No operator this time for Saw, however, so they might have to be a little bit careful with Takas roaming around.
Well, you know, the counter for them has been the Phantom so far. It's the biggest enemy of Takas. We'll see if he'll have more success now, though. Nope, that's straight away a headshot. Again, the Phantom proven to be a very strong opponent for this man. 2 kills in the favor of Saw, only 1 on the other side. Wall up to slow that push if they decide to break through. And look at the damage done to Takas. Sure, it'll be healed up to 100. And that will definitely help him out with the operator, but he needs to find a victim or 2, make it 2 now that Natank has died.
It seems like the success of him having a solo operator looking for a pick and Natank just being on the other side of the map almost as a lurker, it just hasn't been there. It's been the more direct tanks for Gentlemates that seem to have worked out, allow those players to almost trade off of each other in the pacier fights and in the slow rounds. Well, Saw have done a great job to just pick them apart, to re-aggress. For now, though, the round ground to a halt. 30 seconds left as they're going to go moving back towards middle. Not a lot of time to play with, and obviously on the other side, the defense has just split themselves completely into that 2-2 spot. You almost look at this as, is this a round where you save? But no, they're going for it.
13 seconds, Spike down on the floor as well. Yeah, definitely not feeling winnable at this point with another player on site. That's it, unless there's a big misplay on the other side. This one's done, and there you go. No time left unless both of them swing on through. The round is secured, and it's going in favor of Saw, winning off of the clock, and 2 players survive. Weaponry will be okay.
Yeah, I almost feel like at this point, the op just isn't working for them. Yeah. I think that I want to see Natank and Takas on the same side of the map. Like having this raise lurk, it basically revolves around Takas getting an opening kill with an operator that just hasn't really been happening. And that's even, it's not even like I'm sat there going, yeah, it's because Saw are playing so passive. They're not. They're fighting him. They've just got good util to force him back off the angle, pre-firing the common spots that he's going to be holding. And, well, now it does look like they're going back to that pacey style. This is what I wanted to see.
They're too late getting in here. Saw realize it immediately. They'll try to fight a little bit from up on top. Oh, I don't know if Tamashi fell down or meant to fall down. He hit 1 shot through the wall, but that's all he's getting. No trade for Addicted. This was a setup that was based on fighting mid and B, and I think, you know, I don't know if the decision was made too late, but those players were only making it into heaven as the barriers went up. They attempted to move towards the site. There was pressure immediately. They're forced back, and now this becomes a very, very tough. Oh, no! Impossible spot, I'll say, after that one.
Oh, that couldn't have gone any worse. A couple of players trapped towards the back of site, but bear in mind, Fizzy as a judge. You couldn't have a worse weapon to try and fight at that sort of distance. And, well, with his teammate of Dabby going down, and now leaves him 1 versus 3. All players stuck within the site, but financial reasons, he's going to have to just back out there and hold onto the rifle. And there you go. Back to basics for Gentlemates. A raw push into the site using that Cosmic Divide just to section off any of the angles that were dangerous to them, and they make that look fairly easy in the end.
No, they really do, and I genuinely think that Saw just getting caught off guard. It looked like they were not ready for that push. They had to make some on-the-fly decisions, responses to the aggression coming out. That didn't work. Simple as that. And I understand as well, one thing I wanted to add before that round was just like 1 second long. Natank, you know, being on the other side of the map, I think one of the big downfalls of that is what we've seen from Davi. He has played insanely slow. Think back to that 3v2. His teammates were even hearing them on A site, and he's still on B. Barely made a step into B main at that point. As the plant's coming down, he's in their spawn, shift walking the whole way. They're so patient, and they're ready for those rotations to be called for, that it just doesn't work sending someone to lurk out when they're holding the angle as if you've not made a step anywhere else.
So they put the Viper's Pit last round to try and deter them from running up mid. Now the Viper's Pit's not there. Guess what they're doing? They're running up mid, and it's that 1-2 punch again. Takas already taking initial contact. It's Natank to get the kill. This duo together seems so deadly, and for Batty, that couldn't have gone much worse.
I think he had a stinger though, right? It's not an easy weapon to take that fight with. Need to connect those headshots every time. Now Fizzy, he's snuck by the Blade Storm. He'll get one, but that's where it ends. And time again, we're looking at those late round fights having to be big individual performances, or Gentlemates walk away with the dub. And for now, that seems to be what we're getting. 3 away from Rez for Addicted. That's probably not going to be a factor. He's got to kill all these players and grab the defuse all by himself. Can't see the spike on the map, funnily, but oh, there it is.
There it is.
Just took a moment.
Magic.
All right. Was someone hiding it on me for a second? So back right, it's a deep line. That's when we're getting Addicted's POV.
Okay, well, he's found the first, but the trade is going to be almost immediate. Can you say something else like, oh, I couldn't find the 100 euros I put in my pocket?
That's 10K from earlier. Oh, there it is. Well, 7-5 at the halftime. I have to say, all in all, Gentlemates, they've done well. They've recovered nicely on that. They had a tough start, especially with the chrono break, resetting into 0-0. Saw go up 2-0. That can start to chip away at your mental, but they didn't let it. And they've closed it out very nicely in the end.
Yeah, I think, again, it was just falling back into some of the more, like, basic rounds, like going aggressively into that ace. What this comp really thrives with off that combination of Natank and Takas, and you might be looking at one of the players top of the board, one of the players bottom, but it's the synergy of the two that always seems to have that mass amount of success. Now going into that attacker side is where, again, like the pressure just goes on to the man we've been talking about a lot with Tamashi. How's he going to be able to take the contact? Because it's not the same sort of thing. Like, sure, a lot more of the utility is going to be used to set him up, which they do have a little bit more of. Maybe not so much with the Sage on that side, but if he doesn't succeed, they're going to be in real trouble. And bear in mind, this is the map, as said, that I expect Gentlemates to win. This is the one that favors them. The next is where we lean towards Soar and Ascend.
It's not a terrible position to fight for. We even said it coming into the start of this, that you'll see teams pick up a couple more rounds on their attack than he used to back in the good old days. For Saw, they're going to be hoping for that, and it starts with a pistol round. Now, we know that there's a guy called Logan, pretty solid when it comes to pistol play. He was shut down by Tamashi, and that was a great sign to see. 4K from that man. Can he do it again, though? Because I know Logan can.
Well, why do you know he can?
Seen it. Seen it before, Tom.
I've seen it in both my eyes.
I see it every time I close my eyes.
Oh, okay.
Every time I sleep at night.
Well, lucky for you, he's going to have to make a run through this team and through Ascend for you to potentially live your nightmares through once more.
Oh, I'm good.
But luckily that day, I think you have the day off, so it won't, like, at least you'll have the whole day to cry if it goes wrong.
I would be doing that either way, Tom. I hope you understand that.
Now, one of the things, obviously, we've seen the attack side operator from Takas. The defensive side one excites me quite a bit. For sure. Like, he has been devastating, and that's something that I think Sword did relatively well to deal with in their defensive half. Like, I don't think the operator really had that much to write home about. Different beast on the defensive side. He can sit much more, well, aggressively and get back into passive angles, or something that really helps on split. So really diminishing that economy early on is going to be something that they're going to be hoping for. And of course, as we already mentioned, they're going to be looking at that man, Tamashi, see what he can do. And it looks like we're getting a brawl straight away in mid. An early fight from both sides. The major contact coming from those duelists, but at least for now, they're going to have to fade off of the angle.
Yeah, it's going to be a slow one to begin it, but a big battle brewing on mid. Starting to go for the fight. Nade goes through. They hope they've taken the space and they'll be caught by the nade, but it's bullets to take both kills. Gentlemates coming ahead to start this one. And it's Tamashi, the hero of the previous pistol, who was one of the first to fall. A new hero now needs to step it up for Saw, and it might just be this man. Fizzy had a tough first half, but now timing seems to be godlike for him. And yeah, Bayaz is going to be completely caught off guard. That allows him to link up with the spike and look to push side, but two players have filled in the space on Heaven, and they've put a stop to that very quickly.
Fizzy managed a timing through his own poison orb at the same time as the Tiger went through. That was how he caught Bayaz off guard, but I don't think he's going to have the same miracles available to him as his utility now sits back
30 seconds
towards that ramp spot. He does manage to take out Logan, though. He mentioned his devastation when it comes to the pistols. They've still got to try and clear out to see if there's anybody else on site. The flash will do that. Fizzy's still going. A third kill now, putting back into a 2v2 off the blunt as he gets a fourth. Fizzy just taking over this one.
And now falls back passive. Takas has got to go hunting. He's been fearsome in so many of these spots before, but this is a position that he never should have found himself in.
With 70 HP, an open plant as well. No idea where Batty is. And a flash that should come online fairly soon. Yeah, look, he's just running away. Knife out, bouncing. Fizzy chance to get an ace. But it'll be Batty to steal. Either way, I said Fizzy had a rough first half. He's just doubled his kills in that round. So not a bad confidence booster to kick off half number 2.
Hey, the fact is that's 2 4Ks in both pistols from different players on their teams. It's a huge round for them to take. And I think for Gentlemates, it's got to be infuriating. The re-aggression into mid was fantastic, like giving it up, even dashing away to sell the idea that they rotated, went back for a little bit more, and then just gave Fizzy those jewels. His timing through that poison orb, though, was fantastic. Here's the Tiger coming, runs through on the other side and gets the kill onto Bayaz. That could have been him dead very early in the round. Instead, he ends up winning it for his team.
Those are the risks you have to take sometimes, and, well, by God, they paid off for him that time around. Round 14 kicking off. Saw have quite a bit in their arsenal. On the other side, though, Gentlemates, they haven't got a single rifle to play with pistols all around. Some damage, though, can be done, and already we're seeing so many players fall. It's in fact just 2 pistols, 2 ghosts left. Now, they might try to retrieve the weapons, but even that isn't easy. Not when it's being spotted, and all these players are grouping up ready to take a fight. All 5 sitting on the site, waiting for them to push forward, and Tom, they're still going into it. They've dropped down. They have no idea what they're running into. Not a single player lost for Gentlemates, and that's how you respond to round 1. They've got free upgrades, and the lead extended in their favor.
Well, the last round was fizzy like pop. Sweet in your mouth, they probably enjoyed it. This one was fizzy like sparkling water. I just feel disgusting after watching it.
You say that in Germany as well. There's a lot of people coming for you.
I don't mind.
They love it here.
It's great. It's like drinking TV static. Whoever invented that has issues. But nonetheless, I don't know how Gentlemates have managed to take that round. A full stack on the B site. Saw just ran straight into it and have now just handed them probably the greatest economic boost they could have ever hoped for. 2 rifles purchased, because that was sort of the benefit of only buying a few rifles on the other side, as you can buy these into this round and have a hope in hell. But even just mentally, that's got to hurt you. The defensive side looking to, again, they're constantly moving around the map. The re-aggression onto the A-site ramp is going to show them that it's clear. And the nade timing here, potential combination of Viper and Raze could be devastating.
Logan spotted one as well. Now the info comes through. The nade, the snake bite, and even the grab well. Snake bite landing on him too. Oh, that's rough. The HP really starting to tick away on these players. They haven't even seen the rifles just yet. Tamashi down, Batty on 45. Plenty of his teammates pretty close to him. Here's the real challenge. One of the rifles already dropped. Davi now the only one holding one they'll try to retrieve with Batty upgrading. And okay, Addicted somehow, the one man who hasn't got a rifle, is running around, classic in hand, picking off players left, right, and center. He'll do damage. That might be all it amounts to. 20 seconds, spike up top, 2 players holding it. And Davi dead. This is heartbreaking, man. You win that round, that pistol, the way you win it too. Fizzy's fired up. What a motivation this must be. And then it goes right back into your opponent's hands, and it feels like the door was opened and then slammed shut in your face.
Yeah. The thing is, losing your opponent's map, sometimes you're not going to take it too hard, but losing your opponent's map after losing a round like that, maybe you will. Maybe it gets in your head a little bit, but they've still got time to respond. The game definitely isn't over yet. 3 rounds the difference, and 4 needed for Gentlemates to close it. This gap can be diminished, and in this one, they're going to have a purchase once again. Early flash going to find that there are players there. Tamashi looking for that jewel, but very quickly deterred. This is what we were scared about. That operator of Takas has been a thorn in even the best of team side. We'll see what Saw have to deal with it.
Right now, they've got time to deal with it, hoping that a push comes through or a mistake is made. Slowly working on their mid control.
And you can see for Gentlemates, yeah, the push does come through. They start to prod at main. Nothing comes of it. At this point, Saw have to start carving their own map control. 50 seconds left on the clock as they make it into Angel's position, his favorite in Vents. They'll be looking to break through onto this A site, but the read is there from Gentlemates. A kill onto Davi. The rotations were, okay, they're being canceled. Bayaz is on his way back to B. The fake is working. There's less players to deal with on A, but they have to get past this man, Logan, and he is standing strong.
First, a second as well, little bit more before this round is completely shut down. The claws are out for Logan as he finds 3 within the round. And the thing is, even if they manage to get past him, I feel like Whalers has just been a rock so far in this defensive half. The thing is, you have stars, you have players who are going to take over a round like Logan did. I feel like Whalers is the expert of just staying alive. And when you're playing that Astra on the defensive side, it's something you desperately need.
This is the Whalers the COD fans wanted to see out the other day, but, well, he forgot his controller, but now he's looking like an excellent controller on the Astra. 10 rounds to 6, and a timeout called for Saw. They're getting towards the end of the rope here on Split. They don't want to be left hanging for a reverse sweep. Ascent and Haven, it's possible. Their map pick up next for sure. But like you said, Tom, you win both pistols, and in the context of some of these rounds,
he's got a mini fan to cool his hands off.
Yeah, I respect that. I respect that. Cold packs as well. You crack them in there.
Why hasn't he got a neck fan though? I know you love.
That's a great question, Tom. No, hey, listen, it's coming back in style. I've seen influencers wearing them.
In style.
Personally, I think that the use of the object should come above the aesthetic.
But you just said it's coming back into style.
But now it is coming into style again.
Okay.
As well. So there's it's like
so you're saying you started a
even if I'm not saying I started it. I mean, you said that. I'm just agreeing. Wow. I'm looking at what Saw are buying out of this timeout as well, and well, right now it's a lot of SMGs, a few Sheriffs. On the attack side, going to be harder to find that value. It's where we typically see not quite the 1-2 punch, just a 1 punch. You just go straight through the site and see if you can break them with sheer firepower and numbers.
There's 2 players waiting for them already. Nades set up as well. This could be so much damage. The utility that we've seen from Viper and Raze has been disgusting over the last few rounds, and already it's going to segment the push. Tamashi, though, done well.
It's a good start. Not quite a good finish. Not quite a good finish at all. Well, that's what happens when the firepower comes to the site. All those rifles are there.
He just popped
the showstopper. He did just pop his showstopper.
He just popped the showstopper.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and say that was an accident.
What gave you that idea?
So, it could have been for map control up against the 0 players on the other team, but I just, I have just this feeling it wasn't. It happens to the best of us, man.
Well, I hope the owners are a little bit more gentle than the players, because they just sent them through a blender as they tried to run into that B site. Absolutely brutalized, and now this man again, he's just filthy. The defensive side operator, they go, okay, maybe we'll try and follow up. Never mind. Viper's Pit's going to shut down mid for the majority of the round now. This is one of the last chances they might have to get a buy, and they're already getting that information. Res is available, though. And because of that Viper's Pit, it's actually very viable.
Yeah, I mean, Tamashi has been stood here the whole time, though. He's covering it off. Even if they try to punish, there should be a response. There'll be no punish. Right back into it in a 5v5.
Maybe realizing that you would have needed the tightest angle of all time to try and kill off that player, but even still, the clock is burned and Dagas is repositioned again.
I've got your
right
trail.
place, right time. Seekers are going to go through. They are heading towards him. It's just whether or not his opponents are actually patient enough, and they are.
Oh, he's sticking around. No dash. He can get it online, but he'll still have to activate it, then pop it. There you go. He's got the first, and that's all. Now his teammates need to rush down. The Viper's Pit being abandoned. Logan and the tank don't get on site on time. The flash was good, taking him down easy from that point. The Gentlemates have this, I mean, basically, they have to save, but they've got the money to go for it, so why not?
Yeah.
Got to see if they can find a pick soon, though.
Well, we've already seen 2v4s throughout this map so far, so no harm in giving it another go. Bayaz waiting patiently, almost gifted a fight. And as you mentioned, we've seen these slow rotations, these patient rotations from both controller players. when it comes to this defensive side. It looks like they're just trying to lock them in, try and make this as costly as humanly possible. Let's see how far out they're actually going to have to go here. They're going to go around this corner, trying to clear out every angle possible, but he is just waiting on the other side. Don't know if he'll get much more than this. They don't even really need to fight him. The value is null.
Yeah, I love that they even use utility to cover that corner, because it is the kind of position you would find Whalers in late into the round. It was smart. And they root him out eventually, not to kill him, but you know, I like the idea. I said in that moment, because in the 2v4, it's so hard, especially with the ultimates, to decide whether you're going for it or not. You look at the money, you think, yeah, you can go for it, but they made a middle ground decision. You know, obviously Whalers was much more passive because he'll go up to 9K, but be able to drop a teammate or buy up a little bit here and there. The thing was for Bayaz, he was on 8.7 thousand credits. You know, at that point, why bother? You know, why save? Instead, he stays and tries to make it costly. Doesn't really work out, but you respect him for trying. With an 11-7 lead, that might just be the difference. If he could have picked a few of them on the way out. First timeout called for Gentlemates. I wouldn't even say they're feeling pressure. I think this is just smart usage of your timeouts. Yeah. Make sure it doesn't go too far.
But that's the thing. It's one round. It's not. They're not even letting it get to two in a row. One round. It's like, okay, we're close to the finish line. We know that if we allow this team to build up some momentum, get the confidence back on some of those players, it could be problematic. We already lost a round based off of what, a 2v4 in the pistol, so they could have had this basically closed out, and Existence is definitely not one of those people who's going to just sit back and relax and just watch as things go wrong. He's going to fix things very quickly. I think the fact is, for a little while now, especially when he came into Valorant, we were waiting for this man to become a coach because we knew that the second he did, he'd be one of the best coaches in the world.
I'll also say I love the respect he gave his teammates, because there were a few sloppy rounds and he waited until now to call that timeout. And I think that says a lot about the trust in the system, that you see a mistake and you hear them address it, you think, okay, I don't need to say anything here. They know what happened, they know how to fix it. Keep an eye and see when you need it a little later on. The timeout was called. Gentlemates have rehashed their strategy, and it's a mid push, a strong one at that. 3 players making their way straight down through middle, and well, Saul could be in big trouble. They've left Fizzy to watch this, but he's rotating from the A side, so he's going to be super late.
One of two ways, because it gives them a quick rotation, but at the same time, it gives a very open sight. The tank, knowledge of his position will be known. You're also going to see the boombot go through, so it's doubled up, but the wall is basically just going to block things off, and now a Viper's Pit as well. There is going to be so much that they're going to have to try and fight through to get anywhere near this site.
This isn't really ideal. You want to wait for that Cosmic Divide to fade, but now the Viper's Pit fighting back through that. I mean, you already seen the tank on 1 HP, hoping someone steps close so he can blast them with this shorty. Ain't going to happen. So back out he goes. Get his HP back up.
Yeah,
and then it's the Blitz. He's going straight through on this. He even kept the blast back. I think he might try to use it. Never mind. He just ran at him, shorty in hand, hoping to get the damage done. It was not dealt. Takas trying to save. He's got behind them. The updraft, the dash, it was good, but not good enough. Too many players inside that pit. And I think Gentlemates have realized now there's no chance. Even getting out of there is a challenge.
Yeah, I'm not sure, like, with the intentionality of some of the gaps in that Viper's Pit, but ended up being so perfect. There was a tiny little gap on the default plant spot that when they send the Tiger through, Tamashi goes out of the pit, the Tiger goes past, he goes back in and instantly gets a kill as they try and run past him. It's just small little details that if they intentionally left that tiny gap in it, which, hey, if they did, they're geniuses, he uses that to his advantage. Whether or not they did or not,
Viper Pit lineups,
he used it to his advantage to basically go, okay, there's a gap here, I can use that so that they can't see
Either way,
me.
whether you've come prepared with that, if that's your homework, or if it's something you read in the moment, either way, got to applaud it, for sure. 3 rounds between them. Saw putting up a fight. Showstopper online. Whoops. Showstopper online here. We might see that deployed if Saw feel under pressure, like they need to take some space. I actually think they're going to just Showstopper into the B site, which Gentlemates seem to have almost prepared for, playing off-site, playing up top, where they can challenge decently easy. And here you go. Showstopper entry. And the shot is landed. Whalers losing his life. That might have been a blind shot. They might have heard the drop. I don't know. Either way, it works out. The tank able to respond, though.
Yeah, it looked very low down to kill him off, but I guess a little bit unlucky with that one. Even still, they've managed to get the trade relatively quickly. Now they've got Takas roaming above 19 and 13. He's been having a great game, but it's a miss. Given a chance to get back, they now double up in towards main for that post plant. A pop flash through space. being looked for, but Davi's given the advantage.
I mean, they need so many more kills before this is looking favorable. The time ticks away. And there's not really any post-plant utility left. That's the one thing. They've managed to burn up a lot of it, but the fights are going their way. They've got a crossfire with main, and all three players ready to swing on contact. Addicted does it himself by dropping Logan. Now they're 2 behind. You know, I bet Gentlemates are happy they used that timeout at 11-7. Otherwise, they'd be looking back and thinking, well, what if? But it hasn't helped them, and now they might start to sweat a little bit. I mean, this is no longer the easy first map to close out. Now there's a real game on their hands.
Yeah, I think they've been expecting that eventually there's going to be some mid-pressure put in from Saw. It's been like the Viper's Pit put through, then the next round they push it, but each time they've just defaulted into a very direct take in towards this B site, using the ultimates they have to get them through the round. Well, all of those ultimates are gone. The problem is, none of them have been built up on the other side either. So, other than what would be a Cosmic Divide, which I think is only going to really have that value when it gets down to a retake. This time, though, there is that mid control, but again, Gentlemates are passively holding it. They are still around this angle.
I don't think that flash caught anyone.
Nope.
They just about slipped around the corner. And that might sell some false information to Gentlemates. Look, they've got a lot of info-taking abilities as they send that dog down. And one player spotted with the Tiger. Okay, so this is something to work with. There were players mid. There's players sitting outside A. At the same time, you remember just a couple rounds ago, Fizzy was outside A, popped his wall, tried to sell the fake, and then he was away for the B hit. So you can't really guarantee that information until you see them. The timing is, oh, it's perfect as it happens. No, it's not. Addicted checked the corner, and he's got 2, using Tamashi like a distraction. No, Gentlemates have got to be devastated now. That A-hold looked promising, but it fell apart instantly.
That flash was so good that he basically runs through, clears the other side, and the other player is still so blind, just watching him murder his teammate. And then Addicted just managed to trade out both kills, with Tamashi almost just ending up as a giant distraction as he blast packs around. Fantastic stuff from Sorb. You got to feel a little bit sorry for the side of Gentlemates so they don't get more from that position. Now on the hunt. Finances for Saw look fantastic, and Takas, a second uncharacteristic miss, means that operator sits on the ground. It's been pinged by a teammate, but Fizzy is watching for it. He's not allowing anything from Logan, and honestly, he'll be lucky to get away with his life. Saw, well, he's not lucky today.
They're even rotating their players in towards the attacker spawn just to make sure that op isn't going to be saved over. And how worthwhile that must be. I mean, they avoided Takas's op during that round. Managed to completely rip that defense to shreds. And now they force Gentlemates to use their second timeout. In fact, Saw still have one remaining. They're winning the mental game right now. And Gentlemates will need a solution. It's 11-10. This map looked like it was already sorted in the books. 4 in a row, and Saw are on their heels.
That's the thing. Like, you have a decent first half. You lose the pistol, but win the second round, win 3 in a row. You're in the driver's seat. Financially, you're so far ahead. You even risked in like a 2v4 going to try and get exit kills because you're like, we've all got 7,000 credits. Right decision, by the way. Right thing to do.
For sure.
But now you look back at that and you go, wow, we have come a long, long way for Saw. Grinding things back 4 rounds in a row, and I want to premise again. 6 months, these teams have grinded to get to this tournament, to be in that Final Four. Only one makes it all the way, and the rest start from scratch. Some might get picked up as individuals, but their teams may be no more. And on the other side of things as well, this is the choice of Gentlemates. The next map is the best map of Saw. Their ascent is unique. It's been fantastic throughout the season. They do not want to be, 5 rounds in the lead and let it slip away.
Oh, no. Those are most certainly the worst losses. We even talked about how Saw would be devastated because if you think about it, this could already be closed out for them. And it was a couple of slip-ups that cost them. What an incredibly close series we've been treated to so far, and there's plenty more to come. Gentlemates right now making their way through B. They've pushed fully in. A little bit of a macro mistake there. The flash out as the smoke faded, but either way, it'll work out. They've now got the info that the A play is coming through. Takas snuck his way into that corner, went undetected, but now He's not giving it up. He's still fighting for it. He's still looking for a duel towards main, and that's allowed Batty to sneak up on him. The wall dividing them. And Saw now have the advantage in this round. The flank, though, again, Bayaz from this position earlier on, he had so much impact, and now he's got some support. This could be huge.
The flash is good. Means that the Seekers have gone past, picking them apart. Now it's all down to one. Addicted has been good in this series. Rez online, and time is ticking. He's going to get right up close. It's expected, though, by Logan. It was a long streak back for Saw, but the fact is Gentlemates will get to map point on their choice. Even still, though, financially, no problems for Saw. This map is not done.
No, not at all. 2 more to fight for, an OT possible. Rez and Seekers online as well. Plenty in their toolkit moving into this round. But Gentlemates might just have found their mojo just in time.
1 away from getting the Blaze Storm. 1 away from getting the Viper's Pit. What is it? 2 away from getting the Showstopper as well. Like, there's so much that could come online in this round for Gentlemates and when they need it most. So you almost feel like Saw have to shut this down early, and if they don't have it for this round, they'll probably have it for next.
That's the thing. No matter what, Logan and Takas can have their ultimates in the next round. Takas is low money. Doesn't matter. Not if he's playing the Blade Storm. And certainly from what we've seen, he'll be happy to run that without a rifle. Doesn't need it. The player up close. This is the first time we've seen Davi commit to this so late on into the round. He's popping smokes down. Vizzy's actually spotted them. They still clear the corner. They're not quick enough to take down Davi. The pick for Saw, and another. I thought Logan might have had them stopped in their tracks, but no. Bayaz has to do it. And do it he will. 3 quick kills. Low HP on Davi as well. And he's still looking to fight. A flash in his back pocket, not going to deploy it instead. Waiting to see the barrel, taking Davi down and leaving Fizzy to fizzle out. The spike is up in heaven and no chance to retrieve it. Gentlemates have won the first map. It was a labored effort, but they get there in the end. And now one of the next 2 to eliminate Saw and progress in this tournament. What a performance from Saw, though. They really showed up on their opponent's map pick.
But they met Bayaz the Behemoth to close things out at the end. He's had so many crazy performances. Even when we go back to that sort of initial start of Ascension where he was, what was it, like 20-3 in one of the maps, like just in the early stages of it. And when it mattered most, around it looked like it fell apart. Saw had everything. They caught the aggression. They were pincering around that corner. And then Bayaz just goes, you know what? This round is mine. What a way to close out map number 1. But as said for Saw, this was a map coming into it, I expected them to lose. Like, this is the choice of their opponents. It's one that's been a little weaker for them, even though they've had close matches versus other teams, good teams. But Ascent, that's theirs. That's the one they should be taking. Do I think it's going to be easy? Absolutely not. No, of course not. It's going to be a tough game, but I think it's going to be one you're not going to want to miss.
Look, I have no doubt it's going to be quite a fight on map number 2. But with a performance like that, they've got me believing this series could go the distance. Let's see what our analyst desk thinks after the break.
Gentlemates, they are on the board and take their first map win here at playoffs of VCT Ascension. I am your host, Enzo, and I'm here with Hypok and Lothar. I think there was a point in the game I thought maybe they could have closed it out a lot sooner. There was a bit of a comeback from Saw once again, like Lotus yesterday as well.
The same.
But Mike, Gentlemates, they got it. They got it in the bag in the end.
Yeah, and I think the X factor today was Whalers. A complete turn around in performance. Yeah, I mean, just so prominent in so many of these rounds today for Gentlemates.
I think he single-handedly won some rounds by getting a 2Ks in crucial moments. There were like really big impact kills. And to give you context, yesterday he didn't have the best day. 58 ADR, 9 kills, 29 deaths. It really looked rough. And today he has a redemption story for himself.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that more in a little bit. But first, there was a bit of a messy few rounds, I feel like, in the first half as well. Obviously, after the pistol, the rounds were rolled back. And then we got this from round 4 as well, which at this point, I'm not going to lie, guys, at this point of the round, I had no idea who was going to win it.
This was so chaotic. This is the showstopper round as well?
Yeah, it was.
This is crazy.
Oh my, this is absolutely insane what we're witnessing here. The defense is so chaotic. Like, just look at the responses that are going to happen now in Vents right after this.
This is weird, right? Some weird stuff.
It's like an anticipation of what your opponents will do, but they didn't start doing it yet.
Yeah, it wasn't. And the fact that actually they're not considering a second member in that pinch, because it looks like the focus is there from the get-go. As soon as contact comes through, I think Saw are feeling like they have the benefit in this situation. And even here, we were talking about this as well. Takas actually still having time to stick this open for Heaven. Fizzy just not closing the gap.
Yeah, this was like such a
5 HP
peculiar situation, because it feels like a lot of stress was happening from every single player, and the decision-making because of that was questionable, but because of that, it was very entertaining to watch.
It was very entertaining. A little bit messy, but if you're Gentlemates, you know, a win is a win. You're not going to be super bothered about how you did it. But like you guys both said, you know, who cares about the other players on the server when we have Whalers who will put up an incredible performance on this map. Honestly, you guys have mentioned it a little bit already, the impact he had as well. But I think he completely plays into what we said pre-match. There might have been some nerves yesterday. Today, it was a complete different player.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at how he plays here, controlled, the gun hygiene is on point. He's not just spamming the gun. He's like just having a more calm and collected moment to have that crosser placement in the correct position. So this is very, very different from yesterday's performance that we have seen.
I mean, single-handedly felt like the second wave for Gentlemates, right? Behind, well, that doesn't make for pleasant viewing, but as I was saying, to be in this double duelist composition and to be so impactful behind that initial wave of pressure was really, really impressive to watch. Break this down for me, Enzo.
This feels like bullying.
I mean...
no, I mean...
I don't want to put you on blast.
Yeah, but this
here,
is what we said today, right? I think there was some anomalies with both of these teams yesterday. We didn't get to see the full potential. There could have been nerves, could have been having an off day, and so on. But Whalers, I think he's really stepped up. And like you guys said, I don't think they would have been able to win that map without him. Yeah.
There's also one more aspect that I really would like to commend for the team, because the double duelist executes that they were doing was putting so much pressure on the opposing team. They couldn't handle it, which is actually very surprising to me, because the playstyle that Saw represents should be, let's say, prepared for the same kind of aggression coming from the other side of the team, and it seems like they couldn't. Like, Whalers was supporting with the Astra Stars pretty well, right? And so even when he was not getting the kills, when we're not talking about the double kills, he still was on point to support the duelists.
And what was interesting was something we were looking for from this composition that actually Gentlemates were able to navigate their way through, which was at least that front line, the double duelist, is able to survive long enough where that stall doesn't even become a factor. Time and time again, Gentlemates were actually acquiring site control, even in the situations where one duelist dies or both of them died.
Well, yeah, go on, Lothar.
Just one last thing, just to mention what you are painting here. They lost 14 first deaths. 14 first bloods went towards Saw, and only 9 went towards Mates. So they were able to claw their way back from all of those disadvantages.
Yeah, Saw, they've come so close. Twice now they could have maybe won a map. So maybe the next one is going to be theirs, because we are moving on to Ascent. Next, I know obviously the Phoenix is going to be a talking point, but I really want to quickly mention that we are going to get Davi on the Jet, and he is been having a great performance performance today and yesterday, and I don't think there's a better time, Hypok, for him to get on that jet.
No, I'm excited to see it.
Yeah.
He was probably the most exciting player outside of Tomasi showing, you know, glimmers of hope, I guess, obviously talking about the second half of Lotus as well, but has lacked that consistency. The consistent factor for Saw so far has been Dabi.
Yeah, I just can't believe that we're going to get 2 Phoenixes in 2 days of a tournament.
You
What
think
is
they pull it
happening?
out again?
Honestly, what is going on? Lothar?
What do you think?
Phoenix, yeah?
What do I think? Well, Ascent with a Phoenix, that's a very 2020, 2021 vibe that you were getting. And it's one of the maps that I actually think Phoenix should be doing okay because of the early access to the orbs on the attack. So you're able to farm out the ultimates. Phoenix then with the giga strong ultimate actually on attack is able to ult maybe 4 or 5 times per half. That is actually big, let's say, surge of raw power that is able to convert this most defensive map into a little bit more attacker based. And this is being supplemented by the way that they actually move on the map. This is 20 seconds of movement from Saw, and you can see patterns here. They fight for the control of those orbs early. They actually focus to go through the choke points because of the double duelists, the Jet, which is supported by the Phoenix, that are typically going through those choke points, and they don't really fight for mid. And that is a big giveaway for the opponents because they can literally just put any kind of utility with passive information gathering and just forget about it because most likely Saw are not gonna go through that area. But now when it comes to defense, it's actually kind of different because on defense, let me just clear the drawings. This is the first 20 seconds of the defense from Saw, and you can see they're actually really aggressive from all of the angles possible. But so whenever mates were gonna do and execute themselves through A main, there's gonna be an aggressive push through B main, and the other way around. That's also a giveaway for the opponents to be more defaulty in the attack and wait for those pushes when they're trying to do fake maybe executes on sites.
I mean, so far, none of the teams have changed their comps coming into the playoff stage of this tournament, so I don't expect Saw to not lock in that Phoenix Jet. I hope we see it. And of course, I know Sliggy is watching this, and the Phoenix Ascent was, I guess, his kind of his baby, his brainchild back in the day, so I would love to see his thoughts on it as well, and how he thinks they should be using
Put up
it.
a Scream level Phoenix performance.
I mean, that you're definitely going to win if you did that.
That's a tantalizing prospect.
That's a GG go next if you're able to pull that out. But the interesting thing is, of course, Gentlemates, they have experience with Phoenix, so they should. You'd like to think
they should be well prepared.
Yeah, they should know what to do against it.
I think it's another one where we talk about obviously the importance of prep with some of these quirky compositions coming out, the throw off the early round protocols, particularly on Saw's defensive half, what Gentlemates are going to do to try and control or nullify any sort of value that Saw are going to find off Phoenix.
Yeah, and the thing is, we're gonna see if there will be no changes in composition. We're gonna see a KO from Gentlemates being used, and that is one of the agents that is actually able to stop that explosiveness from the double duelist composition. Now imagine if Jet cannot be really like supported by the Phoenix flashes because they're not able to be used for the 8 seconds, right?
There's
two of them.
Wait, what?
There's two of them.
Oh my god, they've lost the plot. We got 2 Phoenixes and a Fade as well instead of Sova. Yeah, what's going on?
There's a lot of changes. There's no KO, and instead of that KO, we're getting Fade, right?
Yeah.
And then we have no Sova, and instead of that, we're getting the Phoenix, or the other way around, whatever you want to call it, right?
I think, it's flip-flop, but you're right.
Yeah.
We're swapping out the Initiator for the double duelist. This is...
My brain hurts.
Yeah.
But I actually, when we compare those compositions, the difference is the Sova and the Fade, and I like the Fade more than the Sova, because Fade supports those double duelists, I think, in a more explosive way.
It actually allows them, particularly to seize somebody, and for that Phoenix ultimate, in particular, that's the combo I'm looking for, to pin somebody in and allow the Phoenix ultimate to actually charge down that player.
I am so surprised given that Gentlemates banned the Lotus where they play Phoenix just so they can whip it out here on Ascent. It's been a very, very long time since I've seen a Phoenix versus Phoenix, so I can't wait to see what Mitch and Tom make of this.
I did not expect this, Tom. You were saying before we jumped into this game that you were so excited because Saul were going to pull it out. Now you've got 2. Has that amplified it or taken away? Yeah, it's the
I don't remember if I've ever seen a Phoenix v Phoenix on Ascent, and if I do, it's probably been like wiped
It was probably
from
not a
my-
very good display.
No, yeah, it was probably like one of the influencer events in like 2020 when the game first came out, and then everybody went, this is a bad idea. One of them was probably Scream. Either way, I am very excited because this turns this. It's a dull map a lot of the time because everybody just plays the same crap again and again and again and again.
Slow and steady wins the race.
But this one's almost a mirror comp, and yet incredibly exciting because it's basically an agent that revolves around collecting orbs and then just sprinting into a site and trying to get an entry kill. I think it's definitely a bold choice to go, you run a Phoenix, I'm going to match you with a Phoenix, but Natank's already been playing it on other maps throughout the tournament, so we'll see if he can do it here.
There's no tortoise in this race. It's just two hares going at it. No time to rest.
And they're on fire, literally.
Not sure that's humane, but we'll cover that one with the board afterwards. Gentlemates, defensive side. And they are attacking already, making their way down through mid, ready to blitz out with that flash from Phoenix. The tank sees no one, falls back to support the site. But of course, Takas keeps on moving forward. Paranoia is good to reclaim site control. Molly to slow down, but it's traded out on both sides. The brakes being pumped here for just a moment. Saul will be diving into that site, and they're trying to close the door, losing a lot of HP on Davi in the process. And look at this push. They're not finished yet. The site's not the objective. Into spawn they go. A battle's brewing, and Saw are coming ahead. Oh, barely though. Look at the HP!
I think that's maybe the most damage I've ever seen without getting a kill.
Is there a Viper's Pit somewhere? What's going on?
Absolutely ridiculous stuff. There's no Sage to heal them back up. What are we going to do?
That's ridiculous. They've got barely 100 HP between them. Oh, man. Well, Gentlemates should have an easy time. They've got no damage dealing utility, but as you're seeing already, the first fight goes down, and, well, it ended very quickly indeed. They're cautious on their way back through, which is even worse. Few gaps being left. Paranoia was good, but it only gets them one, and now it's head-to-head fights. No utility bar smoke from Addicted on either side. And as we know, it should be Saul losing them out. Davi does well to get 1-2, in fact, and he's still going. Buying time on the back of the site. He might be able to play Ring of Rosie on this one. No, never mind. Whalers able to take him down. And I believe he's just about got this.
Oh, I don't know if he has. I don't think he has. Enough time bought by Davi to close out the round. It was just a little bit too slow on that retake, and just that little back and forth, that tiny little moment is enough for that round to go in the other direction. Now, with all the sort of lunacy, all right, that was just to clear the sort of close corner. They were expecting him to be here, but we didn't really talk too much about what this comp sort of relies upon. Like, when you look at that defensive side especially, it's going to be mega aggressive. You're going to be taking space, and I think that the one thing I really like about this is that you sort of get Davi in a completely different role to what we're normally seeing him in on this team. Like, he is playing the Jet. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but I will tell you this for free, he is very good at it.
The Nano up, over, and in. That's from Fizzy. Stopping the aggression, getting them another orb. Of course, you're farming those up on the tank and Tamashi, respectively. As you look for those run-it-backs, site already under their control. And, well, this eco from Gentlemates hasn't gone the way they hoped. Obviously, stacking up the other side of the map. And now they're going to have the numbers on the retake. I will say, one of the first times we've actually seen the Ares be bought, and I'm not even going to talk about the nerf. I think even beforehand, it was a suboptimal gun. We'll see if Batty has some ideas for how to use it. Big fan of the Odin on this map, not so much the Ares on any map.
Well, you only ever have that opinion until somebody proves you wrong. So
maybe I don't know how to use it.
That could be it.
I'm here to be educated,
I would say
Batty.
that with most guns, but you know.
All right, now.
Engineers down. My ultimate's ready.
Where's his chance?
Those voice lines seem a lot louder than usual. Actually making this one a little bit costly. One coming up for Maddie as well. Just try to hold them into the site, see how many players they can remove, and well, it's only going to be the one. Any weaponry should be able to be retrieved as well, as Davi will be the only one to go down. And for Saw, they've got off to that flying start once again. And most importantly, the one ult that this sort of composition's almost surrounded by is online. Run it back is ready.
Already round 3. What a powerful ult. They've got some cash spare, some credits to spend, and they've gone into some rifles. Fizzy has got the Judge, which I thought was quite interesting. Has a Ghost to back him up. They get site control over A. This could be dangerous, and the tank's the one waiting for them on the other side, and there you go. Tamashi able to just run straight through it. Another flash could be thrown in, but
Destroying the turret, getting rid of some of their utility, the best it comes to, and Natank has fallen though. As he pushed forward, Natank tried to take space on short, cost him his life, and the plant to come through. Now that judge can be used by Fizzy to great effect.
He just plunged on his own. He was just like, my teammates cleared it, I don't need to check anything. Takas, though, a fast retake. This close Jenny spot with the judge is not going to be easy to clear, but everybody else on the roster, they know where he is. They know where the man on site is, and Takas is just dominating these duels. It's left on to Batty. How many can he take down? The shock dart just to try and put it onto the spike. That will actually get rid of Takas, but his teammates are very quick to trade it out.
Yeah, just couldn't get the gun up quick enough afterwards. Good damage, all in all. I think Saul will be happy with how that round went. And again, just the benefits of having to run it back. Without that, breaking through the site is so much more difficult. The tank has many more opportunities to take them down. But instead, he ends up getting pigeonholed towards the other side, shut down on short, yet they're still able to recover. A good sign for the start of this map.
That's the only real danger of picking this map, is I feel like it is just the Jets' playground. And when it comes to this tournament, there haven't been many, if any, better than Takas. Nonetheless, it is now going to be that 4-buy. Run it back may have been used on one side, and last round it's going to be the same on the other side. And Tamashi was almost just left for dead. Natak's just running riot. Almost runs out of time on the ult. That's the reason he's gone. And well, Fizzy has actually caught Takas. Maybe not needed.
You would think so, right? The run it back into A, I guess maybe he's worried about a straight up push to A side afterwards. But definitely leave you scratching your head if it ends up coming back to cost them. But with low HP on Batty and no ability to take space, full utility setup still in from Gentlemates. Look at Logan on short, the player they're walking into. He's got nanos, he's got his alarm bot. And nano's going to buy him plenty of time for these rotations to come on through, if even. They're conscious there could be a second player sneaking through absolutely anywhere. Now they have the info, but it comes with a pretty hefty cost. This is starting to get awkward. 40 HP on both players now, but it's down to the 2v2. Whoops, there we go.
He's going to have a lockdown. The problem is the time that's actually been wasted just going for this has given them space to get back in. Bear's clearing some of these angles. Lockdown just going to be placed immediately. Just trying to force them back, but instead, Whalers has a freebie. They've got to actually run in to try and destroy this. If they're going to go now, and well, Bears will get rid of it. And now leaves Fizzy to try and close this out. 4 kills already. One man standing. Nano going to go onto the spike. He'll buy him a bit of time! And Fizzy takes it home once again. It's another 2vx situation. The Fizzy is the only one standing in their way.
Well, that certainly got the Portuguese fans feeling it. It's got the casters feeling it too. The pride coming out. What? He had such a poor start to the first map as well. We called it out. He doubled his kills in the pistol. And now, coming into this, my God. An ace.
Existence space. Please bring that back. Bring that back.
You gotta say, man.
He's like, oh, damn.
Oh, the molly. They're in. They're stuck in the corner. Burned up as Tamashi falls. The damage done to the tank just going to be healed right back on up, at least a decent amount of it.
Existence is questioning his.
Kukos. What?
He's oh no, that has so much meme
I bet
potential.
you Takas is going to have a little word in the ear after that one. Next time we get 3 kills, don't push them.
Yeah,
but it's a little bit of everyone's fault at the same time. You can't point to one.
That's the thing.
But it's the first domino.
It's also going to have to come down to one of those points. Like you know, we've got Logan. You know that really clutch guy who plays Killjoy. Imagine it's him on the other side, because it basically is. Like Fizzy in those moments. It's like he just comes online the second it's a clutch. Now a man down. Another dropped by these pistols. It could quickly drop away from them just as they were handed it. And the tank low, and Fizzy's there again. A little bit of movement, and Takas with the blades is just taking over. 4 players survive. I don't know how Gentlemates managed to do this. It's like some teams, they make a mistake, there's a blip, it gets in their heads, and they fall apart. Whereas it's almost like Gentlemates go, guys, we screwed up. Time to unscrew up.
If we don't fix this now, he's going to call a pause and shout at us. Get this done. But you know what, Takas? That'll make up for the mid push. That'll do it right there.
The thing is, for me, I feel like Existence should almost just be like a disappointed father.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
It wouldn't even be like, he wouldn't get angry. He would just say something like, I expected better.
There's like a...
I expect better of you. And then it would just cut like a knife.
He calls the timeout and there's 5 seconds of nothing being said.
Yeah.
It's just like, I think you know. I think you know what you
just
did.
hear him breathing like...
That is quite an Akukos move. Well, saw 3 rounds on the board, down to an eco. Low money, rifle on Tamashi, no surprise. Grabbing the ult orbs, building up towards the ultimate. The Gentlemates aren't playing passive, even up against these pistols. They've pushed up on A. They've taken a lot of control. They want to make all the value for this Phoenix. A smoke goes up because they know that A is clear. They can use those smokes on B main. Thorn in the side for Saw.
He's managed to get quite far, but I feel like he's not long for this world. He does only have a classic. Like, unless there's a serious distraction, he's just walked out into the open. Takas doesn't check mid. This can't go back and forth. It really can't. Logan at the back of sight's already tagged up. The pistols are now ever more deadly. It's happening again. Every single time there's an advantage, it just immediately falls apart. Somehow, now it's Saw's turn. Batty has taken over, battering them. From what was a classic in mid to now a rifle and 3 kills. What can the tank do? I don't know.
Save the weapon. That's about the best thing he can do here. 5 players to take down. I think he got a better shot of winning round 7. Let me tell you, he is bailing. But Saw, and I'm not sure if Batty had caught a glimpse of him as he moved towards short. It doesn't look like, well, didn't look like it though, because they're still covering off main. The thing is, they are looking for him. There's still some time on that spike as they're spreading out, covering all their bases.
This is an eco, of course. They could buy in the next round anyway.
Do they find him, though? And I think it's looking very unlikely at this point. They've cleared everywhere else almost. The time now is going to become a factor, and yeah, they're not moving towards short. So he'll one's getting real close, but it'll be dropped. The rifle's held on to at least.
I'm still, like, that might be the most ridiculous round so far, which saying that so far in this match is actually meaning something. The man was a Sova player, walked down mid with a classic while he had his ult online. I think he was basically probably just paying for a post plant if they ever got one. It gets a free kill and then wins the round. It is ridiculous what has just happened over the last 3. I think for my own mental stability, if we could return to some sort of normality. Actually, both teams have a bye here, so I guess that counts.
Tom, if you saw the comps they're coming in with and expected some form of normality today, I think that says more about you than about them. This is the crazy game. Oh, I love the knife. Good choice, Fizzy. Good choice. That's why he's doing so well.
Right.
He changed it over in between maps.
Definitely.
I don't think he did. I think he was using it earlier. But yeah, at 4-2, Saw are looking incredible. Ults are coming online, 1 away from Tamaji, having himself that run it back. He obviously just took the orb inside of A main, but he'll try to do it with a kill. Full Killjoy setup to catch them on the way through. Although, Gentlemates, they're stacking up on short quite heavily. There's no one to actually play off the back of that util.
Flash through. KJ util is gonna... Tamashi is just like, don't move. I've got to stay in between. Otherwise I'm going to take a lot of damage. Quick flank coming through from the tank as well, but there is utility ready and waiting, and Batty's actually being very proactive with his util. Instead, though, here comes Tamashi just going forward, all the way forward, trying to use that ultimate just to pressure them back in the tank, trying to do something on the backlines.
Wise to give him the plant. It's got value already. Oh, Natank is suspicious that there'll be players here, but not that there'll be a second one. A smart stack from Saw, and it pays off. Gentlemates now on the back foot. And indeed, they're going to run it all the way back towards the B site and save these weapons. Saw have just earned themselves another round, putting them at a 3-round advantage on attack side of Ascent. You're very much seeing why this team, why we had confidence in them. They had a great opening map as well. But I think at this point, maybe it's going to start to sleep into Gentlemates' mentality that we're trying to play them at their own game and they're winning.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like losing one of the initiators is actually so far at least, looked like it's hurt them more than gaining the Phoenix. Like, there's been a round or two, I think, when the tank has been fantastic, don't get me wrong, but I also just think that the pressure it's put on other players to sort of almost be that site anchor where Saw just don't have that level of respect for any of the utility that's being thrown down. This composition revolves around Chaos, and they thrive in it. And you've basically gone, okay, you're running Chaos, let's make more Chaos. And Saw go, but that was our idea. Like you've almost just got, you've gone, you want to do this, so we're going to let you do it more. That doesn't seem like the greatest counter in the world. We'll see, though. It's still early in the game, but 5 rounds on the attacking side. And even though this is a Phoenix Jet comp, their defense is actually scarier. Because the way they play it, it's just attack 2. Like, that's what it is. It's like, oh, we're playing our second attack, guys. We're just going to start pushing them again. It's like, oh, was that not our first plan? It's like, yes. But now we have actual setups as well.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that timeout's called by Gentlemates. Definitely time to realign, moving on into the rest of this half. More than halfway through it. And for Saw, everything's been working out. The one thing that we can maybe say is that in this round here, the tank, he is going to have his ult. They'll run it back online yet again. And value was found by Tamashi in the previous. I think so much more can be acquired by the tank on this defense if they're able to telegraph where they're going and make that read. And here we go. Round number 8. And Saw's attack shall be tested once again. Full rifles up on the other side. 1 ulti. And an operator for Takas.
Last time out, it was a very aggressive A rush from the tank using this ultimate. So instead, they've opted to play around mid. Now, bear in mind, they could have gone for the orb again, got Fizzy, that lockdown, but they've opted against it, being very careful to clear a lot of these positions. They are, however, being pushed from behind, and the turret has just realized that. They've got to go.
Actually breaking some of the utility through. Great flash. Logan's in trouble. Another round without a kill. He has been shut down in this position, in every position thus far.
He's being wrapped on. Completely surrounded. He's normally good from these spots, but Fizzy is just on fire at the moment. Another kill. I think it's his 10th so far, and there comes that lockdown. As I said, they could have fought for the orb early, Mitch. They could have gone for that orb, got themselves the lockdown. Instead, they went, okay, we want to avoid the risk of Natank killing us again. He killed Tamashi, picking up an orb, so they go a different route. And even though the aggression of Gentlemates is not bad, with the amount of time gone on that spike, you can't even go for this retake anymore, even with a run it back.
Yeah, they've won the round off that alone. I think the big thing being that, sure, the lockdown's going to be in play, but then they have so much utility to fight with afterwards, and I think it comes down to Gentlemates not having the info of what's left in their arsenal. What they might not know is this aggression is going all the way. Takas will drop Tamashi. Uh-oh. It's okay. No one's close enough by, and he's got his dash to close space. He'll make it to the site. I don't think anyone has enough time to really make a favorable fight happen. It would be suicide to go swinging in, and they're not going to go, well, not going to fully swing in at least. 6 rounds for Saw, and a statement of an opening to this half. I think Gentlemates have got to just feel shut out completely. They have Baez and Logan sharing a kill. That's a rarity, especially considering the previous map, how impactful both of these players were.
Well, I really love as well, I think one of the main things that I've enjoyed about Saw on this attack is that they're very quick to react to very small amounts of information. Yeah. So you see that aggressive push up from the defensive side to take B main control. The second that turret goes off, they go, okay, we have no one on that side of the map, we've got to go. Instantly push in, take that pressure, trade effectively, and the remaining players are in trouble. Now, the defensive side, their reaction, let's try and take some mid control. This time, though, nobody there. Just a little bit of utility thrown out to catch them if they push. Saw are basically ahead of every plan it seems Gentlemates have.
Of course, Fizzy has drawn my eye at the start of this round. He hasn't had success, but he will soon. I can feel it. Been a hell of a start to... Oh, that's a nasty lineup as well. You don't see that used too often.
Was it Chronicle who used it? I feel like Chronicle got a kill doing that.
I'm fairly certain. Or like massive damage. I remember like -80, -90. And it's so frustrating. You're like, where can I stand? I'm like, where is safe? Well, maybe towards the A site. If he gets underneath, not so much. In the tank, running it down. Same molly we saw before. Paranoia to try and push him back. He'll flash back in, fight again, and win that duel. They pushed up on short, though. They're ready to punish him. Once he respawns out of that ultimate, Bayaz is trying to buy some space. Just being shut down by Gentlemates. Logan finally stepping it up. Takes advantage of the chaos and leaves Batty all alone. 89 HP total.
He expects Takas to be here. Like, who's here with an operator? It's such a weird... Oh, okay. A missed shot. like maybe giving him a slight opportunity. He's just trying to bait teammate coming back around the corner. This has to be something realized eventually by Baddy. I think he has, but it's too little too late. A little bit of mind games being played in that one by Takas, and it does seem like Natank, again, such a crucial pivot in that round, just being able to take that space, dominate over on towards A-Long. When he has that ultimate, it feels like they have a kill or two for free, and then his teammates basically just played bodyguard for the rest of the round.
Yeah, and I think, you know, he's held on to it for a few rounds as well, which makes it's nowhere near as easy to just say, oh, let's not go towards A. He might do that molly thing again. Like, you don't know when he's running that, when he's playing on B and getting aggressive, when he's pushing mid and getting aggressive. So I think that flexibility and the lack of readability is really what's paying off for him so far. And have the same old Odin wallbangs attempted. This time it's Batty who's firing them out. 4 players, 5 players, in fact, everybody from SAW stacked up on B. This is where they want that fight to happen, and again, they're going towards Natank's site.
Ready. This time, run it back online for that attack inside. It's definitely the most I've said the words run it back. It's come through a lot. So he's going to be making his way through, but he may just run out of time. It's going to be down to the split second. He doesn't quite get anything else. Instant use of the Nightfall to try and deter on this push, and instantly Natank springs into action again.
Might not matter if he has his ult or not. He's certainly showing up, and look at the rotations that have come through. They've called a freeze to try and punish some of these rotations if they overpeak, but it hasn't happened just yet. And everybody on Gentlemates just waiting for the next step to be made by SAW. The next move. Shock darts on backside. A desperate attempt to find something as Natank falls. Maybe they have a chance, but they certainly know that Logan is here as well. They saw him in the end of the ultimate. Went down earlier. The timing, it's going to be crucial.
30 seconds
Fizzy has
left.
no idea when to swing. And it's Joe. He's chosen correct, but he won't get the kill. The sliver of HP, the classic out, and the shot's still not landing. I don't know how Takas is still alive, but I feel he's going to get the kill in the end. A desperate attempt to bait another shot out, but it won't happen. Unlucky for Fizzy. A much-needed win for Gentlemates.
It just seems to pull off miracles at times. I don't know how he comes out of that round with his life, but in the meantime, his teammates have done the work again. Like, Natank, he's been fantastic. Like, that's the thing. I don't think there's any questions that individually he looks brilliant on this agent. It's just whether or not it's going to work out overall, if it's enough for them to take home this map, especially, again, 6 rounds on the attacking side. Even with this sort of composition, it's still very, very good. But for SAW, they're gunning for a little bit more. They're going to take themselves that tactical pause, stop for a moment. It's been a couple of rounds going that defensive side way, and I think they also realize that there's been opportunity. Like, you get that kill, you have the players towards that defender spawn surrounded, two players in pretty awkward positions. I think Tomashi as well, being able to get one of the entries back into the site. There were possibilities that they could have done more in that round, so I think just giving a moment to the coach to chat through this one.
Yeah, it's always good to check in with the support staff. We've heard from many players how important they can be. Even just those tack pauses to settle nerves, calm everybody down. We heard in the post-show yesterday, Kiko was saying that that was very much what saved them during their series, that Ito had called a pause for Apex, and that was right at the moment where the nerves were kicking in, where the team was starting to fragment, pulled them back together. That's what SAW are hoping they'll find here to give that little bit of an extra injection of rounds to close this one out. Their attack side is being good, but it's an attack that seems to be a massive problem for them. This Phoenix play definitely starting to heat up, but it will be pushed back for now over on the A side. Some early flashes and early utility that's going to deter any further aggression.
Yeah, I think those flashes as well have just made things so much more difficult for attack has to fight.
Thank you, Zol.
I'm going to go back, though, and he has reclaimed this angle once again. Much more passively at that, and this time it's going to be the drone forcing him off. The fact is, though, this was more of a ruse from SAW. Over the last round or so, they've been very all-in in their takes. He's now going to go in and doesn't quite connect. Must have been moving because the crosshair placement didn't look bad, but unfortunately for him, he's not going to get the kill. And his teammates are very well set up on the other side of the map. You've got Bayaz ready, full util for anybody who's going to try and hit towards that switch and close the door on the way out. And oh, I think the Prowler got caught on the wall. I think it would have got him otherwise.
Almost without a doubt. It would have been the information, maybe the reveal up on the back of it. Now they're holding blind. Okay, rotations. Look at A side on the mini-map.
30 seconds
Immediately,
left.
Gentlemates they're starting to get a sense of what's going on here. But it might be a little bit too late. Not quite. The tank is here in time to cut off those pushes towards the site. Doesn't get there to catch Alpha Kamashi. There's a smoke blocking, and when he pushes through, he's taken down.
They got to break it.
This is looking a little bit scary now. They've got to get towards the site, but they've got time. Just about. Never mind. It's going to be detained. Stuck there, but the teammates are on the way.
Yeah, the rest of the team were basically just gambling on Davi doing the work, and the fact that he manages to get the kill is far more important than anything else. Like, even though if they'd been within that lockdown, it could have ended the round, but they were just patient enough. And that's the main point of that. Saw were patient not to rush into that because they realized probably not enough time for him to destroy it. Even still, an incredible effort. And with that early fake, that early ruse, and the catch-off of players rotating, even with that, that's the thing, what, 20 seconds left? You managed to clear both players from the back of site?
Oh no!
It's
on his head! It's on his head! He's been revealed! He's just hit him like Robin Hood! Beautiful shot from Batty! Well, you don't typically want to peek it off like that, but he just jump shot him with a bow and arrow and then took him down through the smoke.
The funny thing is,
style points, man.
In any other scenario, that smoke saves Takas. In that scenario, it kills him. Like, it puts him down because it's like, I can't see him anymore, and he can definitely see me.
You saw him while he's doing it, he's spinning around like, where is it? Where is it? And he's like a unicorn in the process. Unlucky.
7 rounds. This has been a very good attack half from Saw, and there's still a chance to make it even better. Much more of a blitz play. Straight in towards this site. Hunter's Fury being expended early, and it's going to actually ping onto the tank as well. It reveals him as he tries to play within the smoke. 2 men down already. They need someone to try and save them, and it's not going great until Takas finds a kill.
It was an excellent start from the Hunter's Fury. Gentlemates still have some fight left in them here. But the post-plan setup is strong. They have the utility, even the double shock darts still remaining. Fizzy with util on the site. And it's these players on Gentlemates having to push in. There's no saving at this point, but with the HP and having to drop out of heaven, the hope here is that Logan can carve out some form of control for your squad. A drop made. Bayaz on the way through. Here's Logan's time to shine. He's being caught. He's being watched. It's just too many players that can cover every angle. The reveal comes in eventually. But look at that. Trading it out 1-to-1. Logan. Okay, Logan, that's 2. Shock darts used by Batty. Has to kill the first player. Bayaz is low. 5 HP, 22 on Logan as they stick this. And he won't catch either of them. A lifeline potentially for Gentlemates and just about found.
What a retake from Logan. You mentioned it early in the game. Had a quiet start to this half, starting to rise back into things a little bit and make this one look that bit more competitive after what could have been an absolute blitz through. And normally we sit here and you go, you know what? 7 rounds on the attack, it's probably done. Like, we can start packing up, head this one off to the 3rd map. But when you come in with the Jet Phoenix comp, you kind of go, I don't know, I have to have a little bit of belief that they have opportunities to bring this one back. I think we've seen this on maps in the past as well, this duo of Takas and the tank playing in tandem off of each other, using that ultimate at times to set up Takas for entry kills. And the tank has been fantastic. Like, his Phoenix, well, just about has been the better of the 2. So I do sit here now and go, okay, he's heading into attack side where he's going to get to lead the charge, set the pace. There's still chances here.
It was definitely one of the main thorns in Saw's side early on, was figuring out how Natank was, running that A site. It was early mollies up and over. So while that's on the way, he gets up close to main, swings through with a flash, molly lands. He's already got his gun up, ready to fight. And you're stuck in the corner, often blinded, either by him or by someone else. You'd even see the paranoia combo from Whalers at times. It's really nice setups, but then you go towards the end of the half, and we saw probably 4 rounds in a row that molly goes up and over, and it gets no damage. It doesn't push them into a corner because they're ready for it. They start to realize, oh, this is the start of round every single round. This is what they're doing. And so it stops having that impact. And I think that's probably the only thing I would change about it is, late into the half, change up that playstyle. But at the same time, that was only what he was doing on A. He also had his mid pushes. He also had his B pushes and B defense on backside. A ton of range to this Phoenix as well. It definitely doesn't look like something that they just picked up on a whim today. I think this was part of the prep for this series.
Oh no, and I think as well, that's something I really want to talk about when going into this next matchup, or next half, I should say. Like, the way that we get to see Saw now play this defensive side is something really exciting. They have a load of really cool little combinations, especially when the run it back is online. You're going to see like aggressive A pushes coming out from Tamashi, but slightly different to what we've seen on the other side. They normally combo it with a deep smoke into mid to smoke off screens as the push comes in from Davi as well. He'll look to Pincer, and then Paranoias is going to be the main sort of talk of the town, because they always seem to have these little combo set utility from Addicted to set up Tamashi. No matter where he goes, there's going to be a Paranoia to give him freebie kills. So that's something that they're definitely going to have to deal with, because if you're grouped up outside A main, he's going to get 4 kills if you are blinded when he comes around the corner
100%.
with that run it back.
Yeah, and even dodging the molly just wasn't enough a lot of the time, because rifles up, like we said, ready to go. Nano right away, no short peek to come through, smoke behind it as well. Gentlemates are looking for mid control, but there's plenty of players here ready to duel. In fact, the Phoenix on the other side, Tamashi, he has fallen back towards the spawn, just not wanting to get overwhelmed. Good shot onto the tank. He's going to step into his molly to heal up a small bit, maybe even use that wall. Oh, last bullet as well. Batty's going to wish he didn't peek that.
Well, maybe expecting them to be a little bit further forward. That Paranoia has got absolutely nothing. Spam through, though, has managed to find one. Again, look at the HP on the other side of things. A little bit of heal available, but Fizzy is there once again. The advantage now going the way of Saw, and, well, it's left onto Logan. Another clutch and a pistol needed, but he's brought it down to that 1v1. He'll close it out again. The pistol maestro of Logan strikes once more on the land stage, and I feel like there's not been a single pistol round until the very last second where you could predict who was going to win it.
Well, you know what, Tom? I always have this formula. If Logan's alive, Gentlemates are still in it. And
say the same about Fizzy.
If it's a clutch, if it's
you
a 1vx,
can say the same about Fizzy.
It's true, that ace. He needed a teammate to do it. Logan doesn't need, he needs there to be no one else alive. If he's alone, it's like Gabi back in the day, but about times 10,000. His clutch ability, 6 to 7. The
Zesh
crowd
just perked up somewhere. Did someone just say something?
German player? I was going to be rude and say he's probably the best German Valorant player, but that'd be a little too much shade. I mean, I said it anyways, but you know, that's what it is. Shorty up. The Addicted's looking for some toes to step on around that corner so he can blast off their face. I like the RP on this thing. Looks like he's earning some rank points.
Well, he's not going anywhere.
They've missed him! They've missed him!
Oh my god!
So he's able to reload as well. Where's the trade? Okay, the flash came in, it worked, it's all fine, everything's normal. Now look who comes around the corner.
Again. I can't deal with another half starting off like this. Bayaz in the tank 36-28. They're pushing them back into, well, guess who? Tamashi on the other side, who's waiting patiently. Takaz is healthy, but he's going to be able to buy time, or at least that's how it seems. Nobody on the other side really moving. Now they will start to budge back in the other direction. Shock Dart doing a little bit of extra chip damage, which you might not think will be much, but when you're up against pistols, ends up being a whole lot.
Yeah, it's put him down to 98. I mean, Davi can come in and one-shot him in the body if he wasn't on the other side of the map. Maybe they'll play into it later.
They've got 20 seconds.
They have to rush.
They've literally got to go, and now Fizzy's rotated in. He's waiting there. He's going to find one straight off the bat. That's one of the healthier players. That was Takaz with the rifle, and the timing from Tamashi couldn't be better. How does this keep happening? Winning the pistol seems like a curse in this series.
The second half one especially, not something you want to be picking up. Saw responding in kind. Gentlemates now left down to next to nothing, and that one's got to hurt. Winning out the previous round, the crowd roared for Gentlemates.
I can't believe how much damage he did from that point. And then just the time just gets away from them. Tamashi with a perfect swing off the back of his teammates, and well, I'm sure Lothar back on the desk is probably having an aneurysm with how some of these rounds are going. I'm really excited for whatever breakdowns he's got, unless he's having a breakdown
good night.
right now.
Good night to you. Pop your paranoia all you want. It has actually worked. It's pushed them back. So yeah, indeed, pop your paranoia, Addicted.
You know
well
what?
done.
I will.
Well done.
He's actually gone back into this corner as well. Tamashi has with another flash. Again, like, we've already seen this happen. where somehow Gentlemates managed to win these rounds. So I don't even want to say anything. It's possible. They might do it.
Sheriff. You never know. Never know where things are going to go.
Natank's 2 off a run it back. Somehow he might end up getting... Oh,
there's one.
1 off a run it back.
2 players sat outside A as well.
Almost 0 off a run it back.
No heals either. He's not going to be able to pop down some fire.
If he gets a run it back.
Oh, wow. That could help out.
That will heal him
massively. He has to get a kill first or find an orb somewhere. And they're not exactly just laying about. Recon in, it's going to get a scan off. They know Takis is close. That's about all the info that they've got to work with. The rest of Gentlemates are relocating. Looking to add a second prong to this attack, and it'll be through middle. And indeed, the rotations have come through from Davi, who thinks that this is now a B fake. But in fact, it's just a very delayed push. The timing has worked out for the squad with pistols, but they still are outmatched when it comes to the firefight. They should be falling behind.
Yeah, and they've got to just run it now. 15 seconds left. There's not really the time for them to sort of play with their opponents. A sneaky push through the smoke from Logan, attempting something, but Fizzy and Batty look like they have this one on lock. And with the amount of time left, Logan, he can only cause damage. Oh! Okay, a lot of damage, an awful lot of damage. And in fact, Whaler's making sure he goes down in the end. That's absolutely fine by him. And make sure he has a purchase for the next round and remove a lot of guns.
They could have won that one. They could have won that one for the last second. That was a triple push on site.
Maybe like if there was an extra second. I think even the second kill might have been after. I'm not even sure. It was so close.
It was very close. A good attempt either way. Here. And that's the thing about a lot of these rounds. You know, you can see it swinging either way. We said in the last series there was a point where I believe Saul could have had it closed out.
Oh, here we go, straight away. Both of them. Run it back in one side, run it back in the other side. It's almost like they're on a string and being pulled around the map off the back of each other. I'd say the attacker one garnered a little bit more. Yeah. They're going to get them the site control completely. Some counter util being thrown out to try and do some damage. What is that?
That's a man who knows his lineups right there. That's what I love to see. It's well, there's no one on the roof. We know that for sure. I don't know how high that updraft is supposed to be going, but well, they thought a little higher than that. Molly down. They're going to start the defuse, at least try to bait them out into the open for now, holding angles. It's stuck halfway, close to it at least. They got very close. Push out of Tamashi is good, and it was half. It's now very close to being all the way, and they're not able to do anything about it. Covering fire from Batty, suppressing them and taking them down. That's an Odin round for Saw that puts them on double digits.
You were pretty much begging for an Odin round all the way through the previous series, but you've been given it by Batty instead.
Hey, Enzo delivered. Enzo delivered some rounds. Odin battle, the 3K clutch at the end. You know, there's a lot of good plays.
Going up to this
Put him down a peg.
Filthy stuff from Batty. And you know what? They're now edging ever closer. 3 rounds to taking us to a 3rd map. I think it's something expected at the beginning of the day, but the manner in which they're doing it is entertaining to say the least. Timing shot attempted by Davi. He's definitely been a little bit quieter than usual when it comes to this map, but he's not going to mind. They're in the lead, they're looking strong, and it's now up to Gentlemates to find a response.
Drones just cleared B main. They have a turret watching it too. Both players on site can look towards this doorway and catch them on the way in, but it's the spawn push that I'm really worried about. Some damage being done, and Davi picks off the tank. That's the kill they needed. That might halt the push in towards the spawn, and you can see Gentlemates already reconsidering. The smoke goes down, but they fall back. No, the spike's gonna go in through the spawn. It's not that big of a risk from what we can see because they are turtled in on the site, but a rotation has come in. You can see Tamashi now sat inside of B-Link. Huge control for this squad as they focus entirely on what would normally be a flank. Instead, they've essentially just switched positions, and Saw are more than ready for the aggression that comes through. That's an awkward fight, and the Fizzy ends up winning. Flash eventually comes through from Tamashi. Somehow Whalers is able to take them both down. Reveal is good. Solid kill, good damage. And he's just going to dance around this box, peppering him up as he goes. The smoke almost cost him his life, but I think it saved it in the end. 11 rounds on the board for Saw. An excellent gameplay. I really like the idea of they start to lose info, They instead drone B main. They know they can focus the door. The spawn is locked in. Everything there just went according to plan.
Yeah, I think when you come into this series, you come into this team in general, talking about Saw, there's one name we have seen a fair bit in the past, and that is Fizzy. There's a reason we know his name. Right now, he is absolutely frying the opponents on the other side. 20 and 10, top of the scoreboard on that Killjoy, and every single time they go pushing into a site, he has been an absolute nuisance. Even take away those crazy clutches he had in that first half, which pretty much gave them the victory. Now, well, he seems to be in his element. Batty, Tamashi alongside them as well, and now Gentlemates, well, you mentioned it before, when they were up in the lead in the last map, they took a little bit longer for Existence to come in with that pause. Now, this is where he earns his money. If they can turn this from here, take the pressure off a little bit more, because the fact is, going into Haven, that third map, as I said, split, advantage Gentlemates. Going into this map of Ascent, advantage Saw. Haven is anyone's game, and you almost have to give that slight bit of favor to the team that just won the last map. You're going to have the momentum.
If it's like
you're
this,
going to have the confidence.
Yeah, if it's this dominant, for sure. Saw have got to be feeling on top of the world right now. Even look at some factors like maybe Davi on the jet could be the difference. Nope. Nope. And again, you know, on attack side, taking space, yada yada, a million excuses. Doesn't matter when you're 11-6 up. I don't care if you've got 2 players with 0 kills. That'll do. If you're running the rounds. It would be quite impressive. I feel like we've almost seen it before.
Oh,
wow.
Okay. Well, he's still there. He's definitely still a threat, and he's taken down one of the major ones on the other side. Flash in, but nobody really been playing around this Bo's house for the majority. In fact, they've been more passive. Multiple players here. Lockdown is going to be implemented, and in a spot where they can't really retreat off the back of it.
It's destroyed at wall
It's already gone.
Yeah, the
already
Odin
destroyed.
The Odin just sprayed it. It wasn't behind the box, so it was out in the open, free. Davi able to take another. Now they move towards the site, and actually kind of an unexpected position for Batty to be in. You'd expect backside at this point. But instead, he sat on the box, ready for a fight as they emerge around the corner. Davi might not let him have that fight. He is having a field day in this round. I said he wasn't doing too well, and he must have heard it. Batty to close, 12-6 now. Saw on double the rounds of their opponent, and this is coming off the back of a Gentlemates pause, their last timeout as well. No more chances to listen to your world-class IGL/coach. Now you're all on your own to pick up 6 in a row.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The last couple of rounds, they started to not look so close. It started to look like maybe the comp's not working out for them, the risk that they took. Because I think, especially defensive side, okay, missing that double initiator can be a little bit more of a problem. But having that set up on the attack, having that fade on the attack is something we expected to do a lot. But the fact is, they haven't been able to clear a lot of these aggressive angles, these places, these pushes that have been taken. Even with the Prowlers, it doesn't seem to matter. Saw still win those fights. And in their retake, they look even better.
There's no argument here that Gentlemates,
it's going to hit no one.
They took the risk. They played a comp that Saw are intimately familiar with, and I think the price is being paid now. Hunter's Fury popped out. Davi already good for 1. The tank going to try to fight back. He's blinded up, but he pops one of his own, able to make it to the site. Addicted. Well, he's mollied, but he's still safe down below. He's caught a position where they can't quite see him. They can't take him down, and his teammates can fight with him. Davi on another, really heating up on this jet, and it's looking like Saw have got this one in the bag. Tamashi leaves it down in a tag, and that'll be another 3K from Davi to decimate his opponents, 13-6. Gentlemates barely got a chance to get off the starting mark here, and now they've got to do it on Haven, a map that looks close. It could be neck and neck going in, but like you said, Tom, Saw have that momentum at their back for sure.
Let's put it this way. If Apex go into a map versus a team and they ban it, there's a reason why they ban it. Like, they have looked like the best team in the tournament, and coming up against Saw, they went, you know what, we don't really fancy Ascent today. Like, in the past, we've banned other maps. We've gone away from Bind, but no, they decided to move away, and there is a reason. This team looks like the best Ascent team in the tournament, and they have won Ascent. Just as we expected this script to go. Each team has taken their own map choice. It's always nice to see. It doesn't happen very often.
Really doesn't.
But the fact is, now we head to Haven. Anyone's game, a flip of a coin, and for Saw, they have the momentum at their back, but as we've seen throughout this tournament, that doesn't necessarily mean a thing.
It could be anyone's game moving into Haven, and I am just blown away by the performance of Saw. The underdogs in most people's eyes, in most series that they've played. At this point, they have got to have earned your respect at home. One final map. They could be going home, or they could stay in the competition. Stay tuned to find out which will be.
So, did you... I'm so glad you were with me on that.
We were literally, I was never gonna do that. I don't know what that was. But
that went perfectly.
Yeah, I was gonna stitch you up. I was like, I'm just gonna sit here and pretend like.
I was hoping both of you did it.
No, I was hoping both of you did it. Anyway, Saw won their first map here at VCT playoffs. Ascension playoffs. VCT Ascension playoffs.
Yeah.
13-6, pretty dominant. Also, a Phoenix versus Phoenix, loads of stuff to talk about. So
Yeah, they wanted to, you know, fight fire with fire and got burned.
I like it.
Yeah, I'm actually down with that.
Yeah. How do you
This
top that?
this was more characteristic, I guess, in terms of, well, the first time we've even really seen it here, of what the expectations were for Saw in terms of being volatile and being explosive and the way that they like to approach the game. It comes when, you know, their backs against the wall and they have to deliver this, but overall, a really impressive performance here.
Yeah, you know what's funny is that in the Telestrator segment, I showed how they play, how Assault plays on attack, on ascent, and we have seen mates actually adjust exactly towards that play style that was very loose in mid, but very focused on the extremities of the map, so A and B, and we have seen, because of that, the shifts of the Killjoy setups towards those angles that were needing the help, and it still wasn't enough to stop it. But I do think that one of the reasons why is because they swapped the composition and were just kind of like not accustomed to the way that they wanted to make it viable, because they kind of wanted to do the same thing as Saw, but Saw had more experience in it.
Again, that's what I said before when we saw the Asian select. They banned Lotus. It didn't work out, the Phoenix, and then they choose to change their comp again. It felt a little bit weird to me.
Yeah, it definitely did. I think if you have it in your wheelhouse, then there's the opportunity to employ it on other maps. I'll be honest, this wasn't it.
Yeah, but I will also say though, what Tom said after this map was Apex, they banned Ascend against them for a reason. And I think maybe the fact that they did end up banning Lotus costed them a little bit, because they had to play Ascend. They didn't have a choice here. But let's take a look at round 4 here as well, because both you, Lothar, and Mike, you were both molding a little bit at this round.
I mean, this is, look, I don't like saying stuff like, oh, that's one mistake that did cost them the round, and it's entirely on one of the players, but sometimes it is.
That's the first domino here.
Yeah.
And the concern being is actually then there's a follow-up where there's, I don't want to say a further mistake, but something that exacerbates this already kind of a trepidatious approach to the end of the round, because look at the minimap here. Look what's going on.
I mean, it's a 5v2.
They're sat behind this Killjoy setup, and you think, yeah, surely there's no way, right?
Yeah, you get all the info, you don't need to do anything, you just wait for your opponents, and it should be an easy round. Just wait them out, gather together, and retake, even make them plant, so they are trapped in one place. But the 1v1 gunfights that we just see here are really hurting them.
I mean, look at when those two engagements come through. Look at where the other players are. Look
They're
where
not
Whalers
ready.
is. Look where Bayers is. Like, Logan's first overcommitment is one thing, but the second from Dice's, in my eyes, that's when it spiraled out of control already.
Yeah, and now when it's a 2v2, there's no way you can blame like any kind of mistakes that are happening, because it's even footing. So it's like, it might be tough to win it. There's always a possibility of a slip up because you have so many things to do at the same time, but they had those advantages. And right here, like, you know, this is, sometimes it just happens. So that, hopefully those mistakes will not happen again.
All negatives aside, what a round from Physics.
Yeah, I mean, winning a 2v5, you're gonna, that's a difficult one to win.
Look, in general, it's like that scary clutch, right? He played it perfectly, but to be giving that option to play it perfectly, your opponents have to trip over their own feet to give him that opportunity.
Yeah.
And that literally happened as well here.
I'll tell you who didn't trip, Davi. And we were kind of looking forward to seeing his jet, because we know he does whip it out every now and then. Normally the smokes player on the jet orb, and it was really, really solid.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that Hyper wanted to see today, right?
Yeah, it was. I mean, he absolutely delivered. It wasn't really even in situations where it was, you know, this kind of two-pronged double duelist approach. It was Davi kind of being very, very self-sufficient in the situations that he was applied. And this was something interesting we were talking about, really, is actually they have a 3-0 record when he plays on the jet. It's 100% win rate.
It's like Redgar.
I'm not asking for a change in compositions, but if something's working for you and he looks that good doing it,
He's comfortable on the agents, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Like the way that he plays, the way that he moves around, it literally makes sense.
This doesn't take anything away from his performance on Omen, because I think he's been absolutely stellar so far here in Berlin as well. I was talking about him being one of the few consistents at his through source performance so far. So that's the thing, nothing away from the games on Omen, but damn, he looks good on it.
I like it, him just getting unleashed on the jet as well. You know, this is my time, I'm just gonna have fun with it. And it worked out really, really well. But unfortunately, as we move on to Haven, I don't think he's gonna be playing the jet again. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but I want to see new agents on this map. I know we're not gonna get it. I would, you know what, I'll take a Reyna, I'll take a Yoru, I'll take anything.
We would have said the same on Ascent. We didn't expect any changes.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no, but I didn't want to see the Phoenix on the set, I'm not gonna lie.
The Fade was okay. It was just...
Yeah.
I mean, it's still
Yinsu sold.
Yeah.
Yinsu sold on the comp. I love that.
Yeah, I just think the Haven we've seen it a lot, and it's been very similar, I would say, even from even though different teams are playing at Lothar, very, very similar strategy.
Yeah, it's set in stone almost.
There is one positive though coming out of this, and we were talking about Soar's Haven performance yesterday being a little bit flaky, a little bit rough around the edges, and not really dialing into what we expected to see from them and what they said themselves were their strengths, right? Coming out of that Map 2 performance, wind in their sails, do we see them now completely switch up their approach to Haven?
Yeah, and the other thing I'm curious about is obviously when it comes to LAN experience, both teams are not that many. I know the Batty, Davi, Tommazi trio, they've played 10 LANs, I think, at this point. But how many times have they had to play a Map 3 elimination match at like 11 p.m. at night as well? How much stamina and concentration do they have left in them, really? Yeah.
Well, I don't know. That's a very good question.
I do ask a good question.
That was such a good question.
I do ask a good question.
No, but you're right. What's left in the tank? These are the questions that we do ask.
In the tank.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it is getting late.
Yeah,
but these are the questions we do ask of, I don't want to say inexperienced players, but with that big step up here to this stage here in Berlin, with what's at stake as well, elimination, lower bracket, potential to go forward and obviously progress further into a best of 5. Again, the hurdles keep increasing for these teams. What can they deliver here in the deciding?
I closed my eyes and I opened it to see something else, but unfortunately it was the same.
It's the same comp we always see on Haven. I mean, in fairness, it is the meta comp. It is the best comp,
it is.
so it makes sense.
You could argue that maybe Astra is also an option. You lose the paranoia that is such an easy piece of utility to use in general, but then you gain like this global aspect of the Astra. The ultimate might be even more useful, but in general, this is just completely meta comp.
We'll see.
Yeah, you will see most likely the same thing that we broke down with Illustrator in the past 2 days. So double doors, Killjoy on defense, Omen helping C, Breach being on the connector, but also we have seen that some of the Breach being played in short support.
Absolutely, yeah. And a bit more commitment from Soar in terms of the placement of the Breach and his ability to really follow up on that first wave of pressure.
We are going to end the day on Haven, and it's going to be an incredibly important map. This is a fight for survival and a chance to play in VCT next year. Mitch and Tom, I cannot wait to see which team is going to be making it through.
So,
a lot of work has gone into this. You hear the chant from Lothar in the background. He's been rooting for Saw the whole time. And
that was mean, guys.
I don't know if it's going to go the distance on this map, but I'll say one thing. Both of these teams, when they played against Apex, their attack was rough. I think Gentlemates got like 2 rounds, and they were the pistol on the follow-up, but it still was 13-11 in the end.
Yeah, I guess the caveat I'll give to that is that Apex are the best Haven team in the tournament, by quite a margin, I'd say. I think they've basically beaten everybody else at it, so it's hard to really build a metric off them playing against that team. Like, they both lost, but I guess Gentlemates did a little bit better, but...
A lot better. I mean, it was 13-6 in the matchup that Saw had. They got kind of shut out.
But you have to bear in mind, that first half was really close, the one that we watched. So and then it tapered out. It fell out. So it's kind of like, I agree from like the scoreboard aspect of it,
property. It's
but it is one of those things where I still don't really value it too much. And I also think at this stage, you're getting late in the day. It's who turns up on the server, even based on individuals. We saw in the last map, busy, high-impact rounds, and some of the players on the other side went missing. Luckily, this is now a comfort choice for either side. No more excuses, no more chances. One of these teams is heading home here and now. 6 months of work, starting January 14th, is now July 14th, and for somebody, it ends here.
A 6-month journey, and for someone, yeah, it's going to end in disappointment. Either team has shown us their best foot forward here today. Gentlemates have had some incredible rounds, but again and again, it's Logan in these pistols. Throughout this tournament, throughout those 6 months, that's what we've seen. But there's been plenty of other heroes, your Fizzy, your Tamashi on the other side for Saw.
Name everyone at this point, I feel.
Yeah, and the pistols, though, they're the ones that are doing the damage. This one could be crucial. Like I said, attack's a little shaky, but it's up against Apex. Who knows how that's going to pan out, and they've both definitely worked on the issues that were exploited back then. It's really who's improved the most.
This is something I like about Gentlemates. They always love to re-aggress. They're doing it again. Takaz is going to catch Batty on that side of the map. No more Sova util from them, but the B site is open for business. The fact is, though, they'll have a quick rotation back through double doors if they want to try and challenge in that direction. It's not going to allow much of a pushback through on the other side for the attack.
They're staying very pushed up. Even late into this plant, they want the fights on either side of the connector. Fizzy, he's not getting out of there alive. The hope is the trade could come through, and it certainly will. Davi hadn't been spotted. Addicted was ready on the side. Whalers, he's trying to pick them apart. He's done enough to give Takas the opportunity here in the clutch. Davi on the right click, and it won't work. 3 kills for Takas. And a pistol round win guaranteed there.
It seems like this game is going to continue exactly where it left off. Advantages taken for either side at different points of the round, and in the end, it's Takas. I mentioned his name throughout this tournament.
I love him carving the 8 into the wall at the end as well. His calling card left behind for the players whose POV was just the spike. Saw have put up one hell of a fight so far. I would be surprised to see them taper out, but not winning that pistol here on attack, it could put them on a few rounds of a loss streak. They don't want that, though. And they've seen the success of second round, ecos, buys. It doesn't matter, just second rounds. They're force buying.
They're going to risk it for a biscuit. On this sort of map with the pacing they can take, there's potential. And already they're going to fight right into Takas, but he's landed that first shot, and the util's doing so much damage. Even still, though, there's been a trade, and the tank goes through, but he doesn't quite finish his dinner. Maybe the util on the other side will do the damage, but no. It looks like it's going to be the same after plant as the last.
A minute 10 on the clock, and they've frozen. They're not planting B. Instead, they're looking to take this elsewhere, at least grab some more control to allow them to do that, and the flash did exactly as intended. It's pushed the player back, allowed them to pop a smoke and have some map control of their own. This force buy maybe catching Gentlemates off guard so far, but now they know what they're up against. Not going to make it any easier to deal with. In the corner, the Bulldog, and it's caught off guard. The lineup was there, but Logan was crouched, dodging most of the bullets with 2 and 21 HP. Gentlemates have survived Saw's force buy.
It's so ridiculously close. And the thing is, at this point of the series, I don't really blame them for force buying. Like, we've seen rounds, even with just a few pistols, be able to go the other way. The problem is, with that force buy failing, it now puts them in an interesting spot. Because again, they've got the plant. Again, they're in a position where they can at least put some investment into this round. But I don't think they're going to go all in this time.
I don't think they should either. It's now time to give that lead over to Gentlemates, leave them a 3-0. But even then, you come into a round with Sheriffs and a Marshal, anything can happen. Plenty of long-range
Probably more
angles.
likely to win this one.
Yeah, based on what we've seen so far, Tom, I think so. The one thing I'll say for Saw is they're spread out. They're looking for a default, confident in their dueling ability. Davi even getting a little pushed up on A. He's past the smoke. He's waiting. That was an opportunity. Would have been a shoulder shot at best. Oh, out connected. Whalers is 34 HP through the box. That must have been a headshot. I would have taken him down.
100%. That's insane.
He was jumping as well.
Just a pure instinct shot, and here we go again. Takas down. These rounds are never free. Not in this series. The Killjoys are the main cause for concern, and Fizzy is there again. Space onto this site taken, looking to try and destroy some utility, but Tomasi has taken fair bit of damage. The push-up is being watched as well. Batty is waiting. Damn, he's not going to get anything. And while because of that, it actually puts us back into a 4v4, even if the HP is better on the other side.
Oh, wow. Rolling Thunder used up. It hasn't caught anyone.
Ooh.
In fact, Tamashi's dead. Looking the wrong way, not expecting Whalers to be in spawn, but with 34 HP and 24 on the tank, yeah, they're going to be a little bit more passive, perhaps. I say as the tank prepares to be the first man into sight. Both flashes burned, no peeks on the back. They're a little late responding. Fizzy able to pick up one. Sohar looking good with all this damage done. The defuse already halfway, but Addicted might be able to buy them enough time. Still has his stun to work with. He's stepping up. One shot to the body, one more, and he's got it!
They've already defused. They've already defused. It was just a little bit too late. The kills,
second,
absurd, but it doesn't even matter. That's the thing. We've seen them in these force buys. We've seen them make it costly, but it doesn't quite matter when it's the rounds going the way of Gentlemates. Fizzy with this Sheriff is just unbelievable, and unfortunately, once more, it's just not quite enough. They brought it close in every single one of these rounds. There hasn't been a clean one yet. Even still, though, Gentlemates have been slowly leveling up their buys. So although this could be that extra round that ends up breaking them, they're coming in with an Operator and nearly all of their ults online. Look at the tank already getting his. Lockdown's not far away either.
Yeah, and all you got to rely on is Logan finding a kill. That's not the biggest risk to take, realistically. Oh, Whalers going walkabouts. Look at him, straight down through C-Long. They have a high expectation for an A push to come through, and there it is. Beaz already confirming it with Tamashi down. An Operator or a Shotgun Blades come out instead for the close range fight, and TacGaz wins that one easily. They have shut down this push from Saw, and they boxed them in. There's no way back unless they're going to go through Whalers.
Yeah, with the amount of time left, they do have enough to go back. But do they expect them to be here? No, they don't. A freebie on the other side. Opportunity for a 1v1, but they were just not prepared for it. And Whalers controlled, but does get taken down. Now, we've seen 2vx's happen far too many times, and it's normally Fizzy, the one that you have to worry about. But him on 26 HP, you have to hope for Gentlemates this time. It's not going to be enough.
30 seconds left.
111 HP sat between them. Over on Saw, 4 players to take down. Now just down at 85. The one-man rifle in hand, Spike in his hand now, actually, as he goes for the plant. The Blade Storm's coming, and that's going to end it right there and then. At least they get the plant down, but it's a little solace for this squad. After a great response round in round number 3, an attempted force by round number 2, they will still find themselves 4-0 down as Gentlemates off to a flying start. They need to stop them soon.
But that's sort of the curse of this, is the force buys did damage. They came close in every single round, but then it's been slow upgrades as well, with the finances steadily building on the side of Gentlemates. So when you do finally have a buy, well, so do your opponents. And they managed to win that one nice and clean. 4 players surviving. Okay, sure, there's another plant. There's been one every single round. But Saw now need to break back and fast. They've taken a pause, taken a moment early in this game. The half definitely hasn't fallen away from them just yet, but you can see that momentum building on the side of Gentlemates. And as a team that basically got boomed out of the end of that last map, this is a really good start for them.
Yeah, well, the exact thing that we touched on closing out the previous map, we heard from the desk as well, you know, wind in the sails of Saw, and, well, it's ripped them clean in half. They're now stuck, floating about. This time out, hopefully we'll get them back on course. 4 rounds down, not the end of the world. Light shields and rifles, always a solid buy. For a team like Saw, I think the saving grace might be the ultis that are all coming online very, very soon. Blade Storm could help bolster their buy, Hunter's Fury. But at the same time, that Hunter's Fury is probably just going to be used to counter out the lockdown of Gentlemates. It's going to be necessary. If it's even online, by the time Logan puts the ult into effect.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if there is going to be a response. They have a buy, it's still not perfect. There really hasn't been any perfect buys so far for Saw, bar maybe the last round. Guardian online, and this time they're looking like they're going to challenge on towards that A site once again. Only really being held by one man, that's Beaz, but as you mentioned, with that lockdown in play, they're almost more than happy to play the retake, although, again, if Batty's the one to plant, that doesn't actually matter too much.
Yeah, this is very funny. Just look at the hold. Okay, now Natank is on his way through, but they had contact right off the rip of the round, and they're not panicking to rotate into A. They're also not falling back to play retake. Bayaz is so comfortable to keep playing around this area, and I don't know if they've seen that Saw don't go for those full-on aggression pushes, but something is certainly being read there.
Takas has full C long control. This is something he's very happy to do. Just dominate that map control. And for Logan, he's desperately low on HP. They've managed to push him out of Garage. Something of a highlight of the desk that this spot of the map was going to be fought for. In the meantime, though, Bayaz now starts to get aggressive again.
The timing will be everything. There's a player just coming now to peek it. And there it is. He's caught the information. He knows they've pushed up. That'll spur the long players on. Maybe just one guy on site that you have to fight. The response from Gentlemates, though, give up that map control. Fight on backside instead. There's the recon. The tank up close will be spotted. They now have good info to play off of. Saw need to get on site, though, to help out their buddy. There's the paranoia to do just that. And sure, the stun will land, but Tamashi's safe behind the side. Not safe anymore. The tank good for one. A little more needed, but he can buy time. His flank from Whalers, it is not expected in the slightest. And the spike will not be planted. 10 seconds left. Now the panic starts to set in for Saw. These players are everywhere, all around them. Sure, they've got a flank of their own, but if this spike is dropped, it's over! And Whalers has destroyed their chances! The round found for Gentlemates, and the lead extends. Get all the kills you want. Too little, too late.
The amount of rounds that have just come down to the wire. A single player, a single second making all of the difference. It's happened, and we saw a lot of clutches go the way of Saw in the previous map. Huge plays coming out from individuals, and now it seems like Gentlemates have some of their own. Whalers gets the timing absolutely perfect on that swing. After denying the plant the first time, he does it once again. And Existence normally fairly calm and collected, even ease off his chair for that one.
It's 5-0. Some of these rounds have been close, though, Tom. There's been potential. Even the round that saw get all the final kills, but it's half a second too late to stop that defuse.
He's going again.
He hasn't been spotted, so why not? But he's being watched for. Davi's on the angle, Guardian in hand, and he will hit that shot. A nice upgrade waiting for him. He's cautious in case there's somebody else around this angle, and indeed there is. Whalers just now making his way down through long. The timing could be everything. He's safe behind the wall for now, but when he swings back out, he won't expect Whalers to already be so pushed up. And now they've got to worry about long and spawn. They'll fight one angle. Oh! They've chosen the right one.
Flying over the top, slam down onto Logan. But they still have to be wary of this man behind. They're going to go hunting for him. Going to go pushing for him. And Whalers, well, not this time. He's had so many good peaks, so many solid responses. But now his team's at a deficit once again. But in every single one of these rounds, Mitch, they've managed to turn the tide.
Good stun, nobody to help. If that swing comes through, yeah, it's a free kill. Some damage done on the other side. No smokes to block off this defuse. But that's a terrible angle, actually. I'm only noticing now. In a little bit of trouble here. That operator has to push up. The tank trying desperately to bait him. Good flash. Blade Storm's been activated. They'll be quick around the corner, but not quick enough. Another close round. And a 4K from the tank needed. But he delivers 6-0.
They just can't win a round. They can't do it. Gentlemates are winning every single clutch under the sun. Every time. 1vx, 2v, whatever. They somehow managed to make this look good. And it was a 3v2 with one player on the site isolated and the other two just being separated by the tanks fighting. It just seems like there's nothing that Gentlemates can do wrong, and for Saw, nothing going their way. They've got into after plants 5 out of 6 times. By the way, the 6th, they were just about to, and then they ran out of time. Again, an early pressure play in towards this A side, but look at the ults that are available for the opposing side. Counters possible if they need them. They're trying to pressure off this ultimate, but nothing to be found.
Damage, 45 on Bayaz in a tank, but they still have to kill them. And so far, that's been the real challenge. Players still on short, confirmed. Steps heard on long. All the info to play with for Gentlemates. And Takas is here, rotated into position. Op in hand. And as that smoke fades, he'll be holding it, you would imagine. Oh, God, the timing here getting a little bit spicy at times. Both spotted on short. Now Takas might just want that fight. Here it comes. Oh, he's been spotted, but Rolling Thunder. That's a thorn in the side for this squad. Never mind. The Cloudburst again betraying him. The reveal catching him. Batty's got to a plant to come in.
Spike planted.
And an undeniable lockdown.
Shadows traveling.
This could be it, Tom. Finally around for Saw, surely.
I'm not believing until it's over. I just can't. Even though the rotation is going to take about 6 years for Logan.
I mean, they're not going for it now, surely. It's way too much time wasted on these sort of...
I'm almost wondering if somehow Whalers will get a kill TP and defuse it. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. It's just been so cursed so far for Saw. They haven't been able to get anything on the board, but it seems like they're finally going to break that curse. Do it cleanly at that. That's the most important thing, if anything. You don't want to end up going into the next round with low economy because you've lost a load of players. And you can almost see how close this game has been. You're not sat there with 9,000 credits on every single player after a 6-0 lead. That's why Gentlemates have to actually save some of their finances.
And that's what you're playing against. You might get one round of the board, you look up, and it hasn't quieted down. In fact,
no,
they're on their feet now.
Yeah.
Cheering on the squad. Gentlemates definitely feeding off of that energy so far down on the stage. Saul will find one, and they'll get an operator up into this round. It's going to be an op battle, in fact. Both Takas and Tamashi having that scoped rifle to play with.
It's 11:30 at night. And yet, the Gentlemate fans are not going anywhere. Where else have they got to be?
That's one other thing, Tom. You know, these players, they have to wait for the previous series to end. So even that being 3 maps as well, it really drags the day on.
And it's not getting any easier tomorrow, whoever makes it through.
Nope.
A full-on best of 5. At least there's only one of them.
I guess, hi, Batty G. Like, they're probably watching right now. You know, good game earlier, guys.
I reckon he's napping.
It could be. I'll watch it back later, though.
That's, you know, that's what MBS is for.
That's true.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, mentioned about finally getting onto the board. That's something, though. How are we actually going to go TPing straight in towards lower side? I don't know if they expect him to be this far forward. There's a player there. They didn't know, especially with how deep Takas was. You kind of expected them to have a stack elsewhere on the map, but he was quick to react. And now for the remaining 2, they need another 2v4. They've had a few of them so far this game. Corner just not going to be checked, not cleared. And now a 1 versus 4 clutch for Batty, but they're just not giving him anything. An instant trade from the tank, a 7-1 scoreline as that lead continues to increase.
A very small detail, but good reaction from the tank to destroy that recon so quickly. It didn't get a pulse off, so they weren't ready for the player to be in the corner, and I think that was a big difference maker in that fight. The initial fight, 2 players from the C side of B, both were on the same angle, even. One crouched, one above, and they walked right into a firing squad while they try to get information. And now sat at 7 to 1 down. Saw pick up a round, and the response is immediate. If you're Gentlemates, you've got to feel on top of the world. They can't make a step wrong.
Yeah, we've seen them have their strengths on the defensive side before, so it was definitely the place to start. And now we're just running it down straight into this C side. There is no one there. Everybody on the other side was just waiting for this lockdown. No counter to be had either. They're going to have themselves the shock darts. It needs to connect. If this misses, they're in an awful lot of trouble. And now just fading away. I think it's got 2. It has. Then now they're just looking to swing off of that cross. Everybody sat on the other side.
They can't get anything off the flash, the recon. Sure, it might see them, but that's not too much to be done. They need to get these kills. Defusing is not possible. I mean, it's a very tight angle. They can spray it down, and there's going to be 4 peeking. Saw have somehow gotten out of this in a favorable position. Halfway defused already. The spike diffuser is dropped. 5 HP on Bayaz. Hunter's Fury not going to be used. Takas sticking it all the way. Oh, not again. It looked like they had it, but too scared to peek in that moment. In a 2v2, sure, you think they're not going to stick it. I've already damaged that guy up top. If I hit him a few times, why would they do that? And there you go. Gentlemates cannot make a mistake. It's not possible.
It seems like that 1 round was just a blip on the radar, and even with this fast-paced take and after plant that just looks so good, that's the 2nd time in this half they've managed to get the defuse through, and well, the smiles across their faces, you can understand why. This game does not look or does not feel like an 8-1 scoreline, but in these late round scenarios, Gentlemates have just been better. And now they look to start off with domination again. Takas, a huge opening once more.
Oh, that's a nice piece of utility. Force him out of the angle. Tamashi Unable to catch anything there either. The value lost a saw. Snuck through. Just walked in. You would have imagined there's an alarm bot there. Probably destroying it. Probably info that they're aware of. Good flash, surely! He still gets one! And when the advantage already sits with Gentlemates, when Addicted's left on 10 HP, this is terrible. And the whole time, Fizzy is waiting, and look how conscious they are of the space they've given up on Gentlemates. Nobody's walked into B. No one said, oh, I'm sure they haven't pushed it. No, they're giving that map control up, and they're happy to play the retake if needed. Even walking off of C site as they give up spawn control. Everything is accounted for here. Existence got to be proud of the boys as they play clean and clinical Valorant, 8-1, looking like 9. And it's Fizzy, the man who snuck into B at the start of the round, who's left to finish it off in a 1v4.
No hope, no chance. A single kill found at least, but Takas this time is very quick to make sure there's a trade. This is just getting worse and worse for Saw. A battle back on their map choice and rounds that definitely could have gone their way, but haven't. And now it seems like Gentlemates are more than in the zone. They are in the first half, but yet only 4 rounds away from taking themselves into that lower bracket final, into that matchup versus Ascend, keeping their dreams alive of making it into the VCT. And with this sort of performance on this map, well, Saw are going to take themselves a pause. What can they do? We've heard of curses, but most of the time we talk about 3. I'm not sure if that's likely at this point. The way that, well, even the last one was more dominant than what we've seen prior. Every other round, you talked about how close they were, how it's seconds were the difference. A defuse, 2 diffusers in front of their faces.
I mean, this is one of those maps that I don't think you're ever going to want to watch back. You're going to want to forget that that even happened. Let your coach watch it, learn from it, but so far, unless there's a big turnaround, and I mean, that's what this timeout's for. This could just be the flattest closer that we've seen after such an intense series, not including Ascent. 13-6, there were some great rounds there. It could have swung back, so it could have had a little bit closer, maybe 13-9, something like that. But Haven, it's left them scratching their heads. Both timeouts used in the first 10 rounds.
You have to.
Yeah, but yeah, at this point.
To be honest, you might only get a couple of rounds in the second half.
And Gentlemates still have a phone a friend, 2 in fact ready to call up Existence and get an idea of what to do. First thing he'll tell you, Takas, don't peek that again. Fizzy had his number ready to go, but a flash on the tank. They're waiting. I don't know what the point of contact is. I don't know if they're counting in their head, but it's going to come through eventually. And look at them. Saw have more and more players making their way down here. That flash, I'm just waiting for the left click to come through, and there it is, the drone, the flash is great, and the kills, oh, they're all in Gentlemates' favor. The tank with 3 on the back of his utility. Not even a support agent, it's like he's playing Phoenix again.
Yeah, he's been insane. The entirety of this map with Clutch as 1, and it's not getting any better.
Come on.
For the opponents of Saw. And it's just decimation. Everything they do seems to come up trumps.
He's 15-6 on a breach.
Yeah.
Angel is molded.
There's also a moment in this, like, just look at Tamashi. He's gone behind him. He's just staring into the wall. Tamashi.exe stopped working halfway through the round. And the tank's just got to be laughing to himself at this point. A single flash. A
and he held it
piece of utility.
The whole round. That's unbelievable. If they dry swing that, I mean, he has so much faith in Logan to take them all down. Wow.
Well, why not at this point? Why not?
What else are you going to do?
They can do no wrong on Haven.
This
Once
is their
again,
safe haven in the series for sure.
Back into a retake scenario. Oh, maybe not. Rolling Thunder's going to be used instantly. Paranoia combined with it. The Hunter's Fury, though, is beautiful. So much damage done. And Logan, he needs one on this flank.
Don't get it. This could be it. 10-2 curse. That's what we always talk about, Tom. Yeah, there was an alarm bot put down there last second by Fizzy, and you got to say props to him, man. That ended up making them so squishy for the Hunter's Fury as they walked out. Just the 1 pump needed, and they got it right away. 2 rounds for Saw at the half. Maybe finding a solution in the end, but, well, that is the end of their attack side. Now they move on to defense, and Gentlemates, they look like the better team in the first half, but I said it before, and now I'm going to believe in it, Tom, because I ain't got anything else to believe in. Gentlemates only got 2 rounds on attack up against Apex.
Yes.
Saw also didn't do too well in the defense, so I'll ignore that. Gentlemates only got 2 on attack, so maybe we'll end up in an OT. I want to believe for the Portuguese fans out there.
Yeah.
How about you, Tom?
No. No,
All right.
because if Gentlemates managed to, like they didn't do that well versus Apex, I think Apex is slightly better than Saw. So
well,
I think even if they get 1 more round, they've won.
It was also, if you remember that series with Saw, it was 13-11 first map, and then we went on to Haven. And Apex decimated 36.
That's the thing. It's like, I feel like, again, the sort of transit property is just worthless at this point.
Absolutely.
It has been such a dominant half. You then even have to look at just the individuals on the other side. Like, you're going to be so pumped up going into this one. Before it was starting out on the attack, it didn't go well. They managed to bring it back. This time, you've got everybody popping off. And the tank winning clutches that never should be won. And that's just one of a few players who've done exactly the same thing. The fact is, they win this pistol, and it's over. And that's the problem. The pistols have been so back and forth throughout this series. It seems that even within the round, they're back and forth. It doesn't seem to just be like, oh, okay, they've got the entry. That means it's probably going their way. No, it could go a million different ways from that point onwards. And they have to win it, I almost want to say cleanly. Because the fact is, Saw have not been, it's not been like they've been terrible. I don't think this has been a 10-2 half from them, at least.
No.
They've let rounds slip they never should have done. They've been unfortunate with split seconds that have made the difference. Do I think they deserve to be down 10-2? No, but they are. And that's the bigger problem is, do I believe the Gentlemates are going to be able to get 3 rounds on their attack?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
It's starting to look like it. And I mean, a lot of these defensive plays that lined up perfectly for them, sure, you wanted that luxury this time around, but I think we also saw, God damn it. We also witnessed Saw with a couple of panic plays. You know, they got to the point of just desperation where it was like, I have a Rolling Thunder, just go C, we'll hit it. And sometimes those strats work, but again, every step of the way, Gentlemates were ahead of them. When the Rolling Thunder comes in on C, they're off C. They're playing retake. They put a lockdown in, and that's where it really falls apart. Where Saw miss the utility onto the lockdown. They have to give up sight, and then they're ending up in a post plant where it's diffused right under their nose. I mean, those sort of rounds, genuinely, I believe those players will have nightmares about that, rounds like that. It's the sort of thing that keeps you awake at night, just thinking, what if I fired that shock dart? Or, well, more so the, I guess the shock darts, they didn't land either.
Yeah, it could have been one of a million things. There were so many things that could have gone their way, didn't, and Gentlemates have come out massively on top. They are just 3 rounds away from sending Saw packing. What has been a long battle to get to Ascension, to make it through into this playoff stage. One of the top 4 teams of many. But it's only one that makes it. And even if Gentlemates close this out, they'll become one of 3. Nice work, though. Tamashi's going to start things off. And there's a couple of players waiting on the cross, spamming away to try and do some damage. And this flank is incredibly fast.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Catching that planter, no kills, and Davioli gets the 1. Somehow they're coming out ahead again. The shock dart grabs 1 in return, and okay, Saw 3 versus 1. Whalers had to do it all. Eventually, they got a grip on that round. The pistol goes to Saw. The 3rd round found, and the flawless half has to start here. There is practically no room for error. We saw Saw, god damn it. Saw, remember, that they went for the force buy on round 2. Gentlemates not going to do that here, surely. They just play the eco, come in, and take the win a little further down the line.
Yeah, I don't think they really need to take those sort of risks. And for Saw, that's where they need to keep it clean. The thing is as well, you have to bear in mind that Gentlemates have won many a round with this sort of buy. This sort of series has never been easy in these anti-eco rounds. I think it's something that both teams are going to want to go back and look at. Even still, though, we'll see what Gentlemates can do. Even a few guns drop might make their lives a little bit easier further down the line, and they have plenty of lives remaining to try and fight this one back. Even still, though, a very passive hold from the defense initially. They were ready to just give up this site to the pistols and play this as a retake. Instead, Oh, they're going to get the info? Just about.
Yeah.
I think they've even seen a couple of players towards the back as well.
They smiled for that photo. Oopsies. All right, no punish on the back of it, and look at the damage. He actually stepped perfectly back into it, not knowing how many bounces were on that shock dart. 25 HP on Beaz. Now again, everybody is just rocking pistols, but shields only on Whalers, who's running a classic. Tamashi, not the best position when you're up against the Nico, but he's got his dash to get out of there.
It still feels uneasy, but the time remaining is what's more of a problem. 25 seconds, Logan still able to get one. They're watching for Takas, they've heard the steps. It's definitely not pretty, but eventually they will close it out in clean fashion. Some of the jitters out in this round, but I don't think it's the worst place for them to be had. All the weaponry retrieved as well that was invested into this round, so it's still not going to be an easy round for Gentlemates, but they definitely do have a weaponry advantage.
I can definitely forgive Takas for not clearing that corner on the way out as well. Just psychotic behavior to be in that corner with a rifle up against an eco. Especially when their own smoke had sectioned it off, I'm pretty sure. But it worked out in the end. Yeah, element of surprise paying off. 10-4. And we will see Saw. We will seesaw. Would you like to seesaw, Tom?
Look at the damage already. Whalers tanked up. The pacey take, but they're ready. There are multiple players on this site for a Saw. They've got 3 waiting for this push, and it just blinded in the corner. Damage completely gone. Takas is taking over. Tamashi might just fall as well, but he's managed to at least bring some semblance to the round. Gun retrieved, but Fizzy has gone through the wall in the tank. Continues his reign of terror, and now Tamashi's all that's left, and he does not last long.
Oh man, it's another one of those rounds. 109 health between 3 of the 4 players left alive. I mean, it comes so incredibly close. 1 extra bullet in 2 of those firefights, and Saab are ahead. They've got the advantage. They slowed down the push. They've got the pace. But that's never been the case. Any moment that they have a chance in, that chance quickly diminishes.
It's just ridiculous. The kills that they get, leaving Bears behind as well, just to put an extra knife in the backs of Saw, and even a smile on Existence's face. They're ever closer to facing off against Ascend. A battle to potentially lead them back into the final, where Apex are waiting. And well, they're gonna hear the shots raining off and opt to go in the other direction. Maybe the right call, but Addicted is waiting in this corner. It's just, how much can he get from here?
Oh,
he's not looking like a lot. He's gonna go forward.
Not a bad idea with the utility in, with the push about to play out. But the result, not great. Operator on its way, being watched on a head peek angle. Tamashi almost lost his life there, trying to deliver the killing blow. Look at the positions for Gentlemates. So unusual to have Logan here. It's what he's best at, is just being a menace. And he sat down right next to his turret. They can't even sneak into window. He's got his bot there ready to go. Great control for them to work with. That paranoia, a little loosey. Shock dart in, Takas in trouble, unless they just straight up swing them. And that's exactly what they'll do. Good luck to you.
Oh, it doesn't even matter. They are just cleaning house. Any weaponry that was there is now dissipated. And 8 match points, 8 attempts for Gentlemate. It's almost just a beautiful story for them.
8 for 8.
8 for mates. Sounds like some sort of buy one get one free deal.
You're a menace for those, Tom. You're always on the buy one get one free.
Hey, you know.
You got the notifications on.
Love a deal. Love a deal.
Absolutely.
8s for mates definitely sounds like a good one at that.
And look at Saw. Look at this buy to fight tooth and nail, and they're down to Sheriffs, a Bulldog, a Spectre, and a Vandal. The weaponry department certainly coming in light on this side, and it's the defense where they've got to make it work. Falling back off the A side, it's a retake attempt. Retake with these weapons as well, Tom. The push on C-Long's caught nothing.
No, they need so much. And the thing is as well, Logan has been so good at just holding onto these backlines, even with this flank coming through. It's more, can they kill him off with ease? They need to take this without too many problems. That's exactly it. That's a gun down on the ground. that gives a semblance of hope for them to get back into this.
Yeah, it's dropped to one of his teammates as well. Tamashi's going to continue on. Bladestorm in hand, trying to fight up towards heaven.
Ooh.
An awkward fight. It doesn't work, and a shock dart to take down Tamashi. No Bladestorm to work with anymore. Gentlemates on the advantage. They've won from these positions again and again, and Bayaz obliterates that push. Gentlemates do it. 13-4. No contest from Saw. 6 months of work that's led to this. And now they're right back to the drawing board as Gentlemates proceed. They'll face Ascend. And one more team's dreams will be shattered there tomorrow.
Yes, the fact is they've shown that they can go the distance. They can take a hit, take a punch to the gut on Ascent, and they can roll with those punches and come back even stronger. Down, but definitely not out, as they now lead their way through into the lower final. And for Saw, it's been a journey. It's been one hell of a journey. Coming from one of the regions that, we'll be honest, we didn't have the biggest of expectations. They make it to top 4 in the entirety of EMEA. Throwing in the mix some MENA teams from all over. We have had them fight and show that they are a strong unit with strong players within it. Unfortunately, today wasn't quite enough. They showed that even with their unique style on Ascent, they can take a map off of pretty much anybody. Unfortunately, Gentlemates showed that on Haven, they are not somebody you want to mess with. And I think they are definitely going to be a fearsome force tomorrow when they fight up against Ascent. The French team have been impressive throughout. But now, they've got to get back to work. There's no time for rest. There's no time to sort of sit there and celebrate, as they've not only got potentially a best of 5 tomorrow, they might have one the day after as well. There is a long, long road. One of the toughest you'll ever see. But the fact is, they've got the players, they've got the staff, and damn well got the fans. They have been incredible all the way through today. I hope they're coming back for the next couple. I hope they've got their tickets booked, because these guys have definitely been carrying through that French flag all the way today, and I can guarantee they've been one of the difference makers.
They absolutely have. I really think that energy is unmatched. When you've got that behind you, it can make or break teams. And who knows what it did to their opponents across the stage, but you can tell the second that game ends, they look at each other and they look at the fans behind them. This is a team effort. The green suits move forward. What a display from them here today on this final map. Even on map 2, the fact that they came in and said, I like your comp, I like your ideas, we can do it better. They couldn't, but they tried. And I think the willingness to innovate like that and to try new things, make your opponents uncomfortable, it makes you second guess whenever you come up against these guys. What maps are they going to play? Are they going to run our comp or their comp? Is something new around the corner? That can be a big factor. We'll get the post-match highlights here, and well, I think almost everybody on the server is going to be included. This was a standout performance from both teams. I think they put their best foot forward.
I think my focal point has got to be Natang, though. Like, the fact that he's able to play so many roles with such versatility.
Yes.
Like, you were looking at someone who was selfless when it comes to his Raze gameplay, basically sacrificing himself for the team. Then you cut back to what just happened on Haven, where he's playing a supportive role, but it definitely doesn't look like it, winning unbelievable clutches. And then even the Phoenix that he threw out was just like leading the charge in the fragging department. He has been someone who has massively impressed me, showing that tier 1 caliber that we knew he had already.
Oh, for sure.
Let's not be silly. We knew that it was there, but that was a standout performance from him. And I think there's so much depth within this roster that, although there's definitely expectations that Ascend are the favorites tomorrow, that doesn't mean anything. When you've got the fans, when you've got so much depth within your roster, who knows what they're going to come out with tomorrow? It could be absolutely anything to catch their opponents off guard. And I'm sure the guys from Ascend have been watching this going, oh, look, I've learned some things. But as they've seen already from what they brought out on Ascend, that could change with a flip of a coin, a different idea, and just trying to sort of beat them at their own game, even if it didn't work this time out.
What an incredible performance. And I got to say, for Saw, they were underestimated every step of the way by the community in general.
Oh,
the Portuguese fans knew.
Yeah, the Portuguese fans believed from the get-go.
They were behind them 100%, and they were telling us, I'm like, all right, man, this is just Zest and CGN all over again.
Yeah.
Or Lothar with Ballista, my God. But, you know, we ended up coming out of this tournament and the previous with so much respect for how they play the game. Their macro looked good, their micro looked good, and now they've got some time to prepare for next season, but I think Portuguese Valorant is very much on the map. One other region that's on the map since day one It's France. We've got Takas down on the stage for an interview with Yinsu. Let's toss it to them.
We do indeed. I've watched this man play Valorant for 3 years, and it's the first time I have the pleasure of interviewing him here in the Coliseum. Takas, congratulations.
Thank you.
That game was very long and I think tough. How are you feeling now you've won?
I'm feeling, listen, that's the big fun. I'm feeling great, and yeah, I'm so happy to win, and that's it.
Let's talk about the fans, because like I said, you've been playing this game for 3 years now, ever since the beginning. How does it feel to get to a point where you're playing on this stage in front of them?
Insane. That's it, just insane. It's insane, like big fans come for us, and that's insane. Thanks.
Do you think it makes you feel play better, hearing them?
Of course, yeah.
Can you hear them when you're...
I heard, but a little bit, like not too much, so yeah.
I can tell you they're really, really loud, really loud. Let's talk about the game today, because we saw Lotus from you yesterday, but there was a ban today, so why did you ban Lotus?
I don't know if I can say, but like it's a coach, so I will not say, because we are on the stage. I mean,
You still have to play. You still have to play.
That's it. So I'm not gonna say, but just it's a coach.
Oh, it was Existence's decision? Oh, okay, interesting. So what about the Phoenix then on Ascent? Is that also Existence?
Maybe, yes, I think.
Oh, okay. So when did you decide to play Phoenix?
Sorry?
Have you played this Phoenix before in scrims? Is this like
of course, yeah.
Oh, okay.
We trained so hard, Phoenix, so yeah.
So this was a decision that you were very prepared with, you think? Why didn't it work out, do you feel like? Why did you lose on Ascent with this Phoenix?
Why did you lose Ascent on Phoenix? Oh, because like we play like so bad. Like yeah, that's true. Like we play bad, so they win Ascent, and that's it.
You play tomorrow too.
Yeah.
It's a rematch. You've played against them already. What do you think you have to do differently tomorrow to win?
I think we need to play like today, and we need to play like seriously. We're taking it seriously, playing. I don't know the word in English, but we need to play like seriously and in the practice, you know. So.
Do you think you'll have enough time? Because it's very late now. You don't have too many hours to prepare.
I think like now we are okay to play Ascent.
Yeah.
We're good and prepared to play Ascent. So yeah, I'm ready.
Oh, I look forward to seeing it. And lastly, I know so many people did come out and see you. Some of them have left now, but I'll give you an opportunity to say some words in French to the fans that came to see you.
They are, but je vais dire merci pour tout le soutien. On vous aime et on essaie de représenter la France au maximum. Donc merci beaucoup et cœur.
Oh, there we go. They're still here. Thank you so much, Takas, for joining me. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
And we'll see you tomorrow. You guys at home will see him tomorrow as well, because we have a best of 5 coming. It is Gentlemates against Ascend. Have a good night's sleep, and we'll see you then.
Gentlemates.
So hard. No, it's so hard.
Watch me bring the energy, building intensity. I feel surging with adrenaline when enemies are testing me. I am the master of thrones. I hear the beating drum. I summon armies calmly. It's on. It's running. We're coming strong. We're all powerful. Power is the ingredient. Obedience, submissive is what you need. It's immediate.
Nice.
We're all rising and
Down B.
We're never gonna stop.
I believe it. I had my dream and achieved it. I'm a leader of freedom. They locked us down, but I freed them. No way, don't say. I feel no fear, don't pray. I take the venom that's in them and turn it into rain. I got the energy, give me some more adrenaline running through my veins. It's in my chemistry, it's intelligent. Supernova, we're glowing, so take a photo and focus. When our composure is growing, we're getting stronger, it's over.
One enemy remaining.
Gentlemates.